All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for tonight. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for tonight. Alright. We're finishing the shop. Yo! That's crazy. I think Eon is whistling. Yeah, I was whistling. My worst power tailing take is me thinking I could eat 60 sushi in one sitting. I downplayed the task. I nearly went to the hospital, and I now hate sushi because of it. Well, Discarib, sorry about that. My worst take is that Naruto beats Buggy. That's a pretty bad take. I don't know how anyone could think that Buggy loses to anyone in fiction. I mean, come on now. Even Zeno from fucking Dragon Ball would lose to Buggy's Chop Fruit. Come on now. Like, we're being serious here? He's got the world's strongest swordsman. The moment I see Zeno hold a sword is the moment I know for a fact Buggy's skill's above him. Because it's just Mihawk upscale. Come on now. Terrible take. As I think, my take is that me thinking I was building level. That's a pretty bad take, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody feeling? Please don't call me Elon. What's up, Satoon? Please don't call me Elon. So it's Vista upscale. Potentially. Where scaling take is, in this chat, Sukuna is not light speak by any margin. That's crazy. I guess. Bro, I was trying my best to get a bento so my day is crappy. That's unfortunate, man. Couldn't get a bento? Bento boxes are so freaking good, man. I just wish they had, like, more food in them. I don't know, maybe I'm a big bag for that, but I wish, like, bento boxes, sometimes, like, you like one thing in a bento box a lot, and then you're just sitting there thinking to yourself, shit, I would give up everything else that was in the bento box just so I could have more of this one thing. One Piece is limited to the speed of light? Alright. I mean, come on now, that's like the only right take, right? Like, One Piece is only light speed. I mean, the fastest character in the entire history of the verse is only light speed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I could see exactly where you're coming from, Liren, and in all honesty, I think you're like the only one here speaking the truth. I'm talking about the Popeyes bento for One Piece. They're reselling it for 300. Oh, shit. That's what my friend was asking me about. That's what they were fucking asking me about. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Because a friend of mine yesterday hit me up and asked me, like, yo, did you try the new One Piece meal? I'm like, what the fuck were you on about? He was like, yeah, there's a One Piece meal out there. I'm like, okay, for what? Never told me. Didn't know it was for Popeyes. That's crazy. To be fair, I can't really eat it, so fuck it. $300 for resold cold-ass chicken and fries is absolutely disgusting. I think Hagoromo solos the One Piece verse. That's my argued take. That's fair. Alright, some stores are also giving out lunch boxes and they sell those for $400 a pop. Yeah, they're definitely... You know, they're definitely inserting phallic members into their throats for that. Holy shit. Why would anyone spend $400 on food that is essentially just cold fried chicken and a box? Scalpers do suck. I don't respect scalpers of any kind. I don't care what they're doing it for. I don't care if it's for My Little Pony. I don't care if it's for a PlayStation 5 in 2026. I don't care if it's for Pokemon cards. Scalpers are terrible-ass individuals who essentially make any single hobby an absolute travesty to be a part of. I saw a video a couple days ago from Penguin Zero, from Moist Critical, and yeah, Charlie was just talking about, like, this one dude that apparently got shot over Pokemon cards, dude. Can you imagine how shitty it is to, like, literally pull out a gun and inflict pain on somebody. Luckily, nobody died. But, I mean, it's crazy that I even have to say, luckily, nobody died over an altercation about Pokemon cards, bruh. That shit is so fucking stupid to me. It's cardboard, and I get it. You can flip it for $1, but it's like, dude. I don't know, man. I feel like not a meal, but there was only 680s that they were giving them for free. My brother tried to get me from me yesterday, but they sold out. That's crazy. Oh, it was just a box you wanted? That's still crazy. Where? Oh, there it is. I needed my, What's up, Lazarus? I'm doing good, man. Can I even call you that now? That I'm an unk too? Oh yeah, you're like 20 now, right? Yeah, you're definitely in your unk years. I normally argue that they can't attack Hagoromo since he's just a visual made of chakra and bypasses the laws of death. Wait, if you're arguing that Hagoromo solos the One Piece verse, how exactly does he win? Because the guy doesn't really perform any jutsu besides bringing the people back and just sort of bringing back the spirits of the Kage. That's kind of it. And also, Big Mom and Brook just actually do affect him, if he's a soul. Well, to be fair, what would One Piece do if Hagoromo decided to move the moon down instead of up? They literally blow up the moon. They literally blow that shit up. He's not a soul. His soul is gone. He's just a visual. Then how is he around? My favorite power scaling take is that Eon can't scale. Ah, you're the guy that was saying all those mean things before. What's up, man? How's it going? You were saying a lot of, like, very mean and toxic, comments. No, I'm not one to personally really take things to heart. I think it's fine. You're bound to have your opinion. But saying that I can't scale is kind of crazy. I mean, sure, you could believe that. I had a question that intrigued me. Could Naruto win if he had the same physical stats as Luffy? Probably. If he could win, I would say probably. I would say he's still held back by the fact that Luffy does have Future Sight and Six Paths Sage Mode, Six Paths Sage Mode, sensory abilities are basically unquantifiable. Hey, what's up, John? I think that there is an argument for Naruto, though, at that point, if he has, like, the same physical stats as Luffy, since the speed difference... Well, here's the thing, though. Speed difference, whether or not you have whether or not you're like the same speed, the fact is Future Sight is still a massive boon for Luffy, because Future Sight still means that he will always know what Naruto's going to do before he does it, to a farther extent than Naruto can likely sense, since we don't know how far ahead Naruto can sense with Sage of Six Paths mode. You want a hot take? If Goku just stands still, Luffy one-shots using Ryo? Yeah, that's another thing. Naruto physically cannot take a punch to the chest. All the Otsutsuki's dimensions are just planets they found, except Sukuna, Hikona, and Kamui. That's fair. Basically, if Hagoromo uses lethal attacks like the Rinnegan abilities or Creation of All Things... What does Creation of All Things really do? Because all it did was, like, separate the Nine Tails into the 10 Tails. I think Chibaku Tensei's Creation of All Things, and, separating the 10 Tails into all the Nine-Tailed Beasts... Izanagi, which I don't know if Hagoromo's willing to give up an eye for that. We don't know how Izanagi necessarily works with the Rinnegan. And I mean, you basically have to argue that Hagoromo has to make physical contact with everybody. So, like, are we saying Hagoromo can make physical contact as not a spirit? I got no beef with the person, just terrible scales and arguments. I mean, why is it terrible? Do you want to go into that? We can discuss that. I mean Daikokuten. Ah, got you. I was doing shit when you say equal stats. What do you mean? Only speed or everything? Power, durability? I would assume everything. Is it a bad take or a worse take in a sense of a hot take? Well, a hot take would just mean something that goes against the norm. A bad take would be something that is just inherently, or at least would widely and arguably just be considered something that's like deplorable or just not in agreement. His imagination into reality with no boundaries, that's what he imagined. Yeah, let me see. Let me look up Creation of All Things real quick. Because here's the thing, I don't go into like I don't go into this whole thing of like making up headcanon as to what characters do. Not saying that you did. Creation of All Things Naruto. Not so much that, more so I don't, even if a technique is posed to or described to be like that, it's essentially a technique that you would have to believe has no limitations whatsoever, and I just don't think that any technique like that just exists within the context of Naruto. Alright, let me see. The process he used possessed that allowed him to turn fantasy into reality. Sure. The process he first used employed the administration of imagination and spiritual energy that underlies the yin chakra, the create physical form of nothingness, and then through the application of vitality and physical energy, which is the basis of yang chakra, he would breathe life into resulting creations. Yeah, he only did creation of all things to perform, to basically bring back the tailed beasts. Izanagi is a practical application that doesn't necessarily let you warp reality, more so you just give yourself a second chance. To create many things besides the tailed beast, but we don't know what, so I don't really consider that as part of an argument. During Sasuke merged all the tailed beast chakras into Susanoo, Kurama described it on par of creation of the tailed beast. Okay, so, yeah, I don't know if you can necessarily make that argument, but I see where you're coming from. Or I don't know if I would at least agree with it. Equal stats is still a win for Luffy because Naruto can't hurt him. Taijutsu doesn't work in Rasengans are not as impressive in AP. Which of them can blow up a moon? Are you sure they all attack the moon at once? I don't think they need to all attack the moon at once. I really don't believe that they need to attack the moon at once, and I do think that they can shatter the moon if they want to. Can manipulate energy, chakra to create stuff out of nothing. Yeah, but to, like, what extent is the thing? Because he separated the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts, right? He separated the 10 into 9, and, I mean, apparently Obito says he did more with it, but I don't know what, so I just don't go into that. I don't go into headcanon, so I really apply that. So a worst take, for example, is I say Naruto doesn't have the most chakra in the series. That's something I'm asking, right? Well, it's not really necessarily a take in and of itself because you're asking a question, right? If it's a question, it's not really worth having. That's the thing, though, right? Like, a take doesn't necessarily come down to, like, a question. It comes down to more so, like, a claim or an opinion, right? Like, a worst take would be like a take that essentially has, like, no fundamental senses or basis. It's essentially just, I believe this even with everything. I believe this even with everything stacked up against it. Or that would be like a bad or a worse take, right? Like, no matter, everything disagrees with my opinion, yet I still choose to believe in it, right? That's what I would say a worst or a bad take is. What's the next? Hot take. French translation for Gear 2 is wrong, and it's actually 100 times that because that's what extraordinarily could mean. Fair. Like, okay, see, now that's a hot take, right? That's a hot take. Like, Granberry from Beach could make anything with his imagination. Oh, Granberry. Yeah. Turns out he wasn't all that creative or efficient, yeah. No, my actual worst take is Asta's weaker than the top tier fairy tale characters. Ooh, you're lucky 6 isn't here. Equal stats just depends on if we're giving Naruto Baryon mode or Sage of 6 Paths. Since Baryon mode's time limit is in equal stats, it's just terrible. Luffy has a longer time limit, so he just outlasts Naruto since it's equal stats. Well, I still think Luffy beats Naruto even if you didn't equalize the stats with Baryon mode, just because Baryon mode just sucks, dude. Baryon mode just is not worth having a discussion over. If we're talking about any context outside of him fighting Jigen. Sorry, Ishiki. There's just no context I can really think of that, like, at least off the top of my head right now, that implies Baryon mode would be useful. I don't like equal stats because is it equal to base or is it equal max to max? Yeah, and also you'd have to basically argue that, like, both, if you argue base to base, then what separates them is whether or not you believe one ability, one transformation or series of transformations is more powerful than the other. And if you go with max stats, then that just means that one of their bases has to be weaker. Well, I don't have a worst take, but my hot take is that cross-scaling is very much the hardest part in debates. Yeah, I can agree to that. I don't think that's a terrible take. The reason I asked the equal stats is because it goes into a narrative-type battle where the characters aren't bound by their versus physical and power limitations compared to other verses. Yeah, but there's no narrative. There's no narrative around it then, right? Because there's kind of no narrative if you kind of equalize stats, because at that point it's just who has better stats, right? Sorry, not who has better stats, who has better hacks, right? At that point you basically have to argue, okay, we equalize the stats, now we basically have to compare abilities versus abilities versus abilities and who can get a win, right? Because if neither of them can have a speed chance, if none of them have a power chance, then it basically boils down to what weakness in the armor does one of their abilities inherently exploit. Creation and or what abilities within their arsenal do they have no answer against? Destruction abilities are hacks, not AP. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about destruction side of it, but yeah, if you're equalizing stats, then you're always equalizing stamina. So Luffy, Gear 5 Luffy goes crazy. I don't know if I would say that, because if you're giving a limitation of stamina to or I guess of duration to Baryon mode, I think it would be fair to give a duration limitation for Gear 5. Though I would say maybe it's not the same thing since Baryon mode is actively using up Naruto and Kurama's chakra at the same time. Creation feats to you are more than hacks unless it's converting one form of clear energy or matter into another. Okay, that's fair. I don't like equal stats because... Okay, yeah, we already answered that. I think equal stats equal physical capabilities. It's just abilities plus hacks. It's entirely context dependent whether or not it can be considered scalable. I think Naruto's stronger and faster than Luffy, uses future sight to avoid Naruto's attacks, and Naruto doesn't find a way to get past it. I think Luffy could win, but if Naruto catches him, he wins in my opinion. I think that's a fair take. I don't know how you quantify Naruto to be faster than Luffy, given all, like, again, all the scaling that there's in One Piece, but I do think that, like, future sight is definitely a boon for any battle, because just being able to inherently see, just being capable of inherently seeing the future and knowing everything your opponent's going to do is better than any form of precognition. It doesn't matter if you can sense your opponent's abilities, if you just know exactly what's going to happen. Because one thing is sensing danger ahead, even if you don't know exactly where it's coming from, but you're like, you know, you're, how should I put it? Let's say you're, fuck. It was on the tip of my tongue. Now I forgot. Well, you could say that, like, now you're on edge, right? Now you are in a position where, like, now you know that something is coming, you just don't know from where, whereas you just know what's gonna happen in the near future. I don't know. Wouldn't JoJo characters be powerful in equal stat matchups? They would be extremely fucking dangerous. I think equal stats means that no transformation increases the stats. Well, you could say that transformations also... You could also argue that transformations are just inherently equivalent to each other, right? So, like, if you want to say... KCM 2 is Gear 4, Sage of Six Paths mode is Gear 5, or Baryon mode is Gear 5, whichever one. My worst takes of mine, Danzo is sympathetic. I would love for you to explain that to me. I would absolutely love for you to explain that. Danzo is sympathetic, Sasuke is a dumb, annoying idiot, and a well-written, terrible character. Is he well-written, or is he a bad character? I guess it could be both, sure. So, okay, you guys are just going in. Yeah, JoJo's characters are very bad in terms of AP and DC. I would just say that JoJo characters are probably bad in terms of durability. But their hacks and Battle IQ is crazy work, yeah. That's probably one series where... I wouldn't even say Battle IQ. I would just say that's one series where, like, the motherfuckers are just walking encyclopedias. There is no series... I have yet to see another series where, like, characters just know random fun facts across the entirety of, like, the most randomest of fucking things across the planet. Like, something that happened in 1987 is just a normal, common sense fun fact to half of these dudes. I just don't get it, bro. Like, if something happened in 1943... Like, these guys would give you an entire fucking retelling of everything that has ever happened during that situation as if they were there themselves. I just don't get it, man. Araki is genuinely a fucking god when it comes to, like, bringing up random fuck-ass facts, bro. As a matter of fact, if we have to throw in, like, characters into, like one of those, like, Price is Right, So You Want to Be a Millionaire type of game shows, I would just throw in any JoJo character. Give me any fucking JoJo character in any one of these, like, trivia games, and I am telling you right now, I am going home with the gold, bro. How you doing, Freedom? I mean, you can make Gear 5 Luffy versus Barry on what equals stats, so it's just a battle between their abilities and hacks. Yeah, but again, it's not so much of a point of... It's not so much of a point of stats, it's more so just of a point of stamina and how long each form takes. Another bad take that I like is Nagato over everyone up to and including Sage of Six Paths characters, but not Kaguya or DMS Kakashi. Really? You think Nagato can beat someone like Hashirama or Madara? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Future Sight is like better precognition. It just is better precognition. It just is the best form. I do think Law solos most of the One Punch Man verse. That's a fair one. Above universal scaling is honestly just no longer fun anymore, since it's just whoever can blow up more universes has the better counters to the other. Yeah. Also, I have a question. What happens when a character grows to when a character who grows his stats in mid-battle is an equal stats matchup. For example, equal stats Saitama, when he just grow in strength mid-fight, you would have to limit that. That's one of the reasons I don't like equal stats, because you essentially have to limit any mid-battle growth the characters could experience. Characters that have adaptive capabilities. I'll give you an example, right? Saitama's one example. I'll give you an example. I have one of the stories that I've been trying to like finish up. I'm still trying to figure out like the last couple of arcs before I get to like the end. I know what the end is. I know where I'm at right now. I just haven't been able like to properly formulate it. The two main characters of my series are essentially from a race of beings that have like this ability to perfectly adapt to any and all phenomena. Think of it like Maharaga, but not in the same sense. Or like Maharaga just like starts to grow back from it. More so, they just gain almost like an immunity to things, right? Or in some. It's like if a character, or not even just that. Think of it like a Saiyan, right? Saiyans, for example, you can bring in like Dragon Ball Super Vegeta. Oh, wrong one. Like Dragon Ball Super Vegeta, right? Where like Vegeta states against Granola, Dragon Ball Super. Where Vegeta mentions to Granola that he is now stronger than he was a while back, right? When they were fighting, right? Yeah, let's, yeah. Then he does the thing. Let's see. Yep. He says, "You still sound awful high and mighty. I'm the strongest in the universe, but I'm still going to win. Stop yammering, keep on, Mr. Strongest. Now they're fighting. Do you really think that could work against me? Resisting is pointless. Damn it. I can tell you that you only acquired that this absurd strength. How can you tell? Thank you for confirming it. You're clearly not used to your powers. You lack major experience wielding it in real battle. What have you been blowing up since gaining this power? Have you trained at all? Training, no need. Witness the difference in our power. That's no guarantee. I'll lose to you. Blah, 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 blah. Here's another tidbit. Strongest, second strongest rankings are all well and good. By the way, this is the one time where I literally looked at Vegeta and I was like, I finally kind of get why people love Vegeta. And this is the scene that kind of made me realize that, because before I really didn't care for it, right? 27 people and 20 of them are furries. Okay, Freedom, can we not do this thing where we generalize this stuff? Because some people just don't like that. Can we not do that, Freedom? But they only reflect a moment in time. Once that time has passed, it's nothing but history. Take me for an instance. I'm already stronger than I was a few minutes ago. I'm growing more and more powerful throughout this dance of ours. Good enough reason for me to finish you off. What's fun? This feeling, it's been ages. There's no planet to protect, no people to save, just me immersed in battle, my happy place. Just a thing to get a battle crazed Saiyan's blood pumping, and then that's when Vegeta first goes into Ultra Ego. So this is something that I wanted to bring up because this is an example of characters that grow mid-fight. I don't think that the idea of bringing in characters... I'm crying. John said he's a furry. I'm crying. There is this idea that if you equalize stats, should we equalize characters' potentials? I feel like if you're gonna do this whole equalize stats thing, you might as well just do one of two things, right? Here's the thing, right? So, if you're gonna make a battle where you're saying equalize stats and you're wanting to say that characters who grow in, you might as well. There's a conversation to be had then about characters who grow in stats. At that point, you might as well, if you're going to equalize stats, set up characters who either both grow mid-fight exponentially, so that way you can have a potential conversation about both characters. Granted, again, if you're doing someone like Saitama versus Vegeta, it basically boils down to, are they going to blow up the planet? If they blow up the planet, Saitama probably wins because, well, he can kind of survive longer in the vacuum of space than Vegeta can, right? If you have to move the goalpost shift, you already lost. Got you. Costs to themselves. JoJo's speed scaling. Wait, there's something over here. JoJo's characters are just human in terms of stats. JoJo is less AP, more hacks, unless it's like Jotaro, Josuke, or Dio. Yeah, that's fair. Danzo is the ultimate shinobi. Shinobi are meant to be silently support their village as tools in the shadows. They are meant to show complete devotion to their village and nation regardless of the cost to themselves, their reputation, or moral scruples. Danzo is one of the few characters who's prepared to do whatever it takes to support the nation, unflinching resolve, total dedication. Yeah, but if that total dedication, yeah, but there's a thing, there's a conversation to be had about whether or not total dedication to your nation and essentially this form of nationalism is a positive mentality or a growth mentality for the nation, all things considered. Because if it's at the cost of your own citizens as well, then you're not really looking for growth in your nation. You're looking for growth in your, you're just looking for, like, growth in the sanctity of the location itself rather than in the people. Because, I mean, think about it this way. It doesn't matter how. I don't think it really matters how you choose to look at it. The Uchiha are people of Konoha. Yes, they were having a coup d'état, but that was because of a misplaced system. Was there a way to probably resolve things without causing violence? Maybe. Not that anyone was willing to try it out, though. At least it seemingly seemed like nobody was willing to try it out, though. But ultimately, I mean, until Naruto showed up, at least. But ultimately, it did result in massacre for almost an entire race of people, and I don't know if I can necessarily agree that that can be viewed as sympathetic, right? Like, can you really be considered sympathetic if your goal or the things that you are doing essentially result in some form of genocide? That's kind of my point, right? Vil Danzo caused more issues than helped? Yeah, I would say so as well. Sakura versus Jolene. In my opinion, equal stats is always a bad faith debate. 9 times out of 10, it's just a handicap for one character. I agree with that. I would love your opinion on my last take. Also, equal stats should apply to characters' base only in my idea. That's fair. Well, there's definitely different ways that you can position it. You don't have to do it one or the other. You know what I mean? What was your last thing, Memento? Well, can you just reply? Can you just let me know like the basis of the idea that you wanted me to like go to for your last take? My bad, man. Now you can say that Nindo is bullshit. Naruto himself would agree, but for someone who grew up accepting that paradigm, Danzo is one of the most unflinching, committed shinobi of his era. I could at least agree with that. Yes, I have a story that I've been working on for a while now. I think it would probably be as long as One Piece, if I had to be honest. There's a lot to go through within the context of my story. Hold up, now why do we have to limit Saitama's growth rate but allow Saiyans to keep theirs? I'm not saying that we're limiting it, I'm just saying that, like, we don't have to limit a character's growth rate, and if we're going to do it, you might as well have it where both characters can, you know, grow in strength. That's right, admittedly a bad take that he's sympathetic. If you accept the shinobi way of his time, it's on some level. I guess that's fair. I guess I could see where you're coming from. Ultra Ego's amazing. I like this arc since we got a solid reason as to why wishing to be the strongest wouldn't be a worthwhile wish, yeah. Well, it's not a worthwhile wish if you have motherfuckers like the Saiyans that just exist and just randomly become more powerful. My worst take is that I have a perfectly healthy relationship with the Fairy Tail series. Yeah, it's totally healthy, and I can tell from all the way across the world, my guy. I feel Super expands on Vegeta a lot for sure. I agree as well. I see your point here, Michael. If you have a goal... Oh, yeah, I see it. I think PTS Luffy isn't Speed of Light, mainly because the main feat, which is Foxy's Beam... Is this pre-time skip? I'm assuming you're saying pre-time skip. I think was an aim dodge since he predicted the movement and would also be caused of the gag boost. Could also be because of the gag boost? Okay. You love Barry on Naruto, that's why you're a furry? Fair enough. I don't think this is a bad take, but I think One Punch Man in the manga solos One Piece. I think that's a fine enough take. I think there's an argument made that he probably outstats physically. This might rattle... Actually, I would say he does outstat physically. I would probably say so. I don't think that's a bad take, Terrell. This might rattle you. My worst take is that Bleach is better written and more enjoyable than Naruto. I mean, hey, fuck it. You could have an opinion. Hey, everyone has opinions, and they don't necessarily have to be good or bad. They could just be opinions. Just because I think Bleach is absolute dog shit does not mean that anyone here has to agree that it's any worse or better than, Naruto or One Piece or any other series. If you like Bleach more than Blue Lock, sure. If you like Bleach more than Dragon Ball, fantastic. If you like Bleach more than the Bible, hey man, fuck it, right? They do have a Soul King, which is essentially their concept of God, I think, so why not, right? It's all fine. The correct choice after the eclipse was to completely walk away from Griffith. He becomes a completely different person who makes the world better. His sins before are unforgivable, though. Alright, that's a crazy take. Isn't nationalism one of the evils in Naruto? You know, the thing that makes them use kid soldiers? Yes. Minato would have fixed the situation. I would probably argue that Minato would have had an easier chance at fixing it than Hiruzen. Danzo deliberately did things that harmed the village. He has power, hungry hawk, and there's always there's a whole video essay that calls him out. Better. He's a fraud Kage. Fair. Danzo isn't a nationalist. He's a tribalist. Otherwise, he wouldn't dispose of the Uchiha, who are Konoha OG people. Nationalists would see them as Konoha people. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Natsu solos Naruto easily. Okay, so that's a good take up to you. Alright, sure. Danzo was all in it for himself. Anyone who cares for the village. Then where he and the Ambu when pain attacked. Then down talks Tsunade, who nearly died saving as many people as possible. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter, but who is one of the most useless out of these characters? And I know what you're gonna say, but still, Sakura, Uraraka. Who the fuck is Uraraka? Is that the gravity chick? Koichi from no, Koichi's definitely not useless. Usopp definitely not. Chad or Krillin. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Chad by a fucking mile. Krillin was, at the very least, in Planet Namek, moving around, trying to help Gohan and the others move the Dragon Balls away from Frieza and Vegeta. Krillin was in the Saiyan Saga, attempting to help Goku with the Spirit Bomb. Even if he missed, him and Gohan still helped Goku defeat Vegeta. Krillin was doing nothing throughout most of Super, but at least got a couple of eliminations. Koichi defeated a couple characters within the context of JoJo's, also helped stall long enough for Jotaro to show up and beat the ever-living fuck out of Yoshikage Kira. Uraraka I can't speak on because I haven't read My Hero Academia that much, though I know she has this whole thing with that chick that dresses like a high school girl. And Chad from Bleach, he fights a couple of hollows that Ichigo could have defeated right then and there. Yeah, I can't. He beats an Arrancar that's weaker than the guys that any of the other Shinigami come in and fight, and gets immediately destroyed right afterwards. He breaks a wall. Listen, I hate. Listen. I'm just saying, I might despise Naruto's husband's wife. I might genuinely not even respect in the slightest bit and absolutely call out at every single chance that I can Fugaku's daughter-in-law. But the bitch did like heal a couple of people. She did, at least as far as like the pain arc went, she did save a life in Konkoro. I mean, she did save people in the within the context of the 4th grade Shinobi War. And she did stop Kaguya from evading their one chance at sealing, even though it was a sucker punch. She did things. Chad? I mean, come on now. What the fuck does Chad do? Sakura should be my future wife. I would rather kill myself. And that would also imply that my current girlfriend is no longer my girlfriend, and I would rather die than have what's-her-face be my wife over my girlfriend. We can see the movement from Sasuke still aiming and stirking. Yeah, Aura, he's definitely dealt with Jurnak before. Okay, you guys are just having your own little conversation. I think that's fine. Bad take, One Piece is unwatchable. Stretchy arms are gross and weird, and repeating games like Slow Slow and Gum Gum are gross and infantilizing. What the fuck? No, I am not on Twitter. My story I haven't even started fully writing it yet. I have the entire context of the story laid out, at least as far as most things go. I'm very far into it. I'm kind of just like, let's say within like the last maybe 3 or 4 arcs. I mean, I'm somewhere around like the last 3 or 4 arcs. I still need to know how exactly I'm gonna get through this because I don't know if I'm gonna add more. My hot takes is that Byakuya Kuchiki should have died at the 1,000-Year Blood War Season 1, because that would have been more impactful for the story. I agree. Byakuya didn't do anything the rest of the 1,000-Year Blood War. Oh, but he helped fight against Gerard Valkyrie. Yeah, he didn't do anything to Gerard Valkyrie. Oh, but he threw all the swords at Gerard Valkyrie. Okay, and the guy still comes back no matter what. Gerard Valkyrie only fucking loses to what's-his-face. He only loses to Yhwach's Ausvalen. I'm gonna give my hot take. Tobirama's objectively the best Hokage. I need you to explain this one to me, please. Uraraka's the most useless because I hate My Hero Academia the most. Alright, fair enough. Koichi is not useless. He's a reliable guy. That's what I'm saying. If Jotaro Kujo's calling you a reliable guy, I'm crying. Sakura Uchiha is the 3rd strongest Uchiha in Boruto, by the way. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah. But being begrudgingly more honest, Chad does less than Uraraka. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can talk all the shit you want about Uraraka um, Itachi and Sasuke's mom's daughter-in-law or whatever, but you're not. Is your story a manga or a novel? I would like it to be a manga. I don't care for novelizations. I don't care for novels. I care for manga. I feel like manga have an easier time at showing characters, dynamics, and facial expressions. I'd rather see a facial expression rather than read it. If I want to create a story, I want it to be in a medium that, sure, some could say is... I guess it depends. I'm sure that most people would actually be more for a novel, since novelization, especially when you have a really good writer, can essentially paint the picture much better than, like, at least to some people, can paint a picture much better to a manga than a manga or a manhwa or whatever. But I really love the idea of, like, having a story that doesn't need all of this extra fluff thrown in. Like, I don't need to hear ki in the form of flare of explosive flames curl around Vegeta as a new transformation is unveiled. Granola stands there. What's happened to you? Granola expresses with a flabbergasted look on his face. Sweating, a tear of sweat strolls down the side of his cheek as Vegeta breathes out and gives an eerie appearance, sort of that of Super Saiyan 3. Black hair, larger muscles, and the flame aura dissipates. A god of destruction taught me that power derived solely from instinct is unbound. He exclaims at Granola with pure confidence or whatever. Like, I don't need to read all that extra bullshit, bro. I just want to see it happen and just tell me what the characters say. I don't like that. I'm effectively writing a novelization. Oh, lovely. Good for you, man. I'd love to reread it someday. Well, a portion of it someday. I'm never reading a full I'm never reading a full novel. I cannot sit here and just read books. They are so boring to me. Gojo wins versus Itachi. Since no verse equalization, usual genjutsu means shit. But even with it, chakra control would equalize to CE control, and Gojo could easy see it. Also, can counter Amaterasu with blue like Nagato, I suppose. Good take people will always say is bad. We should use all materials as sources for power scaling, including games, movies, novels, as long as they are official and don't totally break verse rules. That's actually a conversation to be had that I actually brought up yesterday, John. By the way, I'm gonna start writing in a little bit, in about 15 minutes. I just wanted to sit down and chat with you guys for a bit. This is a topic that I do want to put a pin in right now. I'll come back to it after I catch up with comments, right? Okay, manhwas are meant to be read on mobile. Yeah, I gathered that. Doesn't make it any easier, though. People aren't typing enough. Chat is slow. No, it's fine. I think it's fine. I think we're moving. Blackbeard over Emu is crazy, but fair. Hollow Purple cannot be defined pragmatically or semantically by powers targeting it. Neither enter his frameworks. Yadamir needs to define the chakra nature. Danzo is a tribalism because his actions hurt the nation but benefits a specific people, his tribe. He's also a giga prejudice against anyone outside of his group. I actually do agree with this. I would say that this is more of a form of tribalism then. Yeah, I can agree with this 100%. Picture's worth 1,000 words. A taste is worth 1,000 pictures. Yujiro Hanma the GOAT. The fact that Yujiro Hanma says that now means that I will never read a novel again. Bad take, the Sharingan is trash. I don't know why people want one, because only a handful of people would even know how to get to the good shit, and not even 11 of them could make Danzo respectable. Alright. I mean, there is a major difference between novel and manga. It probably helps if you have a healthy imagination to go through books. I think, like, I have a very healthy imagination, King Me. It's just, I do not have the patience to sit there and read every little detail. I just don't have patience. For me, and also, I think for me, I take things very literally. I've noticed that in my life, I've taken things very literally. I'd rather just see rather than have to paint it myself. Because if I have to paint it myself, sure, a great writer will let anyone be able to paint the picture, but I don't care, dude. I don't want to put in that extra effort. I shouldn't have to put in that extra effort. I just want to see guys punch each other in the face. I don't want to hear about a guy getting his teeth knocked out. I want to see it. You know what I mean? I like equal stat matchups because it makes it more about abilities, but they do need not to plug the controllers into whoever we're talking about, just go by consistency. That's fair. I split it into chapters that are like 10 to 14 pages. Okay, that's not bad. 10 to 14 page chapters aren't that bad. Perfect take for Blue Lock. Barrow is definitely the best striker. Ego just be a hater for the plot. I think that a team entirely devolved around Barrow doesn't necessarily work, because Barrow needs to feed Baro needs to basically devour somebody in order for him to shine. He's not the kind. I don't think that he is the player who can optimally play if everyone is focused. If everyone knows that you just have to keep the ball away from him. I think the first light speed is dodging the pacifista beams. I think that's fine. I think that's a fine take. End of series, Luffy would most likely win against Naruto, even if currently Naruto wins. I think that's also fine. Try audiobooks. Dude, but at that point, I'm just reading somebody else read it. It's about the medium for me. Okay, so here's the thing. It's about medium, not about anything else. I like the idea of taking my time and going through this on my own pace, right? If I'm reading an audiobook, I mean, sure, I could have somebody else read it for me or whatever, but at some point, it's just going to go in one ear and out the other. I do have a tough time following people or things after long periods of times. That's why I just don't like books in general. The cursor, yeah, it's an ADHD thing for me. It really just is. I will lose focus after a while. That's why yesterday I was also telling some of you guys, you know, when try to keep an idea, a claim, a thought more constrained into what it is that you're trying to argue, because more often than not, and I felt this with myself, there are points where I was kind of losing the plot as to what some of the points were. Somebody mentioned yesterday, when I tried to like go over one of their points, for example, somebody yesterday mentioned, yeah, no, well, that's just one of the things that I mentioned was, yeah, that was just one of the things that they had talked about, right? And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Yes, I have ADHD. I was diagnosed by the time I was basically leaving high school, so I never really learned how to figure it out as a kid. I had to like basically figure out how to control it as an adult. Remove the concept of I from your life and see the world with a smile. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting way of looking at things. Yeah. I've actually found that, like, when you as an individual stop viewing yourself as, like, a main protagonist, as someone who, like, you know, views everybody around them as a side character and just view everybody else as just another person trying to get through life, things do become a lot more apparent as to what right and wrongs are, and it also becomes easier to have a lot more sympathy and empathy for others. I agree with that. Where does this idea of come from that Luffy needs end of series to beat Naruto? He beats him objectively ever since Dressrosa. You'll see the new The Boys episode. I'm gonna probably catch up with it while I watch with my because one of my friends, a couple of my friends and I watch it. If it's One Piece, you might like it. I think it got a lot better when it started. That's why I described the soda devil fruit. No. My best power skill intake is that no one in Invisible is beating transformed Zarbon. Zarbon? Wait. You're talking about Zarbon, the guy from fucking Dragon Ball? The handsome guy that turns into a monster? Sure, I guess. Unfair take. Monkey D. Luffy is a name so dumb that the series itself should not be read. Sure, fair enough. Author intention over pixel scaling. People are just bad at hermeneutics. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but sure, hermeneutics, and don't even have the reading comprehension from 5th grade. Authors are doing complex math mid-drawing. Fair enough. I refuse to take my meds. I like the voices. I'm kidding, sure. What is Gurren Lagann's power scaling? Gurren Lagann's power scaling reaches to, like, levels of outer versal or whatever that I'd rather just not even go into. So basically, Eon, we gotta be like... Who the fuck is Sid Kageno? We don't gotta be like Sid Kageno? Who the fuck is that? Okay. Eon, you should do a TikTok of content. You definitely rally up One Piece fans. I don't know if I'd want to. I'm not really interested in TikTok. I had the app for like a little bit and I uploaded some videos, but I just don't care, man. I just don't care for TikTok. Let me look up Sid Kageno. No, I don't fucking know who this guy is. Would you girls still exist if you took your meds? Would my girl still exist if I took my meds? Yo. 1 second. One second. One second. Hi, hi. How you doing, love? Quick question. Would you mind if I put you on speaker so that my chat doesn't think I'm on any kind, I'm off any kind of medication? Because they still think that, yeah, they still think that I don't have a girlfriend.
Why do they think this? What happened today?
I don't know why the fuck they think this. They think I'm on meds. They also think I'm a fucking AI.
I'm an AI?
No, that I'm an AI. They think that you're a figment of my imagination.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll be on speaker.
You just have to say hi. Someone said he's talking to himself, ellipses, tears. Alright.
Okay.
Now someone's saying AI voice, by the way. AI voice in the background. Bro got tricked. That's crazy.
Oh my god, am I your AI girlfriend?
Don't say that in front of them, because then they're just gonna keep going along with it. What the fuck?
I didn't know you put me on speaker yet.
Yeah, you are on speaker.
Oh, hi, chat. Hi. I'm real. I'm 100% real.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone said we don't hear anything. You sure this girl in quotation mark exists?
Well, your mic kind of acts up sometimes. Maybe they can't hear me.
Calling your mom doesn't count, Unc. Why the fuck would my mom answer the phone like that immediately?
That's hilarious.
W voice acting from AI. What app you use? Alright, fuck you guys.
AI is not that good. It can't do laughs. We know it can't do laughs. Let's be real.
Yeah. Confirmed AI girlfriend. Alright, alright. They're all just now just saying AI. Alright, fuck off, all of you. What kind of bullshit is that? Alright. Oh my god, is that a phone? You're not helping me. Of course it's a fucking phone! She doesn't live with me! Alright, someone said to rent a girlfriend. Alright, fuck. Yo, alright, I'm gonna let you go. Bye, love. Bye. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Bye, ciao. Thank you. Fuck you guys. Fuck each and every one of you. What the fuck? Can you tell her to give us a signal she's being held against her will? It was on a phone. How is she being held against her will? She just answered. You did this? No, the fuck I did it. You started now we're victim blaming. Alright. Ichigo is a Luffy and Naruto slayer? Sure. Now Chumi Ming is saying I'm the girlfriend. No, you're not, because she said she was gonna come back and read this later, so you've been here for a while. She didn't give kisses back. Fake. You guys wouldn't hear the kisses because I put it off speaker. You brought your grandma on the phone? Alright, fuck you guys. Well, now that I've provided objective evidence that I have a girlfriend, and that it's not just a figment of my imagination and I'm not off my meds, can we actually start working today? So, I want to, first, hot take, girlfriend might still be better written than Bleach, but Bleach isn't more enjoyable to watch? Sure. Guys, which series is written better? You guys are assholes. Yo, am I gonna actually have to, like, have her come to my house and, like, actually chat with you guys? Which series is better written? Bleach? Rent a Girlfriend. Yo, this is so crazy. Now, this was funny, but I do wish you two the best, yeah. I think we probably have, like, the healthiest relationship I think I've ever... I think we probably have one of the healthiest, like, relationships in my family, like, honestly. Good for you. How long have you guys been dating? We've been dating since, like, December of last year, but we started talking again from, like, July. June or July. I think I confessed to her, like, around June or July of last year. So, we're close to a year soon of at least, like, you know, chatting with one another. It's just a matter of wanting and not wanting to believe Eon. It really is! And you guys, for whatever reason, don't want to believe me. Eon, do you think Yuta beats Kashimo? That's a really fucking tough question, dude. And I think that's a tough question because... Okay. Okay. First, let's set up a couple of things that I do want to cover with you guys before we actually go into a discussion, right? So, to-do list, right? We're gonna throw in a to-do list. First things first, write the script. I need to finish up, not even write, finish the script, because I do want to get this video out by next week. I don't want it to be anything longer than 15 minutes. Finish the script. Finish the script. Next, we're gonna do, can Yuta beat Kashimo? Setting up stream habits. Setting up stream habits, such as, not even habits, I don't want to call them habits. Stream main topics. Weekly. Plastic versus polythene. Bro confessed to an A-chat bot. Alright, fuck you. Obito solos JJK since he one-taps Gojo and Sukuna. He only debatable danger is Yuki's black hole since we know gravity affects him, and it's even debatable because we must be able to counter it. Hot take, Rent-A-Girlfriend might still be better written. Oh yeah, that's why I wrote that. Do you think Uta beats that? Good for you. Okay, we already answered that. You talked to yourself for all that time? Alright, fuck you. Base take, no one will admit if you watch... Oh, right, there was a question. Composite. Should we discuss composite characters? Composite versus non-composite. Non-composite. But for real, don't force her because we assholes. She didn't feel forced. I don't think she felt forced, and if she did, she would tell me about it later. Base take, no one will admit to. If we could all switch like Ranma 1.5, we would all do it like 10 times. No, the fuck, I would not. Rent-A-Girlfriend is well written, but come on. Shit versus diarrhea. Does he name the technique? Okay. Rent-A-Girlfriend is dog shit and so is Bleach, but I like Bleach unlike Rent-A-Trash-Can. Alright. Is she okay with dating a guy older than the universe itself? She's older than me. She's like a year older than me, alright? Eon, is Hikari and the rest, y'all know. Alright. Eon older than Ninja Jesus, fuck you. Yuta versus Kashimo depends on if you think Rika can hold Kashimo down while Yuta pops domain. Do you watch indie series, games? No, I really don't do much indie stuff. I did watch a little bit of Has Been Hotel, but I actually preferred Hell of a Boss for a good bit. What voice bit did you choose? Sounded damn near real. Fuck you. Same for Hollow Knight scaling. Comp means Jump Force included, right? Yeah, so basically anything, you want me to play games on stream? The only thing I have on my stream that I can play for you guys would be Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega, YGO Omega, unless you guys want me to download... What the fuck's my Steam looking like, actually? Steam. Let me see. Let's stick to this for now. Let me see something. Because I think I might have to sign into my Steam. I don't know what games I have on Steam. Actually, there is something... What's the power scaling of Overwatch? I have no clue because I have never played Overwatch for power scaling purposes. Okay. Okay, so the only games that I have on Steam, because I don't, when I told you guys that I don't use this PC for anything other than, what the fuck happened there? Alright, whatever. When I told you guys that I don't, do anything with this PC other than, like, work, I kind of did mean that. Like, I basically downloaded, like, 2 games just to play with my girlfriend. One of them is, It Takes Two. And the other one was Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. I don't know if you guys would be down to watch this. My girlfriend and I did try a couple of these. It's been a while. MCSR ranked. What the fuck is MCSR? Did you bond over having velociraptors as pets? No, we bonded over. We have a funny little story actually. We actually met years ago through a friend. We were just kind of always like in separate relationships whenever the other was single. Working goon, you mean? I don't goon in this PC. I can promise you that. I could do like Master Duel if you guys would also like to see me play that, but I don't know, man. I don't really have anything on this PC. I'll just add to library. Yeah, I don't really have anything, man. I just have like these games and that's kind of it. It Takes Two is a great couples game. We did play it for like a little bit. I think she and I stopped for a while, but we can go back into it if you guys would ever be down to watch us play. I think she and I have like a really funny dynamic when we're playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. Cause yeah, we both don't always take directions well. But anyway, okay. I'd watch Eon play Candy Crush. Fuck Candy Crush. I hate that game. I love that game. I used to play it on my mom's phone all the time. Hello Boss is having a next season soon, though it won't be on YouTube for a while. I think it's fine. I think Kashima's discharge is used against Yuta. It's based on CE output, and Yuta took the highest output in the games head on. Just saying. Chakra is a flow of energy, and Hockey is a willpower to fight. Correct. Souls games. I don't have any Souls games on here. You guys would have to watch me play off on my PlayStation. If you guys want me to actually... I do want to get into... So after all, Eon is into older girls. Yes, I am into older women. I have been since college. I'm not saying that I wouldn't date a girl, like, that's 25, 26. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't date a girl that's, like, I don't know, 24. But, like, I don't think I would probably go anything, like, younger than that. And as far as older, I don't think I would go anything farther than, like, maybe... What am I now? Maybe 35. I don't think I would go probably beyond 35 or 36. Have you ever played Flappy Bird? I did. That game came out when I was in high school. Okay. Okay. Now, Souls games. I do have Elden Ring. If you guys want me to watch me play that, I can scale Elden Ring as we play along. What's it like to scale the stickmen you use to draw on the cave walls? Dude, the stickmen I used to draw on the cave walls are fucking insane. Those guys were like Outer Versal Plus. You should see all the cave writings, because like we were taking on like these massive pigs that would like eat everything in creation and all that crap. Yeah, it was amazing. Anyway, so let's talk about some to-do stuff, right? I do want to finish up the script today, but we're gonna first talk about Can Yuta beat Kashimo? I think it's actually a bit of a tough discussion to kind of go over, from the perspective of the wording specifically used within the context of JJK. Somebody here mentioned that, Kashimo's discharge is useless against Yuta. It's based on CE output, cursed energy output, and Yuta took the highest amount of output in the games head on, just saying. Yeah, but Yuta, if I remember right, he didn't just take the highest output, he had to basically, blast it with his own attack, or I think, like, he fired back with his own beam, and then he shot the beam back up into the air, so he could like, hit Ishigori, right? Like, genuinely, I am in my late 20s. I'll put it like that. He took it with his hand, that's right, he did. Didn't he also use, what chapters was that? What chapter? Actually, shouldn't it be like in the 180s? It should be like 160 something, right? No, this is Hiruma, so it actually has to be afterwards. Hiruma, so what, like 173? This is Megumi stuff. Okay. Just some Yuta stuff. Yuta. Okay, my curse technique treats the sky as a surface. She's disclosing her curse technique like this. Sky, so space becomes a surface. Her attacks blew past my defenses and sent me flying. If the involved surfaces, there must be some trick. Come on. Okay, I understand why. You seek out strong sorcerers. Can you be desperate for your own sake? Are you one of the Fujiwara? Could be someone from your bloodline and know about a Granite Blast. Okay, the rooftop, that's Flare. That was a broad range. That was a broad attack range. Is that Ishigori? Rika's protecting the people at the stadium, but a direct attack that big would still result in casualties. I need to take him. Now that Kurorushi and Drove are gone, I have no reason to let Ishigori go, so I'll take them both out. He's coming directly at me. Sweet, bring it on. Yotsu Okuta. Okay, so he dodges. Grabs the pole, dodges, and keeps dashing at him. Oh man, you aren't going to disappoint me, are you? He's gone. So I get it. So he made a hole from earlier. Cool. They fight. Let's bring this close. Will that satisfy this hunger of Kotsuyuta? Makima is a Gojo Glazer because he's from Japan. Do you get in front of you, tell the kid to calm down? So in my first life, I was a moderate eater. I fought worthy opponents. I met a good woman, so I don't particularly have any regrets. But I can't stand this vague thirst of Kotsu that no one understands why I get no satisfaction. These cigarettes have a sweet aftertaste. My life never had dessert. Here it comes. His output's high and releases cursed energy with near instantaneous explosiveness. His movements are fast and precise. If I don't guard well, I could take damage. His reinforcement is his toughness with his cursed energy. It's like I'm knocking against a massive water tank. Why am I unsatisfied? I think you know. I'm unsatisfied because I ain't full. Okay, so he knocks Uda away. Granite Blast. He deflected it with his bare hand. Okay, are you my dessert, Yotsu Okuta? Okay, so he did take it right there. We saw it. I don't hit the person. I hit the surface of the sky, and I break that surface like thin ice, and my opponent with it. Thin ice breaker. Okay. You pile of vomit. Okay, so she turns the sky around, reflects it back. I've never been hit by my own technique before. Sure packs quite a wallop. You're tough, and that's good because I decided to toy with you. His reverse curse technique is a problem, but consumes a lot of cursed energy. He used it every time Kurorushi, Uro, and I used our big moves, and I think you're finally bottoming out, Okotsu. It doesn't matter how fancy or delicious a cake shop is. When it's closing time and the windows are empty, it's still a disappointment. I guess it ain't so. Ishigori doesn't target normal people, but he wouldn't hesitate to make them collateral. And judging from Uro's point total, she has probably fought sorcerers, only fought sorcerers, perhaps out of a sense of pride. I want to put distance between us and the people of the stadium. That isn't going to happen. So, come Rika, give me everything. Okay. Everything. He wasn't using his full power. I don't get it. Kotsuyuta's energy is welling up again. Yuta, what will it be this time? Rika is a Kotsuyuta's external curse technique and can be stored energy for and can store cursed energy for him. Rika remained with him after Rika Rimoto passed away while connecting to Rika through his ring. The following are possible: curse techniques, fully manifestation, curse supply from Rika. He can maintain a sustained connection for 5 minutes. Let's go. I'm first. Don't mess with me. Don't move. Snake Eyes and Fangs cursed speech. Okay. Hey now. Rika, ready? You're too soft, man. Rika stops the blast. That thing deflected it. It might be tougher than a Kotsu. Okay. That thing deflected it. It might be... Okay, sends him flying. I still got an appetite that calls for an extra large helping. Hair as a medium for new Shikigami Fujiwara are always in my way. Are you that afraid of becoming somebody? Sun is a group of assassins directly affiliated with the Toe. They pursue the lives of selfless devotions and darkness, forsaken of the right to bear a name. Yet that person gave me a name and to execute me as a proxy for the person's crime of killing a member of their own clan. The trajectories of the Shikigami. The trajectory of the Shikigami constitute the domain. That was Droop's curse technique. Okotsu Yuta isn't just his curse speed jutsu with Shikigami. His technique is copy. Okay. Center flying. Block. I don't know what my ancestors did to you, but living only for yourself will only get you so far. Silence. Live for others. You don't need to be anybody special. The only ones who say that are the people who already achieved something. Shut up. Shut up at this point. Words are meaningless. Domain expansion. Okay. An overlapping domain. Ishigori just knocked Rika over 20 meters out. Over 20 meters away, so they didn't need to do anything special. Rika would never reach the barrier before construction. However, the last remnants of Rika Rimoto's will inside Rika could not accept it. Give back Yuta. Rika shifted into high gear. At that moment, I like the taste of iron, the modern day black demon, skittered around. Yeah. The barrier to break, sure. Uro was distracted by Kurorushi, whom she considered a particularly nasty opponent. Kotsu didn't miss his opportunity. Okay, domain expansion. Immediately after domain expansion, curse technique burns away, making it difficult to use. Aha. Breaks her arm away. Okotsu's thorough. Even if Uro uses reverse curse technique, regenerating a missing arm would be a hell of a feat. You destroyed my arm, Fujiwara. That's enough. Uro Ushigori's curse technique is cursed energy discharge. I didn't invite you guys to the table. Granite Blast. Ishigori is the only sorcerer capable of releasing the same amount of power regardless of whether he's activated his curse technique. Okay. Welcome to the table. Okotsu Yuta. Okotsu's curse technique hasn't been replenished. Okay, let's go. Yuta can only release a directed high output blast of cursed energy, while Rika is completely manifest. Even at full power, however, his blasts are slightly weaker than Ishigori's, so he needed to rapidly build up cursed energy and fire it before his opponent reached maximum output, but that was his intention. But let's use every last drop. The intense look in Ishigori's eyes expressed over 400 years of hunger and thirst, just this once. Though he probably never find meaning in a fight, Ishigori's gaze melted Yuta's heart. They both fired. That's seriously sweet, Okotsu. Here's an idea. Let's go again. But Okotsu jumped forward at the same time. The moment slid. The big thing can fire its own, but I can do whatever you can do. That wasn't very powerful. In addition to domain expansion and his meal with me, I don't think I can replenish very fast. I'm going to end this. Granite Blast. Yuta's curse technique had already replenished. Was that Uro's cursed energy? Curse technique? I didn't think it was a mere cursed speeches or thought that big thing had a curse technique of its own, but I was wrong. Kotsu's technique is copy. Maybe some major cause, considering when it happened, when it was satisfied back then. Thin Icebreaker sends him flying. Rika knocks him down. In 5 minutes, the connection between would end. She sends her flying. The single blow was too much for Rika, even when she was completely manifested, would cause her to reach her limit. Okay, I had no idea there'd be more, even after that last drop. This is my dessert. We're done, huh? And then he gets blasted by his own beam. What was that? Was that mine? He used Uro's curse technique. Take that and redirected it at me. Thank you. My stomach's full now. Okay. You're reaching your limit. I've seen it. Cursed, sorcerer, spirits are strong. Fighters have all gotten driven over the edge by the same thing. Overwhelming aggression that blinds them to everything else like a calamity. You're soft, dude. I think that a compliment. Uro said the same thing. There's no benefit to sparing your opponent's life. She was still alive. My blasts must have been weaker after the domain expansion. She kept bringing something up. Was it a lover's quarrel? Something like that. Stop acting like this is a pain. There's nothing I could have said to her. It would have been like a slap to the face because I'm blessed. Oh, really? I don't understand anyway. Give me your points. I see. Without that rule, you'd have killed us? Oh, maybe. Anyway, I'm grateful to my comrades. Okay. So, Ryu Ishigori is stated to have the highest cursed energy output within the context of the Culling games. Ryu Ishigori. I don't need the appearance. Let's see. Ryu is a confident hotshot. Yeah. Abilities. Overall level as a sorcerer. Boasted incredible destructive power and high cursed energy in the Calling games. And the highest cursed energy output of any player in the Calling games, right? I know that somebody here argued if Yuta would easily take on Kashimo because he fought Ryu Ishigori, so Yuta was hit with 2 Granite Blasts, survived, and he was hit by Uro's Jurineg and tanked that as well. Yeah, I think that the only issue with, like, putting him against Kashimo is this following statement, right? Let me, put it together. So, Ryu Ishigori is again, has the highest energy output, and Yuta tanks 2 of his attacks. However, I think the issue with just saying that, like, he straight up negs or beats Kashimo is the following. I think it's like, what, 242? No, it's a little bit afterwards. No, actually, it has to be beforehand, because Sukuna is fully manifested by that point, so it has to be, like, 35. What am I doing? It's like 30, yeah, it's like 35. Okay. Because the issue here is that Kashimo never uses Mythical Beast Amber, right? Kashimo gets a statement over here that says that it converts from cursed energy, that Kashimo's body essentially starts to reconstruct and flesh in order to manifest phenomena that Kashimo converts from cursed energy, right? Improved agility due to increased activity of electrical signals in the brain, sound waves that optimize and attune to the natural frequency of substances, electromagnetic waves that vaporize and irradiate objects. Kashimo's manifests these phenomena and has passed beyond the human realm. I think that arguing that Ryu Ishigori, that because he can tank 2 blasts from Ryu Ishigori, who has the highest CE output in the Culling games, out of the players at least, is a bit of an argument that kind of has you genuinely believe that Ryu Ishigori would still have the highest output. Your worst power scaling take is that Luffy's beating Naruto. I guess that's fine. Is that Eon is above city level? Yeah, it's a terrible fucking take. I'm fucking out reversal, dude. What are you talking about? What do you think about Hakari versus Maki? I'd bet on Hakari because he has better speed feats with lightning compared to Maki. He does have better speed feats. I would say that the other thing is that Hakari can constantly heal back, whereas Maki can't, though I'm not sure if he can technically trigger a domain expansion without Maki being present for the domain. Friendly reminder, Yuta and JJK0 had no conditions for copy and had the strongest version of Rika 24/7. Geto almost won with half of his power. If it wasn't for that death, BV. Ah, the death binding vow. In Japanese, Gojo says Sugawara, but Uro says Fujiwara. They are different. Gege said in one guide, Uro just calls Fujiwara anyone. She doesn't stand, but it doesn't make sense within the chapter and the narrative. Toriko mobs the big 3, but casual is not ready for that. I've seen enough takes from this from some of my mods that, like, I probably agree with that. So the issue is that, like, I don't think that the Culling games necessarily take in consideration Kashimo, especially since he wasn't part of the Culling games anymore. Or I guess they're still within the context of the Culling games, it's just that they just have to beat Ryoma and Sukuna towards the end of it, right? I don't know if I would necessarily say that Kashimo would straight up lose to Yuta, just because he says that he's gone beyond the realm of humanity, which means that he must have reached a overall stats that do surpass humanity as a whole, which would include Ryu Ishigori, and it would include Kashimo. It's not saying everyone at once. I'm just saying that, like, in comparison to any other normal person, you could potentially make the argument against any other sorcerer not named Satoru Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna. Likely in a 1v1, you can argue that Kashimo does stand a decently good chance against. Because, I mean, put it like this. Kashimo lost to the top 1 character of the verse. You can't call him trash in the same way that you can't call Jogo necessarily trash just because he loses to the top 2 characters in the verse, right? It's one of those arguments that's essentially like, well, I mean, Zamasu is dog shit because he lost to Zeno. He got wiped out by Zeno. Yeah, no, they needed Zeno to take him out. I'm not saying it's the exact same context here, since you don't necessarily need Sukuna to beat Kashimo, but what I'm arguing here is that Kashimo specifically loses to 2 things. A world-cutting slash, Sukuna basically blatantly blitzing him. My lukewarm take is that if One Piece had JJK level choreography, it would have been undisputed best manga by a large part of the anime community, any manga community. That's actually not a really bad take. But I do think that One Piece does have good choreography. I just think that it alludes to its own style. I mean, Oda does specifically want his series to at least be fun to do and write. He doesn't want just something to be overly serious. And you can kind of also tell this with, like, the earlier portions of the story, which is why I can understand that, you know, it's not taken as seriously. I mean, let's be honest. I don't think anyone here is going to say that, like, One Piece fights early in East Blue and stuff are, like, absolute peak media. I'm not going to say that myself, but I would at the very least argue I would at the very least argue that, like, you know, they do have their charm to it, right? It's just a matter of whether or not you like something that's a bit more lighthearted versus something, and during the moments that they are lighthearted versus something like JJK, which really does take positioning. It does take things like positioning, considering the opponent's next move, what their ability is, keeping track of what potential things lie in their toolkit, and then knowing what base abilities everyone just has and what they can access from that concept. But that's more of a power system thing rather than power scaling. Sorry, rather than choreography. Even with the context of the Culling games, Kenjaku states that Ryu has the highest cursed energy in history in front of Kashimo. Does he now? Can you give me the chapter for that? I mean, Kashimo never used this curse technique, so I don't know if Kenjaku can really make the statement verbatim. You know what I mean? Because having high cursed energy output, especially for like blast, since this cursed energy ability is basically just an energy blast, doesn't necessarily mean. Let me read that actually. Let me see this. It should probably be somewhere here. Kurorushi. In the Calling games. Let me see this. Chapter 173. Let's look this up. 173. He's a hotshot who boasts the highest energy output of all the players. Overall skill, reusability, can fire. He's the only sorcerer who can unleash the same amount of power regardless of whether or not his cursed stat energy is active. His pure offensive firepower annihilated most of Kurorushi in one shot, while he normally had a disadvantage against Uro's abilities to redirect blast. He's able to defeat her with the same blast as Kurorushi was able when she was unable to activate her curse technique following the domain expansion. While excels at long-range combat, he does not rely on it and actually is dangerous at close to mid-range combat by supplementing his attacks with explosive bursts of cursed energy. Ryu clashed on equal terms with Yuta's enhanced strength and even overpowered him in more than one exchanges. The special grade sorcerers admitted that even injured by Ryu's attacks, if they were not completely blocked, the special grade sorcerer admitted that even he would be injured if he were not completely blocked. Ryu managed to injure Yuta, yada yada yada. Ryu's resilient, he was even more resilient than Yuta. Found herself overwhelmed by Ryu's power. Ryu's toughness allowed him to withstand a blow from Rika, yeah. Can only utilize, which expends at a great amount of energy. Ryu had more than enough energy to fuel his Granite Blast. Possessed extraordinary energy for exceeding levels of sorcerers. High volumes of cursed energy that needed to fuel his immense output, indicating that he possesses large reserves of it. When he was alive, he boasted the highest cursed energy recorded throughout Jujutsu by Kenjaku, and that was recognized as a veritable canon. Okay, I got it. 187. Thank you. Okay, we found it. I see it. Akari's domain, yeah. Kenjaku, did you have fun? I don't know, spare me the fighting. I've heard about something intriguing in Michikoku, the greatest cursed energy output ever happened in Date and Providence, a veritable canon. That's far away. Besides, it sounds dubious to me. Kenjaku, who is the strongest sorcerer you know? Sukuna. I'm sorry that it's from 600 years ago, but I'm not changing my mind. Of course. Yeah, so even Kashimo here is saying... Even Kashimo here is essentially saying that it sounds dubious, meaning that he doesn't necessarily believe that he has the highest output in all of history. I'm assuming that Kashimo probably believes this because he's never really been able to use his curse technique to begin with. Goku isn't even top 20 in his verse. The whole verse is overrated. Zeno isn't even 4D when Pokemon is 4D. Characters 4D times. There's 2 Zenos from different timelines. I don't agree with Pokemon being 4D. I really don't agree with that. What Pokemon is 4D? What Pokemon is above the concepts of... Well, I guess above the concepts of time and space. Would have to be out above or beyond the concepts of time and space, but Palkia and Dialga are the concepts of time and space. You can maybe argue Arceus, but like... What has Arceus done besides make the Pokemon verse? Bleach is uni? Sure. Alright. Anyway, kind of over this. I don't know. I think it just basically boils down to whether or not you personally believe that... I think it just believes on whether or not you personally believe that that includes Kashimo using Mythical Beast Amber because his body's going to completely collapse once he uses it. And since it wasn't collapsed back then, it means that he never used it. Probably on the strength of some in real life militaries. Giratina? What does Giratina do? It was just so violent it had to be removed. The need to eat or breathe. Green Bull, etc. I mean, look at an L chilling in the vacuum of space with no food. Goku can't breathe in space. Okay. Sure. But I don't think an L can beat Goku. I mean, can't hurt him. At that point, you're basically arguing that Goku has to blow up the planet in order to beat an L. Okay. Let's see. I'm just keeping track of how many people there are. I'm just trolling because she's my favorite legendary. Fair enough. Goku fought Beerus in space. He fought Beerus within the within Earth's atmosphere still. In a special from 2011, Enel versus Goku. Let's look that up real quick.
Did you know that in a Kyutai Panic Adventure, the original Kyutai Panic Adventure, and once more features our heroes, Goku, Luffy, and the havoc on the city, targeting the Fuji TV orb. But Luffy intervenes, inflating himself and bouncing the orb up to the sky. After several failed attempts, everyone in Luffy launches Goku while he charges a Kamehameha.
That's funny.
Destroying all of the Enels as well as most of the city. Chopper comments on this, but the Z Fighters gather the Dragon Balls together and wish upon Shenron to fix the damage.
I'm crying. They literally had to use... Can't breathe in space. Once the planet is blown up, he's fucked. Also, Goku is factually weak to organ attacks, so Luffy doing internal damage would one-shot him. Can you give me an example of... Okay, who's blowing up the planet? Why is anybody blowing up the planet, dude? Like, you're saying that the... Like, you're going off of this basis that the planet's gonna be blown up. Who says the planet's gonna be blown up? Why would the planet be blown up? Who's blowing up the planet? Enel can't blow up the planet. Enel does not have anything that even remotely implies he can blow up the planet. Goku would never just blow up the planet just for the sake of blowing up the planet. So how the fuck does the planet get blown up? Watch a show but can't pay attention to it. That's fair. Okay. There's a topic of conversation that was brought up earlier. I don't know if the person who brought it up is still here. I think it was John. I think it was John who brought this up. I don't know if they're still here. I don't know if the several streams ago. That's right. That's right. You did. So there's a conversation to be had about composite versus non-composite characters because let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think we should use... Do you guys think that overall, when creating, do you believe that cross-verse fights should consider composite, all cross-verse fights should consider composite versions? Video games. I was gonna put video games, movies, etc. Yes, no. Nope. I'm just gonna put yes and no. Fuck it. We'll just do yes and no. I'll just do this. I hate that there's like a 30-word spelling though. I've been crucified on Discord servers for saying that Emu one-shots Madara with Dami Reverse Eye. We still don't know what the condition is, but sure. Since Enel has infinite power, theoretically, if you give him enough time, he could make a planet-destroying Raigo. Maybe not infinite, but near. Gets way too overwhelming. And when it leads to usual wank that is true form dark side. Okay, no, because it's clear people leave outside real life interactions like Luffy being Vega's Dome or Goku being at a Universal Studio, so comp doesn't follow its own rules. Well, composite could also mean anything within the context of the actual story or like the IP, right? Not necessarily like moments where the characters are just showing up, but like let's just say composite in terms of like not less spin-offs, more less spin-off or less like cameo and more cameo, or you know, adding in and more you know, within the context of like the actual IP, right? So for example, movies, video games, TV shows, side comic books, or stories, right? Composite characters are one of these concepts within the world, or I guess I should say within the niche of power scaling, that essentially create what I like to call headache scenarios, right? So let's go into composites real quick, right? Composites essentially to me, composite characters equal headaches. And that's not to say that because they're headaches we shouldn't use them. You could do whatever you want, right? There's that's why I'm kind of saying anything that does not include, like, again, cameos or just, like, random drops somewhere else, right? I'm talking about within the context, right? So, for example, Naruto, I'm not going to count Naruto from Fortnite, but I would include anything Naruto-wise. So, for example, the movies, the video games, etc., 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 right? Yeah, like, the Naruto Storm games have their own scaling, right? If they're explicitly different continuities, I don't see why using them would be the default assumption, right? Well, a lot of people like to use entire versions of characters. I think it was John who brought it up before. John had made a comment. Let me see if I can find it. Sort of defending the concept. Oh yeah, we should use all materials as a source for power scaling, including games, movies, novels, as long as they are official and don't break the inverse rules, right? I kind of get where they're coming from with this, because it then creates a scenario where we're using the truly strongest versions of the characters, right? Where we're truly using versions of the characters that aren't being held back by anything, where we can get... But the issue that arises from composite versions of characters is that throughout many IPs, for example, Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball, right? As an example. Dragon Ball has Dragon Ball has many different versions of the Z sagas, right? So you have, for example, old Z versus Kai versus Kakarot versus Budokai, right? Some of these games, you could say, have similar retellings, right? Some of these games, for example, like the Budokai games, have retellings. However, there are also games like Kakarot that kind of sort of take slight deviations from the original series. We're not going to count Abridged because that's not official. We're not going to count fucking Abridged. But sure, fuck it, we'll count Abridged versus Abridged, right? Where they're going to have different iterations of what the characters are capable of doing, simply because shouldn't you need an explicit statement on which versions of Goku you're going to scale to scale it to Luffy? They stalemate, right? It's like Luffy that fought Goku in the filler versus Luffy in the manga, who's stronger. I like those debates. I like taking that Luffy who fought Goku because it puts Luffy casually at Continental to Planetary. The TMNT Naruto comic is really good. Really wish it had more time to flesh it out. Was it good? Is that official, like, Naruto canon, or is it not? Right? Because, for example, that's another thing, right? Do we count the TMNT Naruto crossover, or do we do, like... Or do we separate it, right? Do we do all the versions of the TMNT shows? Because the thing is, especially when, like, the characters are kind of shown to be different iterations of the characters, right? There's also an example to be made for, like, Marvel Comics or DC Comics, right? Where, with Marvel and DC, they have so many decades upon decades upon decades... where it takes all of these decades of worth of information, writing, etc. to essentially get characters and give them all of their best feat. But then the question with like composite is what feats... The problem with composite characters in general is... equals headaches. Here is the problem, right? Here is the problem. Which feats do we use? The highest scaling feats? Something in between? What if certain feats contradict one another? Right? What if the character has a weakness in one iteration? Has a specific weakness in one iteration, right? These are questions that I feel has crossed over with a lot of series. Have you seen Shredder vs. Batman? I have not. Goku did survive the void left by Zeno. What if two supplementary sources don't contradict the manga but contradict each other? I would probably say I wouldn't use either or. I'm not a fan. I've learned more and more that I'm less of a fan of supplementary sources just because a lot of the times they can contradict something within the context of the story, and at that point I don't like the idea of like nitpicking and choosing which are contradictions and which are not, right? I always go back to like Amaterasu for this, right? What about Amaterasu is actually as hot as the sun without... that's like implied within the context of the story, right? Not to open up that can of worms, or like the Kirin Lightspeed stuff, right? I know people say that like Kirin, the speed of Kirin isn't necessarily stated, but it's stated to be nothing more than a guided lightning bolt, so I do think the statement still applies, right? It's one of those cases where it's like, well, now you have clearly contradicting topics, right? Venom's weakness also changes up from time to time he shows up. Yeah. What if the character has a specific weakness from one iteration to the other? What if the scaling from one version is massively higher than what's common? So, these are questions that I think should be asked when we do composite versus non-composite, and that's why I said before, composite characters equal headaches, right? Besides the fact that the amount of research that you would have to go into, especially for certain characters, is just astronomically massive. There are certain characters across fiction... Why was my comment erased just because I think Saitama over Goku? I don't know. I did not erase anything. You guys have been seeing my mouse this whole time. You should add El Eon if a character is much stronger as well in a different version. It's right here. It's basically right here. What if the scaling from one version is massively higher than what's common, right? We reach a scenario now where sure, you could say that we want to use the strongest version of a character, and again, I do not inherently believe that there is anything wrong with that. I do not think that there is, for example, a massive problem with trying to do, like, let's say, the strongest versions of Goku versus the strongest versions of Superman, but then we have to also consider, how exactly does one conclude which version Let me just make the size of the text a little bit smaller. How does one conclude? Let's make it 34. How does one conclude which version or feat is better to use, right? No, you're fine. You're fine. You definitely do not need to apologize for that. I understand. Composite Godzilla seems like an racer's nightmare. And how does one even start to go about the research, right? How do you find every piece of information available for the character? If you guys recall, I actually made a video on Bugs Bunny versus Monkey D. Luffy. I did a video of Bugs Bunny versus Monkey D. Luffy about a year ago, right? And a year ago, I was asked by a lot of people, and a lot of people made comments on why exactly, for example, Bugs Bunny loses to Luffy when he's got all of these crazy feats, all of these crazy statements, etc., 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 etc. Holy shit. Dude, we need to check out this One Piece thing. We gotta check this out later. But anyway. Within the context of this video, especially early on into the series, I talk about the One Piece Golden Collection, right? I make it very clear that this is the version of the characters that I am talking about, right? But a lot of people said that Bugs Bunny still doesn't lose to Luffy because of X, Y, and Z. Now, a lot of the arguments that I saw, especially throughout the comment section, either boiled down to something that talks about... the thumbnail knows it, but imagine Bugs tricking Luffy into eating another devil fruit, which would kill him. That would be funny. For April, this is honestly a great video. Really, Bugs Bunny's got the God of Mischief. Haters ain't gonna like this video. Sorry, we found this because Bugs Bunny lends himself entirely to karma. These are more of like the, going into it, I expected Bugs Bunny, but I reconsidered my stance on Toon Force. Toon Force only works within the context of a series. Actually, a lot of these comments are a lot more nice than I remember. This video redefined how I view Toon Force and ability in verse matchups, and I agree with all your points. Actually, damn. I guess I was cooking. Can you read your last comment? My bad. What was your last comment? What if two supplementary sources contradict each other? I already talked about that. I already mentioned that. Essentially, if they both contradict each other, then I'd rather just not use them entirely. Because when you have two supplementary sources that essentially contradict each other, and but don't contradict the manga, I would rather just not use them in general. Because at that point, you're kind of eschewing. There is one after that one? Really? Oh, my bad. Do you think that a movie or a filler arc being referenced in the manga means that it is canon? You could view it as canonically implied. You can certainly view it as canonically implied. This is actually a conversation that even goes into characters like, let's say, Shiki the Lion or Uta, where they are canonical characters, but they don't necessarily appear within the context of the story. Well, Uta doesn't, at least, or she doesn't appear mostly within the context of the story, right? You can essentially argue anything you want within the context of a series. I want to make it clear. You can argue anything whatsoever, whether you want to argue filler arcs, whether you want to argue filler arcs specifically to the anime, you could just say that I'm going straight by the anime only, or whether you're going by anything else, right? But viewing it as canon is kind of rough, because the events that transpired don't necessarily mean that everything that went on exactly happened within the context of the manga. For example, if you have an arc, for example, the G7 arc in One Piece, and Oda manages to like mention it throughout the context of, like, let's say, the manga, you can at least argue that maybe G7 base is canon, but you may not be able to argue in and of itself that everybody within G7 is... I mean, Oda acknowledges Bluna's promotion to C0 and promotes film Red in the SBS. Yeah. So unless there is a clear gags / power showings, I still don't think Saitama is there yet. Be right, be invincible is out. Alright, yeah, take your time. Wang Saitama is only multi-solar system in the galaxy level, right? I don't know, man. It's pretty much all characters. Finally, a fellow YouTuber tells the truth about Bugs Bunny vs. Luffy. I've been saying these takes for years. Could Bugs Bunny trick Luffy? Maybe, but he's not winning in a straight-up fight. Toon Force is pretty much only localized reality warping. It's not as powerful as people think. Yeah. I need one where I don't put a heart in it. This shit actually made more sense. This shit actually made sense than you thought. No. I don't know. I hate Toon Force. Yeah. Fictional character gangster. Can you make a video about calc stacking? Video suggestion, Ben 10 shows. To be honest, good video. Problem is, personally, again, I dislike the style of your thumbnails. No offense to the artist. Irrelevant video. Completely irrelevant to the video, but have you ever read Toriko? Even the version of Bugs Bunny, you have heavily lowballed, and you were way more generous with the Luffy scaling for starters. How violently most of the moon was destroyed. It would actually be straight up be planetary to even large planetarium bugs filling the Grand Canyon the way that he did would make bugs thousands of times FTL. Yeah, this is more so what I was talking about before, right? Where, yeah, well, that's more into like power scaling stuff. That's more into like, you know, just opinions and stuff. Considering the context of Looney Tunes as them being actors in a show, did not time travel when he burrowed back in time. He did a stage transition. The moon explosion isn't quantifiable under any means, and if it were truly an explosion, it would have blown up the entirety of the moon, not just a portion of it. He also filled the Grand Canyon in an unquantifiable amount of time. Okay, yeah. For example, Fairy Tail directly references concepts introduced in Dragon Cry movie in 100-Year Quest. However, the movie doesn't fit anywhere within the manga's timeline. You could say that the concepts still apply, but you don't have to necessarily say that the movie itself is inherently canon. Oh yeah, Toon Force is real. There are depth levels to it, but you can't just make up your own limited definition of Toon Force, then say you're right. Toon Force is quite a bit more than how you defined it. I don't know, yeah. Yeah, those was more set. Let's just go in the conversations about like Toon Force at that point. I think most of the issues that people had were Toon Force. But anyway, I don't know, man. I don't think they're composite characters in general. Just reality warping / manipulation to an extent. It's that to an extent, but it's usually for the sake of a gag. And in most series, they have some level of a logic to it, right? It's like when people say that if SpongeBob were to fight anybody, he could just pull the outline of everything until like he wipes out the universe. It's like, no, that was something that SpongeBob specifically did for a single episode with no continuity added to it. It was for the sake of a gag within the context of his own show. You could argue it all you want, but I don't think SpongeBob is ever pulling that out in the middle of a fight, of all things. You know what I mean? Just feels a little weird. Okay, so, now that we covered that, I do want to work on my script for a bit. And setting up stream main topics, right? So, there are plenty of topics that I do want to go throughout our streams. I do need to start getting back into Naruto versus Luffy. I guess I'm just getting in my head about it a lot for like the last few weeks. Magic the Gathering scaling is a headache when so many think planeswalkers are multiversal when they aren't, and planes are not universes in the traditional sense. All planes seen are tiny realities. Okay. Was that after the mending? Want to see me do it again? Not really. Crossverse fights shouting really consider composite for me. Really, shouting really consider composite for me. There's a reason why composite versus composite is a whole new category of versus debates. Yeah, but the thing about composite versus composite is that, like, again, you have to essentially either agree with your opponent that you're only going to use the highest iterations of the characters. What about the power creep video? This is the thing. This is, right here. It's right here. I just have to, like, write 2 more pages and I think we'll be good. I mean, the same thing we said for Sukuna dodging in one EM wave. We never see it again, so maybe it's the same boat as the SpongeBob feat. No, the fuck it is not. And also, SpongeBob is a series with Toon Force, and we described it as such. Sukuna did not use Toon Force to dodge it. Would Jackie Estacado be immune to erasure abilities because it stated that as long as there is darkness, he will be remade. If he dies, he's unless he births a male host for the darkness to be passed on. I don't know what the fuck who the fuck is Jackie Estacado? Jackie. Who the fuck is this? Kinda looks like Winter Soldier. Host of Darkness? A former hitman and the current wielder of the darkness, a charismatic is often described as the most powerful, most enduring host of in the Curse's long history, having held fast against its influence. He retired from Frankie's service after his encounter with Batman. Okay, so he's just a Batman character. Okay. Dude, I don't know, man. Are you asking me who would win between Ultra Instinct, Goku, and Luffy? I would probably put my money on Ultra Instinct. Am I the only, as the only one-time feat? Why are we considered certain series but ignored others? Because with SpongeBob, again, it's a cartoon that doesn't necessarily follow continuity within in and of itself, and he specifically ripped away the universe, the string of the universe, for a one-time gag. With Sukuna, he's in the middle of a fight with a fucked up body. The guy shoots an EM wave, and we know for a fact that cursed energy does employ an increase in speed and strength. Okay. It does employ an increase in strain and strength depending on the body that you have, which means that Sukuna would, if anything, be faster. We also know that Sukuna is still blitzing characters like Maki, who scaled to Toji, who essentially does react to lightning. She also does react to lightning, and she was blatantly just blitzed by Sukuna. Didn't even react to that. Uncle Grandpa is a pretty good gag character feat. I tried to chain scale Zabuza to my calc of Kakashi's giant waterfall, and Deadass can't get the 2 above wall level as of Land of Waves. That's funny as fuck. Goku literally died of a heart attack. Doc Q one-shotting his goofy ass. Bro, SpongeBob is literally a universe where it could fall. You can spontaneously explode for no reason. There is no scaling to that show. That's what I'm saying. Like, again, saying that, like, we could do it for one show and the other would essentially... I don't believe in this whole bullshit about, like... I'm not saying that, like, it's inherently bullshit, but I don't believe in this whole bullshit about, like, how, oh, you can apply logic to one series that you can't apply... Why should we apply, like, different sides of logics to different series? Well, because different series are written within different contexts and different levels of seriousness, at least as far as how they take themselves, how they treat everything around them in terms of stakes, etc. SpongeBob is a series that most of the time has no stakes. I mean, they literally they could light fire underwater for no fucking reason, and they make jokes about it all the time. Why would I consider a universal feat for SpongeBob the same as, like, Sukuna dodging an EM wave against a character who can shoot an EM wave when no other character shoots EM waves, right? I'm not saying that any other character there has, like, a light speed attack either. I'm just saying he dodges a relativistic... he at least has a relativistic feat, considering that he dodges a guy who can shoot an electromagnetic wave that's not in a vacuum, but outside of a vacuum, it's still 0.00... what is it? 3 or 7%. I agree with you, then, just pointing out that one-time feats should be viewed in the same boat, at least to me. I don't agree with one-time views being viewed as the same boat because, again, it's like... Oh, I'll give you an example. Let me go throw some tissues and I'll give you an example. Let's talk about, I got you. Alright, so sorry about that. So, here's the thing, right? Let me bring up this concept that I am going to talk about in terms of, this is a concept that I am going to talk about in terms of Naruto versus Luffy. For example, it's growth from fight to fight, right? Growth from fight to fight, right? One second. All right. So it's growth from fight to fight, right? So within the context of a level of growth from one fight to another, I'll use the examples of the big three plus Dragon Ball, right? So Bleach / Naruto and One Piece slash One Piece slash Dragon Ball. What's up? Dragon Ball. Who's older, you or Irene from Fairy Tail? Definitely that bitch. Would this be a close fight? Mr. Incredible versus Luke Cage or Homelander? Dude, I don't know, man. Didn't Mr. Incredible, stop a whole train? Did Mr. Incredible stop a whole train? I don't know how strong Luke Cage or Mr. Incredible are. I think I'd actually be more in line with Homelander's scaling just because of the boys live action. Anyway, so for Bleach and for Naruto, you have unquantifiable versus growth from fight to fight. Unquantifiable versus quantifiable, right? Now, what do I mean by this? What do I mean by this, right? Within the context of Bleach and Naruto, my worst power scaling take, not everyone should do it. I don't care about it being open-minded and welcoming. If you aren't able to do it, you shouldn't do it. You know, there is this conversation to be had about whether or not there are people out there that are, I guess one could say, based no one will admit, insufficient horses in Naruto. By the way, John the Maven, we went over the topic that you brought up before about using composite characters before. It's not to say that it can't be done, but more so just as a little wrap-up. It's more to say that, like, things get very, very, very complicated. Hey, it's your birthday, guys! Can we please get Thine over here some big W's and happy birthdays here, man? Can we please get some W's for one of our community members, please? Now, just the topic about composite characters as a whole essentially just boils down to which versions of the characters are we using? I mean, obviously if you're using everything for a character, that means you also have to use every weakness, every iteration of the character, every application that they've shown up in, for example, whether it's movies, TV shows, comics, etc., right? Certain characters throughout fiction will benefit more than others based on just having more feats, but there are also characters who have more stuff going around within the context of their stories that essentially make things more difficult to talk about because there are versions of characters or iterations, especially... Oh, yours was yesterday, Jeff? Well, Jeff, happy birthday too, man. Happy belated birthday. We got a lot of birthdays going on here, man. We got a lot of April babies going on, man. Yo, happy birthday to everybody. Happy belated birthday to Jeff as well, to Halo Jeff. Thank you guys for always being around, for always sticking around. I really do appreciate it. But back to the conversation at hand, though, when we're going over this topic right here. So, should all series be treated the same, right? There's a topic to be had about should all series be treated with the same logic, In my opinion, no. An example of this actually falls on this idea. An example of this, or an example that falls into this idea is growth rate from fight to fight, right? I had a conversation with a guy from a couple of weeks ago on one of my, you're right, composites can get messy. And it's because, so real quick, just to cover on that. Part of the reason why composites become messy is because we don't know, like, should we count certain anti-feats? What feats work more? Do we go for a case of consistency? Because there are versions of characters, for example, in One Piece Film Red, you can argue that Luffy and the others are like, multiversal or whatever because they were able to take out Tot Musica, who essentially created a borderline between two separate universes and apparently described to be a separate universe, right? A higher space of dimensionality that, like, even overpowers Law's room, for example, right? It's something crazy, but then, like, how do we scale that compared to Luffy, who's, like, only really, like, fighting against guys you can, like, let's say, bust continents, for example, right? It does make things a bit messy. It's not to say that you can't use them, it's not to say that they shouldn't be used, but it's more to say that, a discussion about composite characters more or less boils down to what exact limitations and what exact concepts you're going to apply for a fight. Do you only use the highest iteration? Do you only use the highest iterations of the characters? Only the best feats? Do you use? Do you not consider any potential anti-feats? Do you Does it matter if it makes sense within the overall narrative? So on and so forth. It does bring up interesting conversations, but like anything, it does favor some characters more than others. For example, Superman versus Goku, where Superman has just way more scaling to go off of, right? But now, back to this conversation. Should all series be treated with the same scaling or line of logic? And I don't think so, right? The reason why I bring up this idea of Bleach / Naruto versus One Piece / Dragon Ball is because Dragon Ball and One Piece have these concepts of Doriki and power level. Power levels. Okay. March will not take this slander laying down. That's crazy. I'm personally a September baby. Finish the script. I'll actually add that conversation in here. Should everyone power scale? Power scale. We'll throw this one in as well. Now, this concept right here is something that I know a lot of people disagree with. I've had a lot of pushback on it, especially as far as our community members have gone. I know that there are some people here, whether they lay for Naruto or for One Piece. I know that I've gotten arguments on both ends of the spectrum that essentially point out to this idea that things like Dorikin power levels shouldn't normally be constituted, since in many cases they can't be quantified past a certain point. And I do think that is Imu nerfing himself by sustaining special powers of the Gorosei and the Holy Knights? I'm not exactly sure. Apparently, Omni Droid version 10 is about 38,860 metric tons in weight, so Mr. Incredible has some good feats, taking the weight of that robot, actively trying to crush his kids. Actually, that's a pretty good feat. That is a pretty good feat. Fuck, I think I lost my point. Right. So, the topic is, should we use things like Doriki or something like power levels to try and constitute a character's capabilities when we know for a fact that, fuck, I lost my point. Alright, let me reword this, right? I'll start off from Naruto and Bleach's end. We know that characters in Naruto and Bleach do get stronger, right? We have instances of Ichigo blatantly stating and saying that he has more experience than, let's say, the Fullbringers. He knows how to fight much better than they do. He's gained countless level, not countless. He's been through countless fights, and he's gained a lot of experience and strength as far as many of his fights have gone. Mind you, he hasn't been in countless fights. You can probably count the number of fights he's been in to been somewhere around like 30, but that's neither here nor there. I guess to him that's countless, right? After a certain point, you know, I guess you stop counting. But anyway. We know that Ichigo does get stronger from fight to fight, but we don't know exactly how much, and the same could be said for Naruto. I had a conversation with a guy from weeks and weeks and weeks ago that essentially brought up this discussion that said that Naruto can gain a massive level of scaling and strength simply because when he enters the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto actually ends up going through multiple upon multiple fights throughout the vast majority of the war, specifically because of this right here, right? All of his shadow clones going in there and essentially gaining experience from him, and they use an example of this to essentially constitute the idea, or this idea is constituted from the Rasen Shuriken training. I always forget what I think it's Assault on Akatsuki arc or some shit. Take down Akatsuki arc, whatever the fuck it's called, where Naruto is essentially working to make, where we essentially use the concept of Naruto making, using these trees, for example. Okay. It's like far past this point at some point, right? Yeah, this is the Azuma stuff. Okay, we're just gonna skip ahead. Let me see. When does Naruto... Okay, so that's when they're talking about the chakra natures, right? That's when we're talking about chakra natures. We need an image of Naruto. Now, this is when they're already fighting the Akatsuki, so that doesn't pertain to the current concept of the conversation. Right around here, right? So, Kakashi essentially has Naruto take one leaf from each of these trees, and Naruto essentially puts in all of that time, and energy into then finding out how many of these he can use, right? By using a metric fuck ton of shadow clones, Naruto essentially has to then figure out how many of these we do, right? So he says, we're gonna make 1 clone per leaf, and then we're gonna use the number of leaves on that tree, right? We don't know how many leaves are on that tree, but we know that Naruto can essentially gain a metric fuck ton of experience. He can essentially rack up the number of experience twice as much, depending on the number of time that he can do, right? If you were to train together, we can cut the training amount of time by half. 1,000 clones would essentially cut down the training by by 1,000-fold. And so skills that would normally take 20 years to master could be learned in a week with 1,000 clones, right? Akatsuki Suppression arc, maybe? I think it was Akatsuki Suppression, right? I used to think power scaling was the best way to develop a deep and facts-based understanding of a series. These days, I feel like it's sadly often restrictive and myopic at an expense of nuance. I think that one thing that you have to do when you're performing power scaling is to simply remove all other thought of all other series from your head and simply look at the series for what it is in and of itself. It definitely is different to read a series for the context of power scaling than reading a series for the context of just understanding and comprehending what's happening. You can do both at the same time. It's not something that can always be easy, but as you read through a series, you can often learn, or especially from a starting point to a midway point. I definitely learned this with One Piece. You can kind of pick up on what the you can essentially pick up on what the author's intentions are with certain forms of writing. Oh, what's up, Soldado? What's up, everything? How's it going? I hope you're having a good evening, man. What is it, like 10 p.m. over there? It's like 10 or 11 p.m., right? I think Spain is like, what, 7 hours ahead of us? 8 hours? Something that I used to love doing in Spain, by the way, whenever we were there, was going out to like the tapas bars around like 5 p.m. and then just having a drink with the family, just sitting down until like 8 p.m. when they open up all the the kitchens for many of like the bars and stuff like that, and then just having a good one, man. Also, a previous version of the droid was able to counter a guy who could change his weight and density. We're under the assumption that he was a small bit of power at all. He could be 2 to 5 times. Okay. Earth's density / gravity. That sounds crazy. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. Got you. So it's only 6 hours. Okay. Beautiful. I gotta ask, do you think anyone in One Piece is planetary? Because some of the strongest characters have shown mountain to continental level feats. Well, in One Piece, AP can often be, we have pretty late schedules, I think, compared to you guys. That's fair. I think that in One Piece, actually, attack potency is higher than destructive capacity shows Amar. Simply because we know for a fact from Don Chinjao and Don Sai, from Don Chinjao, Don Sai, and then Bon Clay, all the way back in Alabasta, that characters can focus their attack potency to single points to only perform such a high level of destruction. In other words, a character like Kaido is stronger than Don Chinjao and Don Sai, even though he's never destroyed anything even remotely similar to a continent. But we know for a fact that they only split the continent to the point where they would, they only split the continent to the point where they just need to open up only to a point where they only need to open up the actual treasure trove. I agree, Naruto and Bleach don't have stated qualifications on how strong each time the character's gay. Each characters get, sometimes they don't get any stronger, like in Bleach for senior captains. Yeah, in many cases the senior captains just don't get straight up any stronger, right? So, with characters, for example, like Naruto and Bleach, you can't necessarily quantify it. Sure, you could say that the amount of experience you're really gaining is equal to the number of clones that you're making, but Naruto would really only be gaining about 13 times the amount of experience that he would gain from a fight, and we don't know how much stronger he gains from a single fight, so it genuinely just boils down to opinion, right? For example, do we count this in and of itself as a single fight? Do we count this as any experience that Naruto's getting? Because he's essentially coming from behind a guy and tagging him and breaking him down, right? Then there's, we could definitely say that Naruto does get some experience from fighting, like, let's say, Itachi and Nagato. And we can also say that Naruto gets some experience from fighting the third Raikage. But does that inherently mean that that's experience that is that is growing him in a quantitative state where he is now 2 times stronger, 3 times stronger, 4 times stronger than another series? I bring this up because we've actually done a lot today, Soldado. We've done a lot today. We've talked about many different topics. We talked about composite characters. We talked about JJK matchup. We just talked about a lot of random stuff. And I proved to you assholes that I do have a girlfriend. By the way, fine, you missed it. If you're still here. I introduced my girlfriend to everybody, but it was on a phone call, so everybody thinks it's AI. So anyway, back to my point. So the reason why I bring this up in that we should all series be treated with the same logic, and the answer is no, is because a lot of times people think that the best way to go about it is to make things as fair as possible, but the thing is that no two series are inherently written by the same person, which means that there are going to be concepts, considerations that you have to sort of make headway for one series over another, because ultimately it makes this a discussion. Ooh, that's a very good topic. Gotta go back to work, but W stream, fair points. I appreciate it, John. Yeah, have fun at work, man, or at least have a good time. You only prove that you pick a good AI model. Show me a fucking AI model that sounds as realistic as that in the first place, and maybe then you'll have a fucking argument. Because she was out here even laughing on cue. How the fuck does an AI model just laugh on cue like that? Fuck you. It's always... A girlfriend? What's that? I thought it was a myth. Listen, power scalers are allowed to have girlfriends. You just don't... I heard that you like beans, and I heard that you got put into timeout for 10 seconds for spilling out such blatant lies, mystery. But anyway, back to my point. The reason why I bring this up is because series like Dragon Ball and One Piece, even if it is for a small period of time, do actually give us a way to quantify how powerful the characters are. And that is why I kind of set up this mini chart right here. Because, listen, I'm sorry, there's just no way to quantify how much stronger Naruto gets. I can't tell you how much stronger Naruto got after fighting Haku. I can't tell you how much stronger Naruto gets after fighting Gaara. I literally could not sit here and tell you how much stronger Naruto gets after fighting Sasuke at the Valley of the End, right? It's not quantifiable. Do we know that he gets stronger? Yes, but it might not be a quantitative. How would you power scale your girlfriend? I would say that she has love haxes on the same extent of Boa Hancock, where I essentially break down and do whatever she asks me to do, not for any other reason other than the fact that I love her. She has this weird hacks that essentially makes me want to be a better person, and essentially makes me want to do things like cook and do things for her just because I want to, even though she doesn't personally need me to. Do you have a pet? No, I don't. I wish I did. I wish I did have a pet. I was thinking about maybe getting a cat in the future, or maybe a little dog. Power scalers do have girlfriends. They're made of 1 and 0s. Alright, maybe that's for you. But me personally, I got a girlfriend from being a nice guy, and that's such an unbalanced hacks. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, I have free will and I know what I'm doing. It's just, I want to be able to take care of her and do things for her and treat her the best way that I can. It's the craziest hacks possible, dude. It's almost like Kodo Matsukami in that it like plugs this idea. I thought your Brandish was your true girlfriend. No, that's just somebody that Aster essentially pwned off on me because apparently, I don't know, there was a bit that we did one time. I asked that question because I see a lot of One Piece fans using Whitebeard saving to scale all the high in the verse to planetary, which I find weird. You don't necessarily have to scale anybody to Whitebeard. You could always consider Whitebeard's statement to be more of a society-based thing where you can essentially take down all the islands within the context of the planet. I think that's still a fine enough interpretation. But the thing is that a lot of people also don't consider is context and nuance. The One Piece verse is way larger than our planet. It's way fucking larger. Eon the kind of guy to float towards a pie that smells good. I'm definitely not the kind of guy to float towards a pie that smells good. I'm the kind of guy to look at the pie, maybe give it one bite, and then be like, alright, I've had enough of it. I'm not a fan of pie. But, so yeah, with the One Piece world, it's like any feat that could be considered planetary would actually be considered larger than that just by sheer virtue of the planet's potential size, even on massive lowballs, right? Like, that's the thing, though. There's also the fact that, like, yes, some people attribute Whitebeard's ability to hacks, but we know that Whitebeard at least scales to his own fruit in terms of attack potency, because many One Piece characters do scale their attack potency straight to their devil fruits, but there are devil fruits that don't necessarily do it, right? A lot of it has to do with Haki, but your Haki is also technically your power level, so to speak, since we know for a fact that Blackbeard could tell that Luffy's power, Haki, was different than what his bounty was showing, right? What is your hacks, then? There must be something you have on her. I have physical strength over her. She tries to wrestle me sometimes, and I just kind of just pin her down and just tell her, and she just like sits there and looks at me frustrated. Also, yeah, funny hacks. She really likes my funny hacks. World consistently means planet. I have an entire channel in my scan server to prove it. I got you. I'm just offering up different interpretations. It's completely fine. It doesn't really matter. Power scalers not having relationships is propaganda for the motionless. Well, to be fair, anyone can have a girlfriend. Just don't be a weirdo. Tend to her needs as well. You can have your needs. You don't have to tend to just do everything that she wants. Tend to your needs and her needs as well. It's about balance. And it's something that I feel like people would only really get if they go through either enough relationships or they have enough introspection and understanding of just, you know, other people. You have to have empathy to be in a relationship, or at least one that has any level of positivity. You don't want to love bomb your significant other, but you also want to listen to what they say. Do I have to pull up the Brandish clip? You don't have to pull up jack shit. And just because there is a single clip of me doing a bit with Brandish does not mean that she is my girlfriend. Jesus. But anyway. Might be able to freeze time since Chill is not ice. Alright. That means she has better speed feats than Yuion. That does not mean she has better speed feats. I'm not a weirdo. I just don't meet that many people. That's fair. I don't meet that many people either. I was somehow able to find one. To be fair, I met her through friends. Who would win, Yamato from Bleach versus Whitebeard? It kind of depends on how tough you think these guys are, because Bleach characters, for one, I'm sorry, I have, like, no way to go off of their durability. Most of these motherfuckers, in terms of, like, raw durability, like, blow up or take on, I don't fucking know, man. Like, city-level explosions, in my opinion. A lot of them just take on, like, city-level explosions, or, like, country-level explosions. If you think Whitebeard even scales above Don Chinja and Don Sai, he should be able to hurt Yamamoto, but you can argue Yamamoto's... Actually, no, I don't know if you can necessarily argue Yamamoto's potentially faster, considering that, like, just One Piece scaling is just innately better, but Whitebeard doesn't move that much, so, as an old man, so, yeah. I'd probably give old Whitebeard versus old man Yamamoto to Yamamoto, and I'd probably give Yamamoto versus young Whitebeard to Whitebeard, based on speed. I just came to say I'm watching Invincible at the moment. Thrag Solo's Big 3. It's GG's, guys. Alright. Then you say the one-time feats are still valid. I said one-time feats are valid based on the context. Jesus Christ. You would have to ignore the context. Maybe the awakening is frozen plasma if that's metaphysically possible. Maybe. So, back to this point right here. A lot of people have had an issue with me talking about Doriki because it shows up in one arc. Same thing with power levels, where it only shows up until, like, the end of, like, the Namek saga, where, like, they kind of just do away with power levels and kind of just go straight into... like, the androids and all this stuff and just kind of do away with them, right? It doesn't mean that these things aren't consistently still implied either within the context of the story, or they are not viable metrics that one can still use to do it. Wasn't he threatening to destroy the Soul Society just by powering up? That's what I heard. Yeah, but the Soul Society is like a city. I have no reason to believe the Soul Society is the size of a country in any way, shape, or form, let alone a fucking planet. Not to mention, it never seems to show that the Soul Society is going to be destroyed outside of the actual Serite. Immobilize a Viltrumite? I don't know how Viltrumites deal with high ends of gravity, since Noland was going to, like, throw himself into a black hole during his depression. Struggled slightly against Wonderwise. Yeah, but he never used his Bankai against Wonderwise, I think is the problem. Okay. So, within the context, the question is then, in a versus matchup, have you seen Dr. Gero door scaling? No, I have not. I have not seen Dr. Gero's door scaling. Gravity does affect them, since in the latest season he goes to a planet with heavy gravity and it strains to move and fly. How high was the... Is there a way to, like... Is there, like, a comparative metric for the heavy gravity, or is it just heavy gravity? In a versus matchup, should we consider... the quantifiable growth rate of characters if the other series can't. I'm gonna put quant Put quantifiable growth rate of characters if the other series can't. Okay, wait. In a versus matchup, versus fight, we'll just turn it to versus fight. Should we consider the quantifiable growth rate of characters from one series I'm a little low. I don't get the question. I'll try to express it better in this. I'll write it down here. I'll write it over here. Let's move this up real quick. We're gonna move this up and away real quick. I'll move this down real quick, and here's the question. Look at the big question. Look at the big question. Fuck off. Look at the big question. Wait. Okay, let me pull it up now. Let me raise the size back up to 36. Okay. If one series can quantify should we consider growth rates of characters in cross-verse fights if one series can quantify the rate of growth but the other series can't? This is the question. Should we consider growth rates of characters in cross-verse fights if one series can quantify the rate of growth, but the other series can't, right? It's only described as extremely high, and the creatures who live on it are so physically powerful they can tear Viltrumites with ease if they get a chance to. Got you. I'll check the comment later, Aster. Just remind me. If it's fast enough to be a factor, I would say yes. Not so much, not mid-fight. Not mid-fight. I don't mean this, not mid-fight. Not mid-fight entirely. I mean, within the... So, again, let me just clarify this for you guys, right? Within the context of Naruto, for example, we don't know how much stronger or faster the characters grow between fights. We know that Naruto, through the use of clones, can essentially take up the level of training, cut down the level of training that it would take to, let's say, master a jutsu, learn something new, etc., 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 and cut that down based on the number of fights that he's been in. However, there is no way to quantify how much stronger Naruto has gotten from each one of his fights. I cannot tell you how much stronger Naruto gets after fighting someone like Kakuzu. I cannot tell you how much stronger Naruto gets after fighting Haku. I cannot tell you how much stronger Naruto gets after fighting Gaara, Kimimaru, or Deidara. I can't tell you how much stronger he gets after fighting Orochimaru, or even someone like the Six Paths characters, right? Like Obito or the Six Jinchuriki, right? It is not quantifiable. But in One Piece, there is the exact opposite is actually true. You can quantify how much stronger the characters get based on a little something called Doriki. You can get more powerful based on a concept like Doriki, and we know for a fact that characters like where the fuck is he? we know for a fact that characters like like Luffy, do have a quantifiable bare minimum metric that they are able to go down through or to go through that doesn't innately contradict anything within the series and is, if anything, somewhat supported, right? Let me show you guys an example. I will give it to you guys like right here. Here is an example. Luffy fights Rob Lucci, right? Now, we know for a fact that Luffy is at least relative to Rob Lucci because Luffy specifically fights not only Rob Lucci to a point where both actually do get roughed up to quite a degree. We also see that Luffy is closer to Rob Lucci than even someone like Frankie, right? Now, let's start this off by expressing what Doriki is, right? Doriki is essentially Doriki is essentially a ranking system that specifically focuses on physical ability. That means it does not include sorry, I had to yawn. That means it does not have to include Devil Fruit abilities. What you're saying because Naruto and Boruto have that problem. Okay. Now, you can see right here, Rob Lucci has a Doriki of 4,000. Bluno, who Luffy fights, has a Doriki of 820. Fukuro has a Doriki of 800. And we know that the difference is, at the very least, linear, because right here, Frankie says, "No way, you didn't give an inch, but I sent that Fukuro freak flying. I see you beat Fukuro and came here. Sorry, but my power level is 5 times stronger than his. His physical capabilities is 5 times greater than Fukuro. And as a reminder, Fukuro has a Doriki of exactly 800. 800 times 5, for those of you that for whatever reason don't want to agree, divided by 800 is 5. 5 times 800 is 4,000. The math just adds up. Which means that Luffy, who fought Bluno, let me show you, states all the way at this point in the series, before second gear, around, let's see, right prior to this point, essentially says right here, I can't do it, I can't beat you like this. Now, I have made the claim many of times before that Luffy gets stronger, not just after beating Bluno, not just after curb stomping him, but he gets stronger after fighting and then eating. You see right here, Luffy has a meal, and then immediately after this, he runs around, nearly drowns, and then starts to fight Rob Lucci. Which means Luffy had to, from an objective standpoint, grow to some extent. He had to grow within his fight against Bluno to the point where now he and Rob Lucci, and you can see it right here, are essentially, at the very least, comparable, if not relative to one another. Out of my way, as you can see, both got knocked down. They keep going at it. Luffy grabs Rob Lucci, is able to throw him. Rob Lucci dusts it off, runs at Luffy, kicks him away. Lucci dodges all of Luffy's attacks. Luffy blocks all of his attacks. They're constantly attacking each other, where they're each capable of at least damaging each other. If you want to give Lucci a marginal difference in strength, if you want to say that Lucci is slightly, marginally as strong, the fact of the matter is Luffy is completely and utterly outperforming himself. His previous self that fought him, the more extreme the fight is, the more he grows, right? Correct. The more extreme the fight is, the more he grows. Now let's go back to this. Luffy has a difference in power level. Luffy has to be at least relative to Bluno. Again, he says it. I cannot beat you like this, even though he is completely thrashing Bluno. Luffy, throughout his fight against Bluno, is completely and utterly in the advantageous position during that fight. The only time that Bluno even remotely puts Luffy on what could be considered the back foot is around the point in time when he uses his door fruit, and even then, Luffy essentially redirected the attack so that Bluno wouldn't essentially land it, right? Right here, you can see that face door is closed. Of course, the door swings and must end at some point. I'm surprised you were able to dodge my Tempest Kick. Luffy is consistently outperforming Bluno, so again, even if the difference you want to say is marginal, even if you want to say that Luffy is slightly stronger than Bluno, you can still say that Luffy grew about the same amount since Rob Lucci's still sort of outperforming him, right? And mind you, that was after a single fight, okay? So, now we know for a fact that Luffy should be, let's do 4,000 divided by 820 would equal about 4.9 times stronger, right? So Luffy would be about 4.9 times stronger from the moment he finished defeating Bluno all the way to the moment that he fought that. So I just did some lowball research, and Fujitora was on regular Earth. He would be absolutely cooked. I know we shouldn't put real life physics, but we would be so cooked. That's fine if you want to use it. I don't personally abide by it. That does not mean you cannot do that. That does not mean you shouldn't use real physics or logic if you want to. If you want to say that the real world is cooked because of what's his face, then you're more than welcome. Now, something I want to show you guys about Luffy's fight versus Bluno is this. Luffy fights Bluno basically to a stalemate, or at least to what he describes as almost a stalemate, since he says he can't beat him like this. And then, as soon, do you scale Invincible? I do not. But enough people ask me that I might end up doing it in the future. But I'll do specifically the anime. I'm not going to do, sorry, the series, not the manga. Now, Luffy fights Bluno, and as you all know, or at least as most of you may know, it is a massive, this is without counting gears. Yes, this is without counting gears because, once again, when Luffy fights Robert Lucius, throughout this portions of his fights, Luffy is in base. Luffy does not hit second gear until after Frankie shows up and he tells Frankie to go. See? Luffy is in base. Let me put this down real quick. Let me show you a little bit later. Where is it? Right here. Luffy does not use second gear until he uses second gear, and then Rob Lucci is immediately forced to use his Zoan transformation, right? Mind you, throughout their later fights, you can also see that second gear is, if anything, capable of keeping up with and even outperforming Rob Lucci's Zoan transformation, but that's besides the point for now. The only difference the only things that happen between Luffy fighting Bluno and fighting Rob Lucci, just to give you guys a bit more evidence. Where is it? Do I have the food thing? I do have the food thing. So, Luffy essentially nearly drowns. Let's find it. It's prior to this. Prior to that. They're showering. Sure. Was it around here? They jump down. Luffy goes running through. Hey, Robin, it's me. Luffy starts to run through. Yeah. Let's just click through. Yeah, the only thing that happens between Luffy fighting Bluno and Luffy fighting Lucci is nearly drowning and then essentially just running. All he does is use one gear, third gear punch, and then he runs, right? That's all he does. How strong do you need to be to create a shockwave in space with a punch? Not sure, since air, I don't think... Would air travel through space? I don't know. It's a vacuum. Cue the water level jokes. Type shit. Let me drink some more water. So. So, if all Luffy did, mind you, let's talk about the fight with Bluno. Okay, now, let's talk about the fight with Bluno. What happens during this fight? Luffy takes absolutely no hits from Bluno. Bluno cannot catch Luffy off guard with his hacks. Luffy essentially takes down Bluno with a couple of hits, like grows stronger with the fights. Yes, your haki grows stronger as you fight, even if you do not know how to weaponize it. Blackbeard makes a comment about Luffy not having a hockey that doesn't inherently match up with the bounty that he currently had at the time back in Jaya, right? And if I remember correctly, not to get sidetracked, but if I remember correctly, well, we do a lot of that. If I remember correctly, let's see, it was Impel Down. Blackbeard does make a comment on it that I might want to cover. Okay, Gum Gum, control has to be a mystery to defeat A's. Don't waste your time and energy. Ah! And he says right here, you're stronger than I thought, and your hockey is stronger than the last time I saw you. So Blackbeard makes a comment on Luffy's hockey being stronger after he first met him all the way back in Jaya. You don't need to know how to use hockey for your hockey to grow stronger, right? So now that we have all of that established, now that we have all of these statements established, the question is, how much stronger did Luffy become between fighting Blueno and Lucci? Listen, I know that Blueno and Lucci, I know that against Lucci, it seems like Lucci at times does have an advantage. It's the same thing with Blueno, where it showed that Luffy had an advantage. But Luffy states himself that against Blueno, he cannot beat him like this. And I'm sure that Rob Lucci, and though this is just an opinion at this point, I'm sure Rob Lucci can't just put down Luffy without taking things up a notch as long as they are in base, right? As soon as Luffy takes it up a notch, so does Rob Lucci, right? So my reasoning and logic is sound. So then we have to consider the following. Luffy just became we're just going to round it up, 4.9 times stronger. Gets a Mortal Kombat X-ray shot when hit by Luffy that should appears to be his devil fruit residing in his body in the way that his heart would. Let's look into that real quick. We'll look into that afterwards, just remind me. So we now know that Luffy got at least 4.9 times stronger against Blueno. Now, here is my question, folks. Here is my question. If Luffy became at least 4.9 times stronger, faster, more durable, etc., 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 because again, it accounts for physical capabilities, we're going to round this number up to 5. And the reason why we're going to round this number up to 5 is because we know for an objective, irrefutable, and let me see it. Unscrupulous. Let me look up unscrupulous for a second. Sorry guys, I'm back. I'm back. It's sorry about that. I had a little bit of a phone call I had to deal with. Everything's good. No worries. Just I just got a doctor's appointment next week. Okay. So the question at hand is how much stronger does Luffy grow, right? Now, from the evidence that I've already explained, Luffy takes down Blueno like relatively easily. Do you guys genuinely think that Luffy struggled at all with Blueno after he activated second gear? Because the thing is that every single one of these fights after he fights Blueno, you will not get your pay for missing minutes. I'm sorry, man. I'm telling you, it was the doctor. It was my own physical health first, you know. My wife, she was having a baby. I'm sorry. I was trying to be there for my son's first, for my son being born. And yeah, apparently, I guess I shouldn't have been so selfish and I should have came back into work, you know? Not even close. Is it all the time spent running from T-Rexes catching up? It was the girlfriend with her unfair hacks. My girlfriend does not have unfair hacks. She has completely reasonable hacks. Anyway, so back to the point. Listen, every single fight that Luffy goes into after fighting Blueno is essentially Rob Lucci, Gecko Moria, basically all of Sabaody Archipelago, but let's just not even include Sabaody. Let's include the fact that he fought the Snakes. Let's not even include the Snake Sisters. Let's just talk about anything in terms of Moria, anything in terms of Rob Lucci, Magellan. We're not going to even include anything that happened in fucking Marineford. So we have 3 so far, right? We have 3. Rob Lucci, Gecko Moria, and Magellan. 3 fights he had to technically solo, right? Now we're going to talk about, what's-his-face? Horty Jones. We're going to talk about Caesar Clown. Let's talk about Doflamingo. Let's talk about Cracker Katakuri. We can talk about Kaido, then Kizaru, then the Gorosei, and that puts Luffy at about 13 fights, right? That puts Luffy at about 13 fights. So what if we did 5 as a bare minimum? Because we know for a fact that each one of those fights pushes Luffy far harder. It pushes Luffy to a greater extent than his fight against Blueno. Each fight makes him grow less or more, right? Depends on the difficulty. And all of those fights, Luffy struggles with his opponents far greater than Blueno. I don't think anyone here is going to say that Luffy, who put down Blueno in a couple of hits as far as the manga goes. In the manga, he puts down Blueno in 3 hits. 3. And then essentially 4 hits. He puts down Blueno in 4 hits. He did not put Gecko Moria down in 4 hits, nor did he put down Oars. He didn't put down, mind you, he took more damage from them. He took more damage from, what's his face? What's this dude's name? Obviously Magellan, obviously Rob Lucci. He took way more damage from characters like Horty Jones, who nearly bled him out. More than 4, it was like 7 to 8. What do you mean 7 to 8? What do you mean by that? Magellan is Admiral level, I don't care. Fair enough. My point with all of this is that Luffy has been through 13 major battles if you don't include fights where he fights alongside his crew or fights where he's essentially just trying to get to Ace. Luffy essentially goes through 13 major fights. So if we have 5 raised to the 13th power, then from the moment Luffy fights Blueno, from the moment after Luffy fights Blueno, to the moment that Luffy fights Kizaru, so currently at Elbaf, it was 7 to 8 hits that took down Blueno, not 4. I would argue that it's 7 to 8 hits in terms of second gear, because that's the number of hits he basically used to put down Blueno afterwards. Though you can argue more sure if you're going into anything prior to second gear. What is he? How many does he land in second gear? He dodges that one. I think he slams him down. previously that, well, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Remember, he hit him with Rocket and Stamp as well. Those are the, those hits specifically come from the anime. I'm just going manga right now, right? Kaido knocked out Luffy, one in Curry, twice on the rooftop, and then Kaido literally killed him. Yeah, those would count as well, specifically the one where Kaido knocks him down after he, first learns Advanced Conqueror's Haki and into the second round go, right? Luffy's becoming stronger after every single one of these matchups. When he gets sent to Curry, he eats, trains, gets stronger. When he gets knocked out by Kaido, he learns Advanced Conqueror's Haki, gets knocked out again, eats, goes back up to the rooftop, gets knocked out again, and then goes in through an awakening, right? That means that Luffy gets approximately... What the fuck? I just clicked on random shit. My bad. Let's go back. Right here. That means that Luffy would get 1,220,703,125 times stronger, physically speaking, since he fought Blueno. And that's off of Blueno itself. Not even including everything prior to that. So then a question must be asked. Was anime only? Yeah. 4 hits. I know what I thought you were referencing, I thought you were referencing, like, the previous hits that he landed, like, prior to second gear. I know what you meant, though, because I was thinking about Rocket. I did almost count those until I was like, fuck it, I'm only using the manga right now, right? Almost like warming weight I can't even lift the fly, basically. So, if we have a way to quantify Luffy after every single fight, we have a way to quantify his speed capabilities as well. Didn't do more damage, he just poisoned Luffy, and in both instances, he was going to die. I would say that Luffy, that would still be considered a fight, considering the fact that Luffy was going out of his way to fight Magellan regardless. Luffy was actively going out of his way to fight Magellan. Where does he put Luffy down? They're trying to run away. He goes up. He's trying to fight Luffy. I'm not going to even remotely entertain yet he's not trying to fight Luffy, especially if he's going for physical blows. Because it's not about the damage that you're taking, it's whether or not you're going into a fight. And the fact is, Luffy did fight Magellan. If we're going to go into try to semantics or something about it, I'm not going to entertain that, right? Luffy fought Magellan. I'm not going to entertain the idea that he didn't fight him. And he also does land hits on Magellan, right? No. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Regardless. The fact is, Luffy... My bad if I misinterpreted you, by the way. The point here is, there is a consistent and objective rate of growth that you can scale Luffy to if you go by the Doriki. So the question is, should we consider growth rates of characters in cross-verse fights if one series can quantify the rate of growth, but the other series can't? In terms of overall scale, right? In terms of overall scale. I can't tell you how much stronger Naruto gets from fight to fight. I cannot tell you how much stronger Naruto gets from fight to fight, but I can tell you how much stronger Luffy gets. Should it be considered? Should it not be considered? Fights like Bellamy counts. One-shots. I don't know if I would count Bellamy just because Luffy's essentially just waiting for him to get close enough for him to just punch him. Plus, I don't give damage to Hori considering that he only really started to suffer after beating the Noah. He was practically fine until then. Let's go back and check that out. I would still say that Horty Jones pushed Luffy farther than Blueno did. I would still argue that Horty Jones pushed Luffy farther when Blueno didn't even land a single hit, but Horty Jones landed multiple. You know what I mean? Fishman Island. Let's check it out. Luffy gets Horty Jones off of her. Okay, she goes away. It's starting to fall. Let's see. Luffy bites into Luffy. He bites into Luffy. Okay. Grows his teeth back. Takes out Fukaboshi or whatever the fuck his name is. Luffy punches Horty. Breaks the thing. Cool. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. He roids out completely, lands a Red Hawk, they go inside, then they go for a clash. Yeah. I know it won't count, but I'm already covering a series of mismatches. Hey, fuck it, do it. I'm down at shit, dude. By the way, Aura, if you ever want to do like, if you ever want to do a collab or like, we just talk about whatever random topic you'd like to talk about, I think that'd be fun, man. I don't mind just having like a chat where like we just yap about stuff, kind of like I guess what would be like a good example at this point. I don't know what would be a good example for that at this point. Plus, I don't understand. Is the question, should we consider how much a character gets throughout their fight? No. Should we consider the metric? I guess I should word it differently. Should we consider the growth rate of a character? So should we consider, because of the Noah, he was killing himself just to stop it. I didn't need to stop it. He would have gotten as bad as he did. I mean, but that's still the part of the circumstance. It doesn't matter how you try to go around it. The fact is, the Noah was going to fall. They had to try and go out of their way to stop it. And at the same time, he also had to fight Hordy while either protecting Shirahoshi or stopping the Noah. Exists without Magellan, though. Magellan is the only reason why the Moa is deadly. He was perfectly fine as he was going all out. He was going to die even before the Noah. Not really. Magellan's poison just eventually kills. That's not Magellan doing the damage. I would say it's Magellan doing the damage. I would definitely say so. It's Luffy running a gauntlet with everyone Naruto fought. I have to be generous. Do you wanna... That's actually pretty interesting. I'm down to see what happens when you pull it out, man. Let me see. I think that's interesting. I think it's interesting. I think that you do have to be quite generous most of the time. Because of the Noah, okay. Basically, you should consider Doriki Naruto versus Luffy if Naruto doesn't have some kind of metric to go by how strong he gets. Correct. If a series has no way of quantifying how much stronger a character becomes, right? Naruto and Bleach do not have a way of Naruto and Bleach don't have a quantifiable metric that allows the scaler to figure out how much stronger they get per fight, right? There's no way to go about it. One Piece does, right? Could Luffy use his hybrid form or his full beast form without having to activate his awakening? Well, I think that a mythical Zoan doesn't necessarily abide by the same rules. We know that certain devil fruits don't abide by the same rules as other devil fruits. We know that most other Zoans don't affect their environment. They simply allow you to use the full capabilities of what that devil fruit is capable of, right? So, for example, with Zoans, it's more so, for Rob Lucci, it would be speed, precision, ferocity, etc., etc., etc. But for Luffy, it allows him to essentially have a somewhat of a Zoan awakening, as it allows him to manipulate his environment. That's something that both ends of the series perform, right? Where you have certain devil fruits that have qualities of other devil fruit types, for example, like Katakuri, special Paramecia fruit that essentially works kind of like a Logia, right? Or you can't necessarily hurt Katakuri even if he was just Mochi, because guess what? Katakuri just dodges, right? Paramecia Awakening, my bad. It's similar to a Paramecia Awakening. So, I don't think that Luffy's devil fruit per se gives him a hybrid form, unless you want to consider the Gear 4 form and the second gear and third gear forms as hybrid applications, since, I mean, Luffy's only transforming his body, he's not necessarily transforming himself, and even one of them, he specifically needs to use Haki for it. Would we tell a Dragon Ball fan that they can't use power levels or transformation amps because other series don't have them? Maybe not transformation amps, but power levels should be the same thing as this, right? Yes, exactly. So power levels in Dragon Ball, though they are a little bit different in the sense that with Dragon Ball, power levels are more exponential than they are linear. With One Piece, it's easier to quantify because it is linear. Rob Lucci makes a direct difference that he is 5 times stronger than Fukuro, and we know that Luffy can improve his base several times over. No, they're not linear, no, they're exponential, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but either way, the point still stands, right? If it is quantifiable for one series, but it is not quantifiable for the other, should we do it? And then that goes back into this discussion of, should we treat all series with the same form of logic, right? Should we treat Naruto, if we can quantify, the question is, if we can quantify Luffy to becoming 5 times stronger per fight, would it be fair to say that just because One Piece can be quantified, we shouldn't quantify Naruto? Well, if Naruto was quantifiable, it would be in the discussion, but it's not, right? I mean, the characters shake the verse with punches. It makes sense if we consider this. Of course, of course. After all, power levels technically do still exist. It's just that Toriyama didn't want to keep giving us bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger numbers, right? That's why I asked this question, right? That's why I asked this question, and that's why I wanted to know if you guys wanted to, would be okay with doing it. Yeah, they definitely aren't linear. Goku beginning in OG is a power level of 10, and normal humans are a power level of 5. Exactly. And then you have characters like King Vegeta that are power level of like 300 that can apparently destroy the world, quote unquote. But you have characters like Frieza that have power level in the thousands, and they're basically like just one-tapping planets with like a single finger, right? It's like, what exactly is like the difference maker there, right? But anyway, that is just what the kind of like the topic that I really wanted to cover for this. I know that not everyone will 100%, I know that not everyone will 100% agree. I know that not everyone will 100% say whether or not they think that Doriki should be used for a conversation or whether or not it shouldn't. I think that it should. I don't think that there's a reason to consistently downscale One Piece feats just because you genuinely need to give Naruto every benefit of doubt just to continuously upscale them. I don't think that you should say Naruto is 5 times more powerful, 10 times more powerful, 50 times more powerful just because you can eyeball it or whatever, or just because if One Piece gets it, well, Naruto should too. Why wouldn't you use Doriki? Some people would like to argue that Doriki was used in one arc and it shouldn't be used again, right? Oda doesn't mention it again, so why would we use it? But my question is, just because the fact that Oda mentions it at all means that it is a part of One Piece scaling, whether or not a person wants to agree with it, right? Then what does it mean if Luffy's like 1 billion times something in Rokushiki or Doriki? Like, what does it imply? Well, it at the very least implies that Luffy does get exponentially more powerful as he goes through, right? Again, Luffy gets 5 times more powerful from from Blueno to Rob Lucci, which means by the next time that he fights, he should be at the very least 5 times more powerful. The next guy that he fights, 5 times more powerful, so on and so forth. A lot of people might disagree with me on this, but I do view One Piece in a similar sense to Dragon Ball, where the characters' capabilities can just grow exponentially, and it does make sense within the context of the story, and Doriki only continues to abide by that. I mean, let's be honest here. Do you guys think that Kaido is 5 times stronger than Luffy only? When Kaido one-shots Gear 4 Luffy, right? When Kaido goes in there, blitzes and one-shots Gear 4 Luffy, all the way back in Wano, do you guys think that Kaido's only 5 times stronger? Because Luffy got hit by Kaido, got one-shotted, hit him with everything that he had. I'm talking about Luffy threw everything, including the goddamn kitchen sink at him. He went straight, he didn't even go for second gear, no, he went for third gear. He said, I'm making this motherfucker hurt. Look at Luffy's face. I don't usually see Luffy just have full ear-to-ear fucking teeth out in order to beat a motherfucker's ass into the ground. You usually don't see this for Luffy, or at least this level of anger. He went, is multiplier Gear 4 times M stronger. Right, and Gear 4 is how many times stronger than second gear? 3 times stronger than second gear, and it's at least somewhere around 30 to 40 to 50 times stronger. I wouldn't know what number to use. 10, 50? Right. Some people assume that Gear 4, at least myself, on the lowest metric possible, if you're using the term, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Some people believe, like myself, that Gear 4 is several times greater than second gear, and every stat would probably have those results, so it's possible, right? So, let me give you guys an example. Gear 4, second gear is at least implied to be a 10 times amp. The several times statement from Doflamingo implies that Gear 4 is at the very least 30 to 50 times. Several in the context of numerical quantification can be seen as anything above 2, so 3 to 5. So if you wanted to say, for example, on the lowest metric possible, Kaido is 30 times stronger than Luffy, and then he just one-shots Luffy right here. We know that he's actually way stronger than that, by the way. The guy was right. One Piece dropped more colored. I'm euphoric. Oh, yeah, no. Well, we figured this out yesterday. Well, I figured this out yesterday. I don't know if chat did. When I clicked on Weeb Central, when I did click on Weeb Central, One Piece popped up right here. I thought it was a new chapter, but it was just all of Egghead. You can actually go through a portion of yesterday's stream where I do click through this, and I'm just looking at like what chapters do we have, because I was looking for more cover pages. When are we giving? When we are giving Gear 4 Amp, are we also factoring in that his Haki boosts or just the form? We're just doing the form itself several times greater, right? Yeah, it's a nice background. I agree. Thank you. So this implies something, right? Kaido would have to be greater than 5 times stronger than what Luffy's currently at in order for him to grow. Luffy would have to make up at least a difference of at least a Gear 4's worth of a difference in order to fight Kaido in the first place in his base form by the time of the rooftop fight, right? He would have to hit Kaido harder than this version right here, especially since we know that activating Ryo actually does push your Haki to a brand new level. We know that it's a new level. We know that it is at a higher level. So it means that Luffy, whether or not you think it's because he dealt internal destruction to Kaido, is still dealing more damage than he did in 4th gear in his 2nd plus 3rd gear form right here. Well, in base, right? So now we have a question to ask, right? If Luffy could become over 5 times more powerful, a greater than Gear 4 Amp, times stronger in order to fight Kaido by this point, that means that it's not exactly out of the ordinary for one to say, I didn't know if you knew about the colored version dropping. Oh, yeah, it's fine. I appreciate it. I appreciate you wanting to let me know anyway. It's all about the thought, man. It's the thought that counts. It then creates the situation where now Luffy becoming 5 times stronger after every single fight if he uses 2nd and 3rd gear at the same time, right? Yes, he's using 2nd and 3rd gear at the same time, but by this point, I basically just accustom it to Luffy's base, because Luffy can essentially just activate 2nd and 3rd gear and just use attacks on it while in his base form like it's nothing, right? In the same way that he can use 4th gear attacks in his base form, right? You can still apply the quantitative multipliers if you'd like, but I just call it all Luffy's base at this point, since he only really transforms for 4th gear specifically at this point. At this point specifically. Later it just becomes a part of his base. But anyway. Let's say Genjutsu works. Can characters with Haki rely on observation? Yes, because it works outside of the 5 senses. So it doesn't matter either way. It doesn't matter either way. As long as a character has Haki, Genjutsu is basically useless. I can basically see into the future and know what's going to happen. So if the things that I'm seeing are different from what I'm just seeing in the future, I'm just going to follow what I see in the future. You know what I mean? Okay, so now that I've established that, back to this question, right? Let me send this question, right? If I were to do Naruto versus Luffy, for Nart versus Luff, should I rule out Doriki just because I have no way of quantifying Nart's growth? Nart versus Luff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, do you think Luffy surpasses Gear 4, meaning he should have gotten the boost from Snake and Boundman just in base at this point? No, I think he still needs to at least partially activate Gear 4 in his arm. Or legs, arms, legs, etc. in order for him to reach that level of power. Well, I guess it depends. Because you can also just argue that blankly just using Gear 4 offers a greater amp overall than just using a mini Gear 4, since he does mention that it's a mini Gear 4. I guess it depends on how you choose to view it. I know that Oda likes... I've noticed that Oda does like to leave things up in the air just enough so that he doesn't have to limit himself. Maybe, and very maybe, just add it as a post-credit scene or something, just as I think we should consider it or not, or we should use it ourselves. You, Baka, Eon, answer my questions. How's your day been? Oh, I'm sorry, 6. Oh, my day's been good. My niece and my mom pulled up. I had to show I actually had my girlfriend talk to people in chat so they would shut up about her being AI. And how much of a difference in power is Gear 5 from Gear 4? I'll show you... I'll show you a visual difference. I'll show you a visual difference, right? I'll show you an actual distinctive difference. Snake Man versus Kizaru, right? Snake Man versus Kizaru, right? Right? Let's mute that. No. Let's playback speed. Let's put it at like a 2 times speed. Okay. Okay, so there's the difference between Snake Man and this is the difference between Snake Man and Gear 5, right? You see this? You see this? You see how he gets blitzed? Okay. You see how he gets blitzed there? Gear 5 versus Kizaru. Okay, you see? You saw how he got blitzed, right? Let me show you. Not that one. Not this one. Oh, well, I mean, you could do this one as well, but not that one per se. Shit, I'm gonna have to just bring it up on. I'm gonna just have to bring it up here. I'll just bring it up here. It doesn't matter. Would you also apply to Tsukuyomi and Kodo Matsukami? Tsukuyomi only happens in a fraction of a second. Kodo Matsukami essentially implants an idea in your head and makes you believe whatever it wanted you to believe. But again, it's beyond the 5 senses, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. Those are a bit weird. I don't. That would basically boil down to your own personal opinion. Videos, because I know that there are some people that want to argue that 120, 1126, 1127. I think it was like 26 and 27. Yeah, it was like 26 and 27. I have the full episodes right here. I can't actually post them because reasons. Anyway. That's 27. No. Oh, that was Snake Man. So no, we need 28. We need 28. Yeah, no, we need 28. And we need 28 for this scene right here. Ah, right here. This is the difference between Snake Man and let me actually just remove this, ungroup these, and remove the audio as well, just so I don't get like in trouble. This is the difference, by the way. It's way prior to that. Way prior to that, prior to that, prior to that. Okay. This is the difference right here. You see how Kizaru is going to do that charge up light speed thing where he's going to make himself faster? Yeah. Yeah. The difference is massive. The difference is massive. From raw damage output to raw speed, Luffy is just straight up stronger, faster, more durable, more handsome, gets more money, gets more bitches, like everything. It doesn't matter. I really do think that the difference between Snake Man, Bounce Man, and Gear 4 is crazy. Alright. Gear 5 is at least 10 times faster than Snake Man? Potentially. You think Egghead Zoro is stronger than Egghead Snake Man? I don't know if Zoro would have the speed for it. I don't know if Zoro would have the speed to deal with an omnidirectional series of attacks. Not sure if seeing the future would stop something on the level of Tsukuyomi. Obviously in the mind, and you can call that out while trapped, but everything still hurts. Well, it's only mental damage. It's only mental damage for like a brief instant. It's not like it's gonna... Here's the thing. If we're talking about the version of Tsukuyomi that affected Kakashi versus the one that affected Sasuke, the one that affected Kakashi would go out in 3 seconds, right? I just didn't want to write Naruto versus... Listen, this thing was getting the word cap. I was just gonna run out on it. So it's just Naruto versus Luffy. It's Naruto versus Luffy. I was just gonna run out of You guys are saying I should rule out Doriki. I should not use Doriki whatsoever. Rule out means I shouldn't use it whatsoever. So you guys are saying you don't want me to use Doriki. I'm still gonna use it. I'm still gonna use it. It's not gonna stop me. If we're talking about oh, by the way, so back to the conversation. If we're talking about the one that like Itachi did on Sasuke, where like Sasuke was still somewhat there, like mention it. No, I'm not gonna mention it. I'm going to throw it in, and then I'm gonna say I'm gonna give Naruto everything. I'm gonna give him every single high-balled, high-scaled interpretation, benefit of doubt, all that crap. Either way, I've been reading a manga where the characters get to boundless and immeasurable within less than 75 chapters, low wiki peak. Oh, then nah. Oh, excuse me. King, proceed. Yeah. I'm going to bring up Doriki, and I'm going to bring it up in such a way where I'm going to say, okay, well, let's talk about the quantification of, like, Ninetales chakra. Okay, well, let's just throw in, like, 100 times damn. Let's just throw in, like a super high-end interpretation for orders of magnitude, where instead of several or many or extraordinary, I'm just going to say Naruto has, like, 9 times orders of magnitude or some crap. I'm still going to get Luffy to be higher and stronger than Naruto. It doesn't matter how I choose to quantify Naruto, Luffy's still going to be stronger and faster. Because if Naruto's base, let's say Naruto's base is light speed, so this one is light speed, and then let's multiply it by, I don't know, oh wait, no, it has to be orders of magnitude, so it would be 10, wait, hold on, it would be 10, hold on, okay, it would be like, what, 10 raised to the orders of magnitude, and there would be 10 raised to the 9th power, so it would be this value right here. True. Then throw in, I don't know, a multiplier times 10 with Sage Mode. And then oh wait, that would be the KCM. That's another 10 with Sage Mode. And then let's just throw in like another 100 times on top of this for, what's his face? So now we have what? Hundreds, thousands, okay, so I have 1 trillion. And then let's do Luffy's fights, right? Luffy, at the very least, by the start of post time skip, technically by that point onward, but we'll just say by the time of post time skip onward, Luffy, by post time skip, would at least be as powerful as, a second gear self, so we'd be at 10. Then we multiply this 10 by, let's see, what? 30? It would have to be 10 by 30. So it would be this. Then we have, this would be his base from Wano. Then it would be a multiplier times 30 from 4th gear times 30 from Advanced Conqueror's Haki bare minimum, not including gear 4. And then we multiply this. We multiply this by times 5 raised to the, what's the value that we had for all of post, we'll just go with post time skip. So post time skip Luffy would be post time skip, it was 72 Tsukuyomi hours in a real second, right? And that was for Kakashi. So either, here's the thing one smart, you either have the 72 hours for a single second, or you have a random Tsukuyomi genjutsu that essentially makes you last for however long Itachi puts you in the genjutsu. If it's a 72-hour one, they can, sure, they'll reach the mental trauma for a while, but they can still, if they have any kind of mental fortitude that Kakashi has, and I would argue that they do, they would simply break out of it and simply fight through Haki. Haki goes beyond the 5 senses, so they would still be able to sense what's happening on the outside. Okay, so it was Horty Jones, Caesar Clown, we have Horty Jones, Caesar Clown, Doflamingo, we have, I guess Doflamingo, and I guess you could throw in Bellamy if you fucking want in there, but we're not going to throw in Bellamy. So we have Horty Jones, Caesar Clown, Doflamingo, Cracker, Katakuri, Kaido, Kizaru, and then the Gorosei, which would equate to 10, so 5 to the 10th power, not including the pre-time skip fights. And this would get us to, yeah, basically still faster than Naruto with every amount of wank possible. I gave Luffy bare minimum versus Kaido 4 times, so it would be times 5 again. Times 5 again. Yeah, it would be this value. So this versus this. It would basically be this versus 100 million. 100 trillion? Sorry. 1 trillion versus 13 trillion. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Now add 3D2Y. If we added 3D2Y, then the scaling just goes absolutely out the fucking window. Okay. I'm done with all this. Now let's actually talk about One Piece. Do Kizaru and the Gorosei count? He fought Kizaru solo. He then ate, got stronger, and then fights the Gorosei. Why would I not count the Gorosei? After fighting the Gorosei, attempting to fight them, Numbers so high, I can't fathom the scale. The scaling is just there to provide a quantitative metric. It's not to say that the characters are actually this fast. It's just to show that no matter how you choose to quantify Naruto within the context of his story, even if you give Naruto every benefit of doubt, that would still somehow mean that Luffy is still consistently faster than Luffy no matter what metrics you use. For the Naruto metric, I essentially used 10, just to go back to this. For Naruto, shit, I closed it so it doesn't matter for now. For Naruto, I essentially said, okay, let's assume that Naruto is at least light speed in his base form, right? He has to be at least light speed in his base form from some stuff that happens in one of the light novels, right? So then I multiplied this 1 times 10 to the 10 raised to the 9th power, and the reason why I use 9th power is because just one tail per... I'm going with every single tail of the 9-tailed fox. I'm using it in an exponential sense. So I'm essentially shooting up Naruto's scaling to as high of a metric as possible. Then we just throw in like 1,000-time multiplier from Sage mode plus Sage of 6 Paths mode, right? You don't need them. You don't need to beat them to grow. I see what you're saying. He didn't beat the Gorosei. Yeah, he didn't beat the Gorosei. He didn't beat Kaido either. And yet, let's go over this. Let's go over that real quick. He did not beat Kaido. He did not beat Rob Lucci the first time either. He did not beat Kaido here. As a matter of fact, he loses to Kaido. So it's a little bit higher up than this. Here. No, this is way farther down. What chapter does Luffy finally make it to the rooftop? Yeah, right here. Yeah. Okay. Let's cut some of these down real quick. Unlocks Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Chooses to fight Kaido with it. Gets knocked out by Kaido. Gets saved. Decides to eat meat. At some point here, he's basically harking down on large amounts of FUD. Right there. 15 minutes left. Starts to eat a ton. Then by the second time he fights Kaido, he's not only pushing him farther than he had before. He's not only pushing him farther than he had before, but he's only fighting him with Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Before he was fighting with Advanced Conqueror's Haki, now he's fighting with Advanced Conqueror's Haki plus his Devil Fruit powers. He's basically using everything again, plus the kitchen sink. I don't know if it's a bad take, but Law is over Kid, and Zoro can win in a 1v2. I don't know. Can win against Law? Oh, you think he can beat them in a 1v2? Sure. I think One Piece characters would fare in the same situation they put Law up against in the Naruto verse. There are many hexes in the Naruto verse that could potentially get them. There are also characters that in character would probably not allow themselves to get hit to the same extent. With Law, it's specifically a marker of whether or not the character fights as essentially to end the fight as quickly as possible. I think that a character like Luffy, for example, also just straight up solos all of Naruto. I don't know a single character besides maybe Kaguya that straight up tanks anything Luffy hits them with, and even then with Kaguya, it's like you have to genuinely believe Kaguya's brain, chest, body can all turn to mush, and all of her internal organs and her internal body can turn entirely to mush, and she could still somehow walk away from him, because she's not immortal. Here's the thing people don't understand. Kaguya is not actually fucking immortal. She's just really hard to kill. But it's like, how the fuck does Kaguya constantly get back up from taking a bunch of punches and hits that are essentially destroying her internal organs, that are dealing much higher forms of attack potency than anything that has been objectively shown in the verse? You cannot sit here and tell me that just because Madara creates trees across a planet, right? Just because Madara creates trees across tree roots across a planet that don't destroy any infrastructure around the planet. Just because he covers the planet in a genjutsu does not inherently mean that any of his attacks scale above continental. That doesn't mean his punches scale above continental, and it doesn't mean that that if he were to throw down a meteorites made from there, they all scale to a continental. I genuinely think if Luffy wanted to, he could Kong Orgon the giant mass of not even giant mass, because they're honestly not that big. Like, sure, they're covering like a small country. Sure, Luffy can fight guys that can split continents that are tougher than metal. Those are just rocks made out of regular ground and dirt. So why would I sit here and believe that if Sasuke can slash them up, why the fuck wouldn't Luffy just simply be able to crush them with his fists? I think if Luffy literally goes Gear 4, flies up into the sky, and then just starts barraging every single one of those meteorites, he just blasts right through them, or just dodges right through them. He doesn't even have to blast them. Just because Naruto and Sasuke doesn't mean Luffy has to care about anything, especially if there's nothing beneath them that he has to protect. And then he just straight up blitzes Mother before he even reaches up the sky. Luffy could punch the ground and split a continent. Yeah, basically. So it's like, why would I believe Mother could do it? Kong Orgon and Kong Gatling. Kong Orgon is limited to like 6 pistols. Kong Gatling is just essentially just Luffy just throwing punches so fast he basically makes extra fists. Kong Orgon is limited to like 6 fists since he can only make 3 at a time. Alright, I'm over this part of the scaling. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yeah, he could also just toss these things at fucking Madara. Alright, we don't need these. Okay. So. Before I go back into writing the script, this will probably be the most boring part of the stream for some of you guys. I don't want to sit here and like, you know, downplay it either, but I'm essentially just going to be talking about the script for the next video. By the way, let's check these out. Aster, interesting. Anyway, so I don't want to. You should check out your YouTube notifications. I did. They were timestamps. That's crazy. When was the last time Doriki was mentioned in official One Piece media? I don't know what the last time it was, but we know for a fact it showed up at least in Water 7 and Enies Lobby, and it's still part of the series. We are all cracking Summers. Who the fuck is we? I'm definitely not cracking that, old man. That's what I'm saying, man. Who is we? When did motherfuckers start speaking French? When did people just... Yes, all cracking Summers. I don't know what you mean by yes, all cracking Summers, because either you started speaking French or you started... Or you were just practicing that shit and you kind of messed up your grammar there a little bit, because there's no way that we includes me and anybody else here who does not want to crack. What's his face? Motes Otsutsuki are called immortal, but they're not actually immortal. I mean, yeah, fucking Momoshiki got blasted to Kingdom Come by a fucking Rasengan. Just got grinded away into little pieces. So again, is he giving me money after? That's what I'm saying, bro. Am I getting wined and dined? Am I going to Celestial Dragon headquarters and then getting the greatest bits of food that the planet can possibly muster? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean we? I'm not cracking anybody unless they wine and dine me like a princess first. That's actually what my girlfriend did. What would you do if you had to say, if when you okay, so he said yes, would you go? What would you do if when you okay, so... what the... dude, did you have a fucking stroke? I feel like I'm having a stroke reading this. I feel like your French is really fucking up your English right now, Jake. Holy shit. Well, they are broke now, Eon. Yeah, they're fucking broken. And it's well-deserved. Anyway. Okay. What in the grammar? That's what I'm saying. Don't go to all comments. I won't go to all comments. Let's see. So he probably 8 gates DMS Suigetsu versus Luffy Law Kizaru Fusion. Room. Just room. And then separates them. How the fuck is Suigetsu landing a hit? How the fuck is DMS Suigetsu landing a hit? You give 8 gates to a character that isn't Lightspeed. I mean, sure, if you want to get him borderline Lightspeed or whatever, you can. That doesn't mean that the character's still going to do anything. You might as well have just said stats equalized as well. What's confusing? Riroom! Good night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's getting late and I'm pretty sure my phone is about to explode, so good night, everyone. Have a good night, Aster. Get a good amount of sleep. What would you do if when you okay, so he said yes, would you go? Yeah. What's confusing? Yeah, what's confusing? Yeah. Either you had a stroke, you're doing that when you had to yeah, unless you're doing that, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Pred catchers keep ruining innocent lives? What the fuck, dude? The downfall of clavicular. I just feel bad for this guy at this point, man. I just feel bad for him. Okay, guys. Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is one of those topics that can easily have a person on either end of the spectrum that can have... This is one of those topics that can easily have a person on either end of the spectrum depending entirely on how they choose to view certain feats and how much information they remember within the context of the story. I can definitely say that even for me, it's extremely difficult to fully remember every minute detail or character name simply because the story is that long. Ragnar is more close to Yonko level than Commander level. I would probably agree with that. Guys, is Ragnar the GOAT? I'm gonna have some candy. How many pages are done? I got 1 page done. It's only gonna be like 3 pages. I'm not gonna make it that long. I'm gonna make sure it's about 3 pages. I'm probably just gonna go over some history of the scaling. I don't have to go as too in-depth into it as I'd like to. As I need to, or at least like in a bigger video, since it's just about expressing Can manifest multiple arms? Maybe. Sounds interesting. Okay. I can definitely say that for me, every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. Regardless, one thing that I can tell you is that regardless of whether or not you believe Kaido has been power cliffed or suffers from... The simple truth is that the concept does exist within the has been power crept. The concept does exist within the context of the story, and Kaido may not be exempt from it. Before we talk about the possibility of Kaido being power cliffed, we must first set up a definition. Power cliffing can be described as a consequence of power creep in a series where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, or overall capabilities. Hacks. Power crept. Fantastic! You did 2.5 pages? Lovely, man. And you finished the Goku section too? I love that. I love that for you, Six. I can't wait to see your video. If you ever need any tips on like using editing software or whatever, let me know. Naruto the Last movie, since it's canon. Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch Naruto the Last before I put out the video. Okay. Right. Can be described as a consequence of power creep in a series where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, hacks, or overall capabilities that completely overshadows any previously established scaling. The biggest distinction for when a series is going through power cliffing usually comes from a feat or a statement that blatantly implies an immediate jump in power. Fantastic. Some examples of this can be Madara's introduction in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Fourth Great Shinobi War, Ryomen Sukuna Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters from Shibuya, basically the entirety of Dragon Ball Z since every saga massively power creeps the previous arc, and of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept isn't unilateral to One Piece. You can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So with that being said, let's talk about One Piece's overall power creep. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power clipping. Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy is capable of tanking his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up a small town. Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could track him. Don Krieg could casually stop and hurl a metal paddle boat several meters into the air, and Arlong could not only uplift houses, but he could scare a giant sea cow into attacking the Straw Hats with 2 sentences, and could eat cannonballs fired directly at him by marine ships. Navy ships. Marine ships. I'll just put marine ships. Now, the difference between power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current versions of a cast or villain displays in comparison to previously established feature statements. Again, you can see this throughout all of East Blue. Again, this throughout East Blue, where the characters show some consistent level of being capable of easily destroying wooden constructs like walls, buildings, or ships. While Alvida is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong, it's obvious that the difference isn't entirely... Well, actually, I wanted to use a different example. Well Don Krieg may not be as powerful as Arlong. Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong. Is it Krieg or Krieg? Krieg, yeah. Well, Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong. The difference is still notable, but it's a lot more disparaging. Is it disparaging? Define disparaging. Expressing an opinion that something is a little worth, critical, or derogatory. Disparage. Or represent with little worth. Is a lot more... Disparaging remarks of the public is a lot more... But the difference is a lot more blatant then. Blatant. Has more mass than Naruto's moon. Honestly, no banter. Maybe. If I already think Captain Kuro gets through the Naruto cast, I think he'd at least stomped by pre-time skip. I don't think so. I don't think he shows that level of like attack potency unless you believe that he's physically stronger than this guy. Let me show you. Unless you believe that Kuro let's see. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up like renaming the... I'm going to end up renaming the files just so it can be like an easier time for me. That's Don Krieg. Uh, unless you think that he physically like scales above him. I just finished replacing my black and white scans with the new colored release. Nice, lovely. It does take a little bit of time, but I'm happy that you were able to get it done, man. If it wasn't for Don Krieg, Teach would have made it to Beehive. Wouldn't have made it to Beehive. That's crazy. Yeah, Don Krieg upscale. Why Don Krieg is the strongest character in One Piece. He literally states it himself. He's the strongest man in the world, and he has a massive fleet. I mean, what else do you need in a world full of pirates that are all weak to water, right? He has military might. He is the strongest. You know what I'm saying? You can make the argument that Don Krieg definitely gets progressively more powerful, or at least should potentially scale up higher than someone like Arlong by this point, unless considering that he did have the capacity to basically go along the New World all the way up to Beehive Island, all the way up to Hachinosu. What is suggesting otherwise? We see them go on Elbaf. I see what you're saying, yeah, but personally, how far do you think Captain Kuro would reasonably get into Naruto? I think it depends, because like he does Perception Blitz Luffy, and Luffy by the next arc does destroy an explosion, does destroy a metal staff like 5 times mid-explosion, but you can also argue Luffy's again just getting stronger per fight, right? So it kind of makes it a little bit difficult in scaling his speed, because if you think that he's faster than, like, at least the speed of sound, since he does seem to move so fast that he himself can't even see, it probably... I mean, it's a bit rough, because, like, he's using the same technique as CP9, which means it has to be about a same kind of an increase, right? It has to be at least a 10 times amp for him, so I don't know, man. It's like, if you believe that Captain Kuro is on the faster end of things, if you believe that he's, like, faster than lightning, then yeah, sure, he gets through all the pre-time skip Naruto, but... because he just blitzes them and just starts slashing through. I mean, how many of them are really going to stop that? Unless you have, like, maybe, like, Gaara's defense. Unless you have, like, some way of quantifying, his attack potency to be better than this guy. I mean, there's an argument to be made. They were afraid, but he was also being buffed by genuinely just sitting there and believing that he had become a superhuman. You know what I mean? So it's kind of rough. Could you guys give me, like, 2 seconds, please? Could you guys please give me, like, 2 seconds? I'm sorry to take up some time. I'm sorry, guys. Guys, give me like 5 minutes. I need to go refill my water bottle, and I need to go talk about something. Do you guys want to watch Is the One Piece meal overhyped, or do you guys want to see anything specific? Actually, what's this? What's that person's name again? We watched their videos. It was Gonna slow down on the comments. No, you don't have to slow down on the comments at all. Please ask or do whatever you need to do. It's just I need to I want to put up a video for you guys. Is there anything you guys would like to watch? Can we beat Dark Souls 2 only killing bosses? That sounds like fucking hell. Alright, fuck it. You guys can watch a guy try to solo Dark Souls 2. Sorrento. Sorrento, best of luck with this. Holy shit. Give me 1 second, guys. Guys, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I went to get some water. Had a bit of a little spill. I had to go use the bathroom, and also found out that there are some. Found out my mom is actually cooking up some. She's baking right now. She made some like these little like puff pastries. They're so good. I think they're like pineapple filled. Ugh. A lot happened in like the last, what 3-4 minutes, 5 minutes. Managed well on his own. Did he beat the guy? Did he beat the boss or something? I'm sorry, I didn't know. What did he do? He's running through here. Your bodily mental needs are cutting into our poverty and unacceptable. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to go take a whiz. I'm sorry I didn't urinate on my work chair because, you know, the company needed to make an extra $5 off of my, off of my efforts. Did you guys hear Johnny Somali has been found guilty of all charges in South Korea and sentenced to a specialized labor prison? No suspended sentence, phones confiscated, and sex offender status. That's crazy. That is crazy. Alright, so now, have a good one, man. Thank you for joining up. I appreciate you. I appreciate anybody for showing up. Let's put this away. We're back to work. My glasses. There we go. What did he do again? He essentially, I think he went to either the Philippines, Thailand, Taiwan, one of those places, or I think it was like South Korea, and he essentially, no, I think it was South Korea. I think he went to South Korea and essentially just became a massive nuisance. He basically would go to 7-Elevens, cook up some ramen, cause massive amounts of like, disorderly conduct. He would make messes with the food, splash it everywhere, do whatever the fuck he wanted. He would walk around like a goddamn weirdo. It's just gross stuff that's like, you're only doing this for the sake of getting like views or whatever and making some money, but eventually all that's going to happen is people are not going to like you. It's not a sustainable form of revenue because at some point people are going to stop wanting to watch you. And the people that are watching you are essentially only doing it just to see you fall, which in and of itself is kind of fucked in my opinion, but whatever, free will's a thing. And then finally, what's the strongest character I know? Probably one of like the probably like one of those like religious gods, you know? Probably somebody from like Hindu mythology, or I guess you could maybe say like, would it be the Christian god? Would it be like the Christian Catholic god? No, right? Or maybe one of the Egyptian gods, something like that. I don't know, man. Sounds like justice was served. Other countries don't care about your American passport. Other countries don't care, but it's not just that. There's actually, let me just pull it up real quick. Some Johnny Somali, court. Yeah, basically, like, the guy was just causing a bunch of issues, and then the part that kind of, like, left my eyes almost, like, blast wide open was that every single time he had to do, like, a judge call with one of the judges, he would just say, like, yo, SMD. Like, yo, inhale my phallic member. Like, what the fuck, bro? He's out of here telling this shit to a judge with no qualms of any kind whatsoever. This is some of the stuff that he did. Essentially, sentencing of the morning was consistently failed for report. The course. Oh, he also showed up to court drunk. For those that care, yeah, he also showed up to court drunk. Yeah, he was like pouring his ramen water over like a counter. Let's see what else. Failure to comply. The guy was also doing like some weird white face bit over there. I don't know what the hell that was about. Deep fake bong bong. I guess he was doing like some stuff with like deep fakes because over there they have some like real issues with deep fakes as far as like AI and media goes. They don't joke about that stuff over there. There are 3 levels of mitigated, default, and aggravated. Has no factors that would lead to a mitigated sentence. All factors point to a default and aggravated sentences. Yeah, he He just fucked over his own life. I remember watching a video that was like about an hour long where there was actually a clip of like one of his family members essentially saying that like, yo, they just disowned this guy. You should have put mommy ASMR while you were gone. Nah, I'm not doing that. I have no idea why streamer types act like being rude public nuisance is entertaining. They're expecting a beatdown and being arrested. Well, that's the thing. Depending on where you're going or where you're or where you're going to or where you're coming from, there are different laws that you have to go for, that you have to abide by with each country. Sure, many laws might kind of like, you know, crisscross applesauce here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing crazy. Like I'm pretty sure every single country wouldn't mind you walking down the street or whatever, as long as you're not being a nuisance. But the guy was just being an asshole. He was just messing with people. He was going up to people and doing weird stuff. So it's just not really surprising that something like this would happen. He was also being extremely disrespectful to like figures of authority, etc. So it was like, bruh. I think this is one of the things that kind of taught me about like just social media as a whole. You want to just, if you're gonna have a social media presence, if you want to be a content creator, you should never go the route. You should go a route that's sustainable, that helps grow a community, and that also helps put your word out there in a sense of like the content that you provide offers not only some form of entertainment to your viewers, but it adds some kind of substance, right? I'm sure that power scaling is not something that like offers the most amount of substance. It is a fun little niche topic that we can talk about, but just in general, I feel like as a content creator, even if it's not like on you to like, you know, make any kind of specific content that like, you know, you don't want to make, at the end of the day, if the kind of content that you make essentially only brings forth children, and when I say children, I mean like 16, 15, 14-year-olds that are essentially just there, like, laughing their asses off at all the wild shit that you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, if you're bringing in, like, teenagers, if you're bringing in, like, people that, you know, are only there, people that are, like, into, like, watching people destroy their lives, if all you're really doing is either bringing in people that either offer no kind of positivity to your, you know, channel as a whole, or as someone said before, if the type of people that you bring in are, if anything, nuisances themselves, or just like watching general mayhem because they have no type of sympathy or empathy for anybody else, or they just kind of like the chaos of it all, it's a reflection of who you are as a person. I mean, let's be honest, right? Racists have races in their streams for a reason. You gotta sometimes just call a spade, right? And I think it's just weird, man. I just think it's weird to like base your entire online persona or your online presence as someone who is there to be nothing more than an individual that doesn't grow anything and more so just wants to see, I don't want to say like the world burn in a sense, but you just don't care, where you just generally show that like you don't have a care for consequences, and you're just out here just to make people's lives just that tad bit more difficult. I don't like that shit. Don't ever think you lack substance. You did make me like Naruto again? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that, man. That's really kind of you. Vitaly lucky that he got off the 10-year Philippine sentence. Yeah, he got a 10-year sentence in the Philippines. I knew a guy that like went to jail in a foreign country. It was terrible, bro. There were like rats, cockroaches everywhere. You were basically sleeping on the floor because like they're just so filled up with people. We talked about this before. I'm not gonna go into it again, but it's just like, if going through that kind of situation, if going through all that shit doesn't change your perspective on life and you continue to do these kind of things later on, I don't know, man. Like, people can be dickheads like Luck. Don't be lucky guys. Like, don't be luck guys, yeah. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Like, I'd rather grow something that is at least wholesome and positive to some sense than be something that's negative. Because at the end of the day, people are going to talk shit about you regardless. You might as well at least have, like, you know, people backing you on something. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be something that automatically, like, makes somebody's day automatically worse. Like, I know there was that one guy that came in here saying that I was making his day actively worse, but it's like, bro, if me making a joke or putting up a thumbnail saying that Law, you know, solos whatever verse that I throw him up against, or whatever character does what, if that's upsetting you, at the end of the day, like, there is also a balance of it. It's not a spectrum, right? We can't just cater to everybody's feelings, but we also have to agree that there are certain forms or actions that a human being can take that overall, if you just let everybody do it, it's completely fucked, right? Like, I'm sure no old lady wants to just walk around in the street, maybe trying to go get something at, like, the grocery store or whatever, or, like, a bodega, or maybe, like, some plants or whatever. Maybe she's just going out for a nice stroll. There is no reason that you should go up to her and harass her and do all this kind of crazy shit, or just be a nuisance, man, or threaten them or whatever. It's just weird. I don't know. And I'm talking about Vitaly for that one, because he offered some lady money one time. Was trying to give her, like, money, and then when she just did not even want to remotely take into account anything that he was doing, he basically almost threatened to, like, rob her. This shit was crazy. Should have a stream title that Law Solo's Dragon Ball to farm engagement. That's a crazy ass title. People that do this type of shit just aren't good people ever. Like, you would think it's just for the videos, but all of them are just genuine assholes. Yeah, that's an issue. But anyway, moving onward. This is still notable, but it's a lot more blatant. But it's a lot less blatant than, say, Arlong and Alvida. Even moving on to the Grand Line, even while transitioning into the Grand Line, one can tell, even when transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that with the number of devil fruits we start to see, even when transition, it's obvious that with the number of it's obvious that things like devil fruits are far more common than the blues, where they are essentially but it's less blatant than, say, Arlong and Blee. It's still notable, but it's less. Maybe. Nah, that guy was wither trolling or really invested into Naruto too much. No way an anime take will ruin my day. Also, Vitaly getting sued for falsely accused a man of being on his Kendrick shit. That's funny. Do you think Alvida now could beat Arlong? She made it to the New World and is now a part of a Yonko crew. Do you think she got any bit stronger? Not really, because in Alvida's case, the Buggy crew was always weak. And in her case, a lot of their firepower comes from quantity. Mostly from quantity, but also because, guess what? They basically work for Cross Guild. Like, as long as, listen, all I'm saying is, if I get to the New World and I have fucking Mihawk of all people, if I have Mihawk of all fucking people in my quote-unquote crew, I would probably be fine. I would probably not even lift a finger. She looks like she has been good since then. Who would win in a fight? Isagi or Diddy? Isagi Yoichi from fucking Blue Lock? Versus a grown-ass man. A football player versus a grown... I miss it, man. Listen, man. I don't know what... Maybe Isagi, based on raw physicals, I would say. He at least seems to be a fit young lad. I don't know if he knows how to fight. Doesn't really come across as a fighter for me. Any reason why you're so adamant on not using real-world logic? In case, why use FTL or real-world... In that case, why use FTL for real-world logic? What are you talking about? Any reason why you're so adamant on not using real-world logic? Simple. It's fiction. fiction is going to abide by... Fiction is going to abide by its own laws. There is no reason for me to entertain the idea that, for example, a character like Luffy, a series like One Piece that clearly has these planetoids within these planetoids that seem to orbit the planet's body, but there's no kind of, like, you know, a gravitational effect on the waves or the pools of the blue planet, right? There are series like Naruto where every single human can essentially shoot out these massive balls of fire or create walls of soil or mud or dirt, or in some cases can just fire beams of energy. There are giant beasts that just fire negative energy, negative chakra, that combine it with positive chakra, which is an unquantifiable energy source that just shoots out and blows up mountains, or that the characters are capable of running relativistic or even light speed, when it's clearly stated that the characters clearly take damage from traveling at these speeds, right? Or that the characters are able to teleport from one place to another, right? All I'm saying is, there is a base level of logic that everything adheres to. They breathe, they drink water, they eat food, they need stuff to survive. It does mimic to a certain extent our real world. I cannot sit here and deny that, but I can't attribute all full real world knowledge to it because they clearly break it to some extent. And I don't abide by calculations because those calculations do not at any which point even remotely tell me an objective number, since all those numbers have to come in from some level of an assumption. So if I have a number that came in from some level of an assumption, and I know that the physics don't entirely abide by real world physics or logic, why the fuck would I apply to either or? Why would I apply? It's very simple. It's FTL. FTL means faster than the speed of light. I'm sure the author understands what light speed is. So, if they say something is faster than the speed of light, or they imply that something is faster than the speed of light, then I'm going to just assume that in comparison to a beam of light, they can travel at faster speeds. It's that simple. I don't put too much thought into it. I'm adamant about it because there's no point in putting more thought into it. If a character blatantly shows that they can dodge a beam of light, they are faster than the speed of light. I'm not going to give it more thought than that. You could try and sit here and say that the beam was being shot above their head, or that they aim dodge, or all that crap. Now we're going into the realm of opinions. Did they or did they not dodge the speed? Did they not dodge a beam of light after it was fired? If it was shot, if they dodged it after it was fired, faster than light to light speed. If it was shot, if they dodged before they shot, aim dodge, probably relativistic to some extent. It's not that hard to comprehend. But like, it shouldn't follow real world logic then, though. I mean, now you're trying to take an extreme end of it, right? Now you're trying to say, well, if it doesn't apply real world end logic, then nothing in the series must apply real world logic at all. No, I don't abide by it. You're viewing it in extremes. Your problem, Professor Turmoil, is that you're viewing it in extremes. I don't have to view it as an extreme. I can view it in whatever way I want. I can view it as some things may follow real world physics and logic. Sorry, some things may follow real world logic. Some things may not follow it. So I'm just not going to abide, at least in terms of calculations, anything that follows real-world logic if the series shows anything that doesn't follow real-world logic. It's that simple. Well, I'm just trying to make sure we all understand that every argument has holes. Don't you think that One Piece faster than light thing is a bit suspicious? I don't think it's suspicious. I think it's extremely blatant. And I wouldn't be telling you that I wouldn't be sitting here telling you that One Piece is objectively faster than the speed of light if I didn't genuinely look through the entirety of the series and then saw characters dodge beams of light over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's not suspicious in the slightest bit. I don't have to entertain the notion that it's not. The series blatantly proves it. You can still choose to believe whatever you want to believe. I just know what my take on it is. I don't care if somebody else has a separate take, and if somebody wants to challenge my take. I can just give them my point of view. Nothing that they say in any way, facet of logic is going to change my mind, because at the end of the day, it boils down to an opinion. I go by what is objective. My opinion, at the end of the day, comes to some extent from objective evidence. You can say, well, what about this data book that says that Kizaru was moving around in light speed during all of Marineford? Fantastic. I don't give a shit what that data book entry says, because Kizaru has to objectively be moving at faster than light speeds to call Luffy in second gear too slow, because the series implies that Luffy is massively faster. The actual source material implies Luffy is massively faster while using second gear, and he is clearly capable of dodging beams of light in base form. I don't care what a single statement does. Yes, every single argument has a hole. I have never once implied that I am objectively right. I have never once implied that I am the ipso facto only person in power scaling that knows exactly what the fuck is talking about in every single way, shape, or form when it comes to One Piece. There are ways of interpreting things within the context of One Piece that could be viewed in a different manner than how I view it, simply because it boils down to how you perceive, interpret, and view all the information, right? I could show you all the same information that I have seen, and you might say, well, some of this is clearly contextually not lightspeed. Okay, sure. I'm not going to try and debate it. I'm not going to try and argue it. If you are adamant about it not being lightspeed, I have absolutely and no reason to even try and change your mind, because there's no point in it, right? We're just expressing opinions at that point. It's just about finding an understanding. And I think part of finding an understanding is just being respectful towards one another, right? Now, within the context of, again, logic, I mean, it all boils down to how your logic clashes versus my logic, right? And again, so it all boils down to opinions. I don't think my takes are inherently. Just know that I don't agree and never will agree. But yeah, exactly. I'm not going to try and change your mind. I don't personally give a shit if you or Six or Julio or Marcos all said, Eon, you're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. I will never agree to this idea that One Piece is FTL. Sure, 100% believe it. I am not here to change your mind. I don't have to agree, not gonna lie. Yeah, you don't have to agree. You do not have to agree. You do not have... Now, here's the thing. There is a difference between agreeing and being disingenuous. I don't feel like I'm disingenuous even if I don't agree with you, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about perspective. Unless something is blatantly or objectively shown or stated, etc., 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 there are ways to interpret it. That's why I say power scaling is all about interpretation. Because sure, you could say that Don Chinjiao, you could say, for example, Don Chinjiao, where is it? Dressrosa. You could say, for example, Don Chinjiao, splitting a continent of ice by this metric doesn't equate to it being continental. Sure, but that's not my metric. That's fantastic. Cool. I can respect that. I see where your opinion is. I understand where your logic is coming from. I do not agree. It's that simple. It's that funny, right? But then you also have, for example, people saying that, I don't know, let's just say Thriller Bark, right? Let's just say Thriller Bark. Let's say somebody says, okay, but Kuma's beams of light are still not light speed, right? These beams of light that Kuma objectively shoots are not the speed of light. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, there you go. You could say that this beam that Kuma shoots is objectively not... You could say the beam of light is not the speed of light. And then if I show you that it says that the beams of light are light speed consistently and it's stated, that is just an objective fact. There is no arguing against it. These beams are light speed, right? Whether or not you think the characters are light speed themselves, that's not fine. But if you were to say, for example, oh no, Eon, you're wrong. These beams of light are only replicating Kizaru's power, or they're only blah, 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 blah. They're not actually the speed of light. They're probably slightly slower than the speed of light. I would say if a character is consistently stating that these beams are replicated from a character rate of fruit that turn them into light, I would say, no, you're just being disingenuous. Again, believe whatever you want to believe. It doesn't upset me. It's more so, I don't care at that point. We're done with the discussion. There's no point in having it. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about before? A long series not being FTL. Are we being serious? Yeah. He's 100% the best power scaler on the platform, One Piece or not. I appreciate that. Damn. For One Piece, no? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway. Even while transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that things like devil fruits are far more common than the blues, where they are than the four blues where they are essentially something more akin to exotic rare. No, let me see. Let's look up devil fruits. Let's see if I can find a good way to describe this. Devil fruits, One Piece, devil fruits, right? Are super than these supernatural. A devil fruit can. Are supernaturally unique. They can only deliver one held by the time. Yeah. Origins, not known. Other legends say that it was a sea devil. Appearances. It's mentioned that it was unique. Yeah. Some have mundane shapes akin to that of distinctly ordinary fruit, while others have usual shapes reflecting their representative powers. Gomu. The shape of a regular Yubari melon, while the Maramara is shaped like a flame. Right. Let's see. It has the most speculated, but existence, the power, dimensions, however, Vegapunk. Types of fruits. Or akin to almost myth. Benefits of consumption, weakness to water, sea stone superiority, and unpredictability. Proficiency, awakening, devil fruits, knowledge. The only known, because encounters with devil fruits are rare, except especially outside of the Grand Line. Various rumors have grown around them, making it difficult to tell fact from fiction. Yeah, okay. But they are essentially something more akin to myth outside, something more akin to myth outside of the. They're essentially something akin more to myth. Devil fruits, by entering the Grand Line, by seeing. The number of devil fruit users the number of devil fruit users we come across as we enter the Grand Line drastically increases. No. The number of devil fruit users we come across not only naturally drastically increasing, we come across as we see more devil fruit users, as we see throughout East Blue, having devil fruits alone already puts you on a level that most people can't reach. Let me move this over just a little bit. Okay. Most people can't reach. No, I don't like that. As we see throughout East Blue, devil fruits, having devil fruits alone, which Even while transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that things like Devil Fruits are far more common than the 4 Blues, where they are essentially something more akin to myth. Are you Eon because you're a large mountain level, or are you large mountain level because you're Eon? Neither, because I am Outer Versal and Omniversal Plus and Deluxe HD Mega Collection. Yeah, I'm all those things. Anyway, okay. It's... the sheer number of Devil Fruit users we are introduced to offers a form of power creep within the story, a form of power creep that is naturally the sheer number of introduced to offers that naturally a form of natural power creep. Form of natural power creep for the coming arcs. Now we can have both friend and foe, now we can... Alright, which is it offers? Ignore. I saw an old upload on Kago versus the Kage, and I'm shocked at how you were able to make the conclusion that the Kaido gets the win. Mangekyo Baha, do you want to express that point to me a little bit more thoroughly? Do you want to be a bit more comprehensive? So you're saying that, like, you disagree with me, you say you disagree with the take on the video? That's fine. I think that's okay. What's your... So you think that the 5 Kage win, right? Would you like to go through that? I am more than willing to go through it with you if you'd like, or at least express my opinion. I'd love to hear what your take is. What are your thoughts on bad laser scaling feats? A lot of people used to scale people to light speed or FTL speeds. Like, say, Akame got killed because many tried to have Tatsumi at light speed. So you're saying, like, from a perspective of, like, what do I think of people that essentially try to say that every laser is light speed? Like, the thing I'm just surprised on is that One Piece has a hold over Naruto. Yeah, I think that One Piece overall outstats the fuck out of Naruto in almost every physical metric possible, and that Naruto's hacks aren't enough to really make up for it. Like, in most cases, most characters just do not have a hacks ability that outright beats everything within One Piece. Like, not even the ETSO. I think that thing is trash. That thing is so fucking slow, it's not even funny. Light speed unless contradicted. So, Thor, just to clarify real quick, are you asking me whether or not, like, should we consider if every single laser out there is light speed until proven otherwise, or should we try to at least acknowledge the idea that they might not be light speed? Or is it more suitable to say that not every laser is light speed? So, Mangekyo Baha, did you have anything you wanted to add? By the way, speech to text also works if you speak English. I found that it's much faster to get your point across if you go with speech to text. And yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, and just for context, Mangekyo, cheat, dead ash, low key. If there is a photon in it, it's okay. Like, let me ask you a question, right? Would you believe me if I said I learned Kaido is probably weak for all I care. The Kage might have lost horribly, but that was Madara. The One Piece series ain't that strong to compete with even the weakest of Naruto characters. So, okay. So, just to understand properly, are you saying that, like, even someone like Kid Konohamaru solos? Like, you genuinely believe that, I don't know, Sakura from the start of Shippuden can probably go at it with Kaido in a fight? Are you saying that? Example, they try to say have Tatsumi avoiding Shiko Taser's plasma beam as light speed reaction speed, which I found very bad because Akame ga Kill is not known for light speed scaling. It might not be known for it, but it might be a meta. There might be a meta. So let me ask you a question. Is it ever implied that that plasma beam is light speed through actual text? I wouldn't go that far now. Like Part 1 Kakashi. So you think Part 1 Kakashi can hurt Kaido, right? So can I ask you this? Do you think, Baha, do you think it is inherently fair or inherently reasonable to think that one verse beats another verse or is automatically stronger than another verse if you do not know any of the scaling for the other verse? You know A and B. A in this case is Naruto, B in this case is One Piece, right? Do you think it's fair for you to say that, like, someone like Kaido loses to Part 1 Kakashi if you don't know anything about Kaido at all? Do you think that is inherently fair in terms of scaling? Do you think that opinion is coming from a place of genuine belief, or is it just coming from a place of, well, I don't know what he scales to, I'm just saying that he loses? I'd love to know. I don't think every laser in fiction is light speed. And no, nothing says anything about Shiko Taser's plasma cannon is light speed. Nothing across the manga or any other Akame ga Kill material. Okay, so that's all you kind of need, right? That's all you kind of need. Now, I would say that a laser and a beam are probably different things, just to, like, set up, like, a colloquial difference. Because a laser would, because, I don't know, you could have, like, beams of different things, right? You could have, like, a water gun, you could say, like, a beam of water or whatever, right? Like, I guess you could say more like a beam could be used to describe, like, a long-range projectile that usually goes in the form of an uninterrupted blast versus a laser, which is just, let's say, photons, right? Funny because I've never seen an Akame ga Kill dodge lightning, let alone light. It's a DBZ type of gap to me. I'm not going to lie. I don't see One Piece being all that strong. Okay, I'm not going to try and change your mind. I don't really care to do that. You can watch all of my content and then, you know, see that most of my content does have just evidence backing it up. You don't have to agree with me. I'm not saying you even have to watch the content because I don't feel like going over all of One Piece scaling. But can I show you something real quick? Can I show you something, Mangekyo? Sure. Just stick around for a second. If you want to watch more of my content, you can. I'll just show you something real quick. I'll just show you something very quickly, and I'll have you ask, would you stick around for, like, maybe 2 minutes? Something like that? Just stick around for, like, 2 minutes, and I'll show you something real quick. I'll show you, like, a quick comparison between, like, Luffy and Naruto, and you just let me know if you think I'm at least being disingenuous with my take, right? Drake, that's fine. You don't have to really go through with it. Let's see. I need the data book. Oh, it's SBS, right? I throw them all in SBS. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I appreciate you being open-minded and just hearing me out for, like, one quick thing. Naruto. Okay, so. I appreciate that. There's Gamabunta. There is, I'm not gonna go entirely into it unless you want me to. I'm not gonna go entirely into it. I'll probably just give you a quick example. You can, if you want, I can expand on it a tiny bit more, but it's not necessary in my opinion. Okay. Let's see. Here you go. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Okay, so you said, like, characters like Kakashi can probably be Kaido, right? Mangekyo, quick question. Would you agree that Sage Mode Naruto is stronger than Kakashi? Would you agree that Sage Mode Naruto is stronger than Kakashi? Yes or no? I'll just leave it like that. Would you agree that, like, Sage Mode Naruto is, like, way stronger than Kakashi? Indeed. Okay, sure. So, you see this giant rhino that, like, is charging at Luffy? You see this giant rhino? I'm sure you're aware of the scene, right? Naruto pulls up, comes out in Sage Mode, pulls up, spawns with the, other toads over here. Spawns in, fights, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. Right? Naruto has this giant rhino charging at him. Slows down the rhino, not even just slows it down, stops it completely, then tosses the rhino up into the air, right? And as you can see right here, Gamma Bunta is about as big as this, actually, I'll have to do another one. The dog is about as big as the bull is about as big as the rhino. The bull and rhino should be about the same size. So we can agree that, like, Gamma Bunta and these guys are all about the same size, right? We can agree that they're all pretty much about as big as each other, right? Okay, so if Gamma Bunta's about as big as this rhino, and we actually see him about as far... Okay, sure. So Naruto should be physically strong enough to lift up these giant creatures. Now, did you know, Mangekyo, did you know that canonically speaking, the only size for any of these summoning beasts is Gamma Bunta? Canonically speaking, we only know that there is, that the only canonical size for any of these summoning creatures is Gamma Bunta. 17 meters, right? 17 meters for Gamma Bunta. I'll even pull this up real quick, right? Sage Mode Naruto, right? So I'm gonna write it here. Sage Mode Naruto stops a giant rhino and throws a giant 17 meter tall rhino. 17 meter tall rhino. Well, I'm just going to say 17 meters. I don't know if it's tall or long. Let's just, whichever one, it doesn't matter, right? Naruto stops a giant 17 meter rhino and tosses it into the air. Fantastic, right? Okay. Let me show you this guy. Actually, no, I don't need this. Let me show you this guy right here. You see this Moo? You see this Moo cow? You see this big guy right here? His name is Momu. Momu is a friend of mine. And the reason why Momu is a friend of mine is because Momu just so happens to be a fantastic indicator of how big creatures in One Piece are and how potentially powerful they are even from the earliest points in the series. You see how big the sea cow is? You see the sea cow? It doesn't look that big, right? You would say, oh, Gamma Bunta's totally bigger than this sea cow, right? Especially in this scan over here where you can see Momu's not as big, right? Where Momu's not as big, right? This is how big Momu is. You see this number over here? Yeah, Momu is 36 meters, right? So, Momu, the sea cow. Yeah, Gamma Bunta's bigger. Ain't no way I'm sure he dwarfs it. No. Momu is 36 meters tall. Right? This sea cow right here, Momu, my friend Momu, is 36 meters tall. He's over twice as big as Gamma Bunta. He's actually way bigger than the rhino, right? So, now, let's see what Luffy does to Momu, right? Luffy meets Momu. Luffy beats the fuck out of Momu. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to show you real quick. I'm just going to show you. Over 2 times bigger than the frog. And Luffy not only punches Momu, but also makes him bleed. And then when Momu shows up, Sanji literally kicks Momu into the air. Not into the air, sorry. Back into the water. He kicks him up. My bad. I didn't mean to say into the air. My apologies. And when Momu comes in again, Sanji basically puts out Momu after 3 hits. These guys took out Momu in 3 hits. In order to take down these giant summoning animals, they needed to hit them with Rasengans. Even with Rasengans, and with hitting them and whacking them with these things, that's what it took to take one of these things down. With Momu, who is twice as large as these things, they took him out in 3 hits, right? Mind you, Naruto needed 2 massive Rasengans, right? So again, 36 meters tall. He also takes down giant ships. But anyway, Luffy gets upsetty spaghetti that Momu wants to attack him, and he's had enough of this. You see, he says, I've had it, this is a waste of time. He says that this giant creature that is twice as big as the giant rhinos that Naruto needed Sage Mode in order to stop, because Naruto can't stop this rhino without Sage Mode. He does not have the physical strength for it at this point in the series. Yeah, this is just for lifting strength alone, but I'll get into this in just a second. Luffy is not only calling this a waste of his time, but then grabs Momu by his horns and throws him around like he's a windmill. Luffy, in the very first arc of the series, throws the giant sea cow that is larger than any one of those summoning animals. 2 of those summoning animals actually stacked up on top of each other, and he throws Momu outside of the island's range. In other words, he's basically outside the borders of the island. So, where Naruto threw this giant rhino up into the sky, however high that is, because I have no perspective shot, however high he threw the rhino, and it only seems to be a little bit higher than the crater that it was thrown in, sure. I don't know how high this is, because again, I don't have a perspective from down below, but sure, outside of the Leaf's range, however tall that is, Luffy threw his outside of the island's range. Yeah. Luffy is already physically stronger. Luffy is already physically stronger than Sage Mode Naruto in the first arc of the series. And we're talking about Naruto, what, 3 arcs before the series ends? Yeah. Luffy has higher lifting strength than Naruto alone. Not just that, but Naruto needed massive Rasengans in order to knock these guys up. Naruto needed massive Rasengans to knock these guys up. Luffy just straight up threw Momu. I don't know how I feel about that. Listen, I didn't make up the chapters. I'm just providing the evidence. So, again, I'm not going to give you a full rundown of how powerful One Piece is, but just to give you a bit to knock them up. Ah, I see what I said. Fuck you. Anyway, I'm just giving you evidence. One Piece characters early on into the series have insane feats of strength. This feels weird, to be honest. Like, what? That's because you don't know about One Piece scaling. That's because you do not know about it. And that is okay. I can help you learn a little bit about it if you want. You can look at my videos. I've made plenty of content on this. I'm not providing any bit of information that is not coming directly from the series. I'm not giving you any line of scaling that I could not take from the series itself. I'm not giving the characters more. I'm giving them the bare minimum that I can grant them, and they are still outscaling Naruto characters by a large amount. Let me show you something else. Let me show you something extremely funny. You know how people say that, like, don't let this distract you from the fact that Naruto can stop a giant snake as a kid? Yes, he can stop a giant snake as a kid while using Nine-Tails chakra to physically amp his body. Not that, you know, super strength that Kurama even says himself, Naruto, when he dies, he says, Naruto, you're not gonna have super strength after this. You'll no longer have super strength. So yeah, I would say that Naruto having super strength as a child, yes, I'll even bring up the scan for you real quick. Chunin exams. Stopping a giant snake, mind you, a giant snake that is not 17 meters tall. Yes, he was able to stop the giant snake, and Luffy was able to stop the even larger He was able to stop it, but again, the snake is fine. He just gets blown away. You see? Snake is fine. Then he slows down the snake. The snake that is smaller than Gamabunta and Manda. Hopefully nobody tries to attempt to buy into this super shaky argument. It's not super shaky. These giant snakes that Orochimaru summons are weaker and smaller than Gamabunta and Manda. Those giant snakes, they're unnamed snakes. I have no reason to believe they're as large as Gamabunta. I have no reason to believe they're even as large as Manda, who's about as large as Gamabunta. So why would I entertain the argument that Naruto punching down a snake where all he does is this? Mind you, a snake smaller than Momu. This snake, far smaller than Momu. Again, right here, what does Luffy do? Sends the thing flying, actually draws blood. You can even see Momu eye whites out. Did you see the size of the creature? What's the size of the creature? I don't care how big the creature is. You tell me how big it is. Because this snake right here has no canonical size. So if this snake has no canonical size, and it's clearly not bigger than Manda Gamabunta, I have no objective reason to entertain the argument that this snake is even remotely as impressive as these guys casually knocking out a giant beast twice the size of Manda and Gamabunta. That's extremely questionable. You can believe it's as big as you want it to believe, but I don't have a reason to believe that the snake is any bigger than this sea cow, any tougher than this sea cow, or that it weighs any more. Dude, I don't know. It's just pretty big from a fantasy standpoint than One Piece. It's not bigger though, but it's not bigger. It's not bigger by any metric that you can go at it. I can give you the metric for how big this sea cow is. If you cannot give me a metric for how big this snake is, I genuinely do not have to care what the argument is. Unless this thing has an objective size in comparison, means nothing to me. Especially if these snakes that Orochimaru summons are usually smaller and weaker than the snake the only snake he has that beats Gamabunta. These scalers bore me, man. I don't know what you want me to give you. I can give you super shaky random values for these snakes that have absolutely no backing, or I can give you objective evidence that makes you reach a conclusion. You may not like it, you can disagree with it, I don't personally care. That is how consistent my argument is. Another argument I could go into is the fact that these guys over here, let's see. These guys, where is it? Where is it? Okay, yeah. I can show you guys something crazy. Why are we not agreeing that the notion that I may have a point? Because you don't. Your point is entirely reliant on whether or not you believe that those snakes are as big as Manda. I don't have to believe it, A. B. Naruto is specifically being enhanced to have super strength by the Nine Tails, which we know for a fact the Nine Tails is what is granting him said super strength, because he states it as he dies. He states, you're not going to have any super strength after I die. C. More importantly, Naruto doesn't knock out the snake. Naruto doesn't kill the snake. Naruto doesn't have the snake become afraid of him. Luffy and Sanji quite literally have Momu the sea cow after their first encounter not only drag them into the island, but then when he shows up, he wants to run away from them. I have no reason to believe the cow is tougher than any of the snakes, regardless of the size. Why would the snakes be tougher in the first place? Why would the snakes be tougher in the first place? Under what facet of logic should I even remotely have to agree with that the snakes are tougher? Especially when, once again, this sea cow has, let me see, statements that essentially imply, within the context of the SBS, that they can take down large ships. And what does the giant snake do? Take out a building, maybe? I don't know. Isn't that Luffy getting hurt by a small blade? What's a kunai gonna do to him? Ah! Right! A small blade! Thank you so much for bringing this up. You see how Luffy gets tagged by this small blade? This is what, 34? Beautiful. Let me show you how powerful that guy actually is. Let me just show you something. Let me just show you something so fascinating and interesting. You will absolutely adore it. Right? So, first of all, the guy who throws these... His name is Django. You see this guy? You see this absolute loser? You see how you see Django? Yeah, he's the guy that threw this chakram at the back of Luffy's head. He's the guy that threw this chakram at the back of Luffy's head. Now let me show you something interesting about the Chunin exams themselves, right? You see Gaara? You see how he transforms? You see how he transforms? Let me see. Where the fuck does Gaara fight Naruto, right? You see Gaara with his one-tailed transformation, right? Look how powerful Gaara is. Let's see how powerful Gaara is. He transforms and he throws the Sand Shuriken at Naruto, and now he's transforming even more. Naruto tries to fight him, and then he throws more of the Sand Shuriken at Naruto. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, right here. You see that these Sand Shuriken destroy portions of the wood, right? These guys are so outlandish with the glaze, though. No. I got you. I got you right now, Professor Turmoil. So, you see how, like, these Sand Shuriken blow past, like, tree bark? Uh-huh. So, now you see Django? You see Django right here? Let me show you something. He can do this. With a single chakra throw. With a single chakram throw, he can split multiple fucking trees. You have a Jinchuriki using their power to get a Devil Fruit. Sorry, you're using a Jinchuriki using their tailed beast's power to massively amp themselves, like Naruto did before, and all this guy is doing is, at best, maybe breaking through some tree bark. Here is Django quite literally slicing through multiple trees at a time, and just for context, just for show, right here, Luffy takes one of these to the back of the head. Luffy not only takes one of these to the back of the head, then takes a step forward and then just rips it right out. So I don't even have to believe that a regular shinobi could throw a kunai that's hard enough to even remotely harm Luffy even in East Blue. May I remind you that the man is a gag character or whatever they call him. Of course he can do this to a weird extreme strong extent. No, it's not a gag. None of this is a gag. What exactly about Django is a gag character? Why is this guy a gag character? He's definitely, you might think that the art style's funny. Oh, look at this. Luffy, with a thrown punch, can just split a tree. I want you to show me when a Naruto character just casually splits a fucking tree with their punches. Not enhancing themselves with chakra, not doing anything crazy, just, I throw a punch, I'm snapping a tree. He looks ridiculous, and he can look as ridiculous as he wants to be. But this guy right here can unironically throw these little spheres, these little sharp circles. He can throw them so hard that it's not only visibly more powerful than a Jinchuriki using their powers. Yeah. What do you want me to tell you? How is he not a gag character, bro? Let's look up what the definition of a gag character is. Gag character definition. Let's look up what the definition. Let's see. A gag character is usually a character that is rarely used and typically exhibits little or no personality except to serve as the conduit of a joke for a comic strip. How is any of this a joke? Because the last time I checked, these people's lives are actually in danger. These people's lives, within the context of the story, are actually in danger. Wow. So, let's see. Gag characters usually appear in a single panel that do not follow any main or centralized character. Oh wait, guys, doesn't Django show up when they're talking about battleship bags? Doesn't Django show up as they talk about this stuff, man? 2 years later in the context of the story and over 1,000 chapters later. I don't know, man. Is Django a gag? Is Django a gag character? What a terrible argument, man. What a terrible... How about this? How about you let the characters' feats... How about you let the characters' feats scale for themselves instead of bringing up some BS? So Takaba fight and Kenjaku are trying to fight for the sorcerer's lives is not a gag. You can view it as a gag. You can view it as a joke. But at the end of the day, the reason why they're doing the Takaba versus what's-his-face fight, you could even say his powers are Toon Force for all I care. I don't personally care. But one thing that you would have to now prove to me is how Takaba, or whatever the fuck, or blah 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 blah, his comedian ability is somehow going to consider him a gag character when the entire situation here is designed around and narratively for Yuta to sneak up on Kenjaku so he could slash his head through and through. Yeah, all of this was for the sake of... All of this was for the sake of taking this man down. So again, And Saitama is not a gag, because the way you would define a gag character is for the sake of a joke. But, and here's the thing, I don't personally care for One Punch Man. I don't personally care for One Punch Man. Everybody, at least most people here would know that I find Saitama to be an extremely boring character, but even if I were to tell you that Saitama is an extremely boring character, etc., 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 let me see, when does Saitama fight Garo? Let's see, Cosmic Garo. What is it, 165? Let's go to chapter 165. When Saitama decides to fight Garo, right? Saitama gets what? He gets serious. Is there anything about this that is even remotely funny to you? Maybe because the guy's face looks stupid. Maybe because the guy doesn't have hair. I don't know. Does this seem like a gag to you? I'm being thrown so much hoops right now. This is generally some tiresome points. They're tiresome because you chose to bring them up. They're tiresome because I obviously debunked every single one of them, and you cannot give me an actual objective counter argument. Everything about your argument has been, they look funny, they look stupid, and I can tell you, looks and funny doesn't matter whatsoever in power scaling. Let the characters' feats and statements scale for themselves. Naruto looks cooler than One Piece. Naruto in the Pain's arc looks way cooler than One Piece. But let me tell you this. At the end of the day, are you or are you not going to let the characters were ripping trees? No, they were pulling them out of the ground. Lifting strength. But anyway, my point is simple. If your argument isn't going to be around actual power scaling and more so about the characters looking like gags and shit, I don't personally care. You're just sitting here and telling me that you don't actually have a point to go across. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what argument you try to bring up. It is a weak argument if you have to essentially say and go down to, but they're gag characters. If that is the crux of your argument, it genuinely does not matter. It boils down to what is essentially head canon. Lord Bro versus Saitama was never a gag fight. Just look at the ending when they acknowledge each other. Yeah. I see your point. One smart, but that's lifting strength at best. Okay. Now, we can have both friend and foe. The sheer number of double fuses that we are introduced to offers a form of natural power creep for the coming arcs. Now, we can have both friend and foe display different abilities and utilities based on what their devil fruits can do. Ooh, let's see, Dalton, we want to go with, Pell and Kinemon. Also Kanjuro. Kinemon, Kanjuro, Dalton, Pell, and we'll just throw in a villain character with devil fruit powers. We'll throw in Mr. Five and Miss Monday. It's Miss Monday, right? Something like that. Bro didn't bring any evidence. Yeah, I don't care, man. I can't stand such bad takes and claims all day. Oh, so my takes are bad and my claims are bad, even though I gave you objective information from the series with as little interpretation on my end as possible. Yeah, fantastic. It ain't for me. I also hate arguing with people who cannot even admit they are wrong. Ladies and guys, does Eon know? I'm only recognizing Dalton because I did watch the live action recently with my girlfriend. Does Eon only believe? Do I only believe? I'm never wrong. Do I believe that I am never wrong? Yes or no? Show me right now whether you guys think I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. But it's just people like this that they genuinely make the larger extent of power scaling and just debating as a whole annoying. And they make it annoying for the simple fact that it's always about moving the goalpost to another different extent. And you know what? I accidentally clicked yes, sorry. You're fine. Nah, Yon usually admits when he is wrong. That's what I'm saying, bruv. Anyway. Sukuna can't be light speed. Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah. People voting yes to mess with you. That's what I'm saying, bruv. Anyway. Engaging in a conversation and engaging in one of these discussions means that you have to be able to at least go in there with some level of an open mind. Check out your last comment, by the way. I got you right now. Dog, if you say it looks so it must be X, you are literally doing the same thing as a conspiracy theorist. World Tree / Dragons, though, stuff is just a visual false equivalence. Yeah, it's also like calling the Otsutsuki gods. Gaara would scale above Tamari's weasel that can be used as section of a forest. Not necessarily, because you can also argue that Tamari and Kankuro came back way fucking stronger than before. Especially by the time of that arc, yeah, no, you can definitely argue they all come back way stronger. Gaara was never pulling out a fucking giant sand tsunami or turning the area around him into fucking sand during the pre-tuning exams. I don't agree with that at all. During the tuning exams. Pre-Sasuke retrieval arc. Yeah, no, it's like when people think they're like Otsutsukis. They're called gods, bro. They're gods within the context of Naruto. Kaguya's a goddess, bro. Like, come on, man. Are we really gonna sit here and say, like, have you never watched Noragami? Have you never? You know what's crazy? Let me show you guys something. Let me show you guys something. So, a couple of weeks, not even a couple of weeks ago, I think it was like last week. There was a series that popped up around here that was like a guy that got turned into a Gyaru, and I decided, you know what, fuck it, let me check it out, right? So I'm clicking through the chapters, and the guy literally saves some goddess of Gyaru, like the god of Gyarus or some shit, bro, and she literally turned him into a girl. Like, it's fucking fiction. The term God, most of the time, could be used for something all-powerful, or something for a gag, or a character that is just perceived within the context of the story to be a god, but they would probably be fodder anywhere else. It does... Names and terms don't generally fucking matter. Hey, I saw a YouTube post, talking about how Kaguya's all-killing Ashbow was stated to have immeasurable speed in the data books. It was a translation. Do you agree? Where the fuck was that stated? Do I have all-killing Ashbow? Let me look that up real quick. Where the fuck was that stated? This is the problem that I feel like it just goes into power scaling discussions, when it just goes into like constantly moving the goalpost and making some BS argument about like, oh man, dude, the character looks stupid though, Eon. I know you just proved to me. I know that you just debunked every single point I brought up. I know how I'm just trying to argue off of the idea that like the snake looks big, therefore it must be bigger than the cow. I know I brought all those things up, and it doesn't matter if you give me a separate interpretation that could be perceived in another way. The fact that the characters look stupid must mean that I am right and you are wrong. You can't even tell me that you're wrong. No, I agreed with you. 100% I agreed with you. Yes, it's in the place you never loom. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright. Fine. I'll admit it. I don't go into the library of Ohara every single day. I go in there when I need to. Alright, let's see. Where the fuck is... Oh, no, that's One Piece. I need Naruto. Databooks. There we go. All killing Ashbone. Let's just... Can we search it? Search and drive. All killing... fuck it. I'll find it. There's Kaguya. There's the stuff. Let me... You know what? I'm not doing a translation right now. All killing Ashbone data book. Let's check it out, guys. Alright, where the fuck is it? It's definitely somewhere up here. It's definitely somewhere up here. I know I've seen it at least once. Fuck it. Control F. All killing. No. all that killing. Ah, there we go. All killing ash bone. A technique that changes and constitutes elements of bones, turning them into a strong weapon, is different from Shikotsu Miyaku, being a much more lethal. The bone is released at the palm of the hands and hits the targets and disintegrates them immediately, turning to dust as soon as your body is hit. Those affected by these bones only fall apart by. Those affected only have to fall apart by the bone. The destruction spreads across the body. The affected area across the body. It's possible to send the bones through a dimensional portal. What the fuck about this implies dimensional, immeasurable speed? Oh, it was a Japanese translation? Oh, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if the Japanese translation kind of implies it. There's a reason why they do English translations as well, and there's a reason why certain English translations may not always give the most flattering, quote-unquote, interpretation or whatever. And it's primarily because, guess what? If the English interpretation probably doesn't give it the best, probably doesn't say it's the highest interpretation possible. It's probably because it shouldn't be perceived as the highest interpretation possible. But anyway, what knocks me out is the people who argue One Piece is cartoonish, it can't be stronger like a cartoon. Yeah, it's probably from the raw itself. Got you. It's obvious. The cooler, more serious look, the cooler looking series is more powerful than goofy cartoon art style series. Yeah. All that stuff. People really think Naruto wins because Luffy looks like a wacky goofball cartoon while the other looks cool. Yeah, people do genuinely believe that Naruto isn't and will never be infinite speed or above. That's crazy. Alright, I'm over that. It was something Gyaru. Now this shit's actually pissing me off. Where the fuck was it? Damn it. It's not even in these. Fuck. Something Gyaru. Gyaru. Oh, Gyaru. Wait, Gyaru-sen? Kuro-sana Kuru. I want a gal gamer to praise me. Please tell me. Yeah, Hokkaido gals are super adorable. Nakamura-san, the uninvited Gyaru. My roomie is a dino. Alright. Wait, is it Gal Gohan? Yeah, it was Gal Gohan. Wait. Unfortunately. Oh no, this is definitely not this one. Definitely not this one. Definitely not that one. I need to read this shit, bro. My life's on the line here. Alright. Notice how characters like Saitama, Mash, and Saiki get access to comedic feats, but it doesn't count when it's One Piece. Yeah, 100%. It's always moving the goalpost, man. Do you think Luffy has Toon Force? I would rather say known. It wasn't an ecchi seinen. I don't know what the name is. Oh, it'll pop up at some point. This one, okay. Random series pop up here all the time, and I clearly shown for weeks now that I just randomly click through different series and just read what the synopsis is about. What the fuck? So you weren't into me? Okabe vowed to focus on his studies in high school, but for whatever reason, the girls around him keep sending him mixed signals. That sounds extremely funny. That sounds extremely funny. I spend my full time studying. I refuse to give. My classmate, is she in love with me? That was close. I had the wrong idea again. No fucking way. Alright, I love this. This I actually might read. What were you saying? Wait. What is this again? It's an ecchi harem romance? Fuck. Alright, fuck it. That I might actually read. That's actually funny. What else do they have here? What else do they have? The fuck's this? Saikin Haita Shiro Madoshi ga Party Crusher de Ore no Isekai Boukensho Seikatsu ga Hokai ni Kiki na Ken ni Tsuite. Yo! Rolls off the fucking tongue, doesn't it? You think you want to be in Hakari's place when Kirara? No, I do not want to be in Hakari's position. Please, I need this, Eon. I don't know what it is. Read Make the Exorcist Fall in Love. Now try fast 10 times. Saikin haita shiro maroshi ga party crusher de ore no isekai boken. Fuck! Alright, I'm not doing that more time. I'm not doing that. Alright, whatever. What the fuck's this about? Transported into another world and accused of feminine circle crusher by a female circle crusher. What the fuck is a female circle crusher? That's a so-called circle crusher after being murdered in an accident caused by a girl. Oh, he's there now. I'm Maria, a white mage. Will you allow me to join your party? I'm not allowed. She turns out to be evil. These idiots are so gullible. Of course. Why the hell are you both half naked? Maria's equipment is way too garbage, so to celebrate joining our party, we bought her a new staff. We didn't have enough money, so we simply sold our armor to get enough funds. Are you guys idiots? That's so nice. You're the party leader. You have to stop them. This is a suicidal act, no matter. How about think about it? Alright. Okay. Okay. What the fuck is this? I think I might just fall in love with you, etc., etc. She's a true party destroyer. Ah! He doesn't want to allow her to destroy the party. That's the whole fucking joke. Ah, that's what it is. He wants to essentially destroy their party. So basically mine from Shield Nerd. No, not mine. Not mine, because she's not out here to ruin his life. She just wants to destroy their party. How much of a super chat would it take to give a sexy uwu in the most kawaii, seductive voice imaginable? $100. I will do it for $100. I don't know if my voice can go up that high. I will do it for $100. There's no way I'm doing that for you. If somebody pays it, I will do it, but there's no way anybody's paying that. I don't know if I'm mentioning by name can flag you, but there's a manga where the German leader is a cute anime girl. Nah, I'm not doing that. Definitely not. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I'm a high school boy, but I got gender swapped into a Gyaru. That is such a fuck name, dude. I'm a high school boy, but I got he is a high school girl. It has to be this one, right? No. I don't think it's going to pop up if I do it. I'm going to be honest with you. Gender swap. Fuck it. I'm just... Where is it? How do I... No, not that. Not that. Alright. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Copy. There we go. There we go. Fuck it, man. This is where the stream's gone to now. Oh, it's this. Gyaru Nateshimao. Okay. Yeah, this sounds familiar. Okay. Stop, I'm falling for you? Alright, fuck off. Danshi Kokose. Copy. Yeah, it was this one. Now I remember, it was this one. Yeah. This guy essentially saved the god of... the god of Gyarus. Yeah, and then when he wakes up, he's a Gyaru. Yeah. You willing to read Yaoi? No. We all read Yuri? No. Yeah, he basically turned into a chick. This is, his mom actually used to also be a Gyaru, which I thought was crazy. Fate, Bloodline, it's me, Mom. Who are you? Are you one of Junpei's friends? She transferred her to an all-school girl. To an all-girl school. Ooh, I'm definitely going. Alright, fuck it. I'm over it. Read Chuck Beans. Real manga, by the way. Fuck no. What would you do if you were in that situation? What would you guys do? What would you guys do, actually? If you guys were turned into a Gyaru. But the 5% is peak Brokeback Mountain type love drama. What the fuck are you talking about? 95% of yaoi is just females expressing their... of young men, and it's trash. But the other 5% is peak Brokeback Mountain type love drama. Alright, sure. That same guy also said... Aw. I didn't get a chance to read it. Fuck. I might put on some time. I might give some time to that series, though. I might give some time into that, the Are You Into Me thing. What was it again? Mixed Signals one. Not that one. So You Weren't Into Me. Yeah, back in the day I made a vow. I swore to never get the wrong idea again. That's so funny. I might give this one I might check this one out. I might do it. This one does seem fun. Oh, you guys are talking. Hold on, peek Yaru, head to the bathroom and lock the door. I'd be a hoe. What the fuck? Why is it that the first thing that people think about when they turn into the opposite sex is just to do the most heinous, deplorable things to their own body. Ichi the Witch, Peak Trust, sure. I'll check out Ichi the Witch. Sure. Ichi the Witch. What's this about? In this world, witches must hunt down their magic. Deep in the forest, a terrifying king of magic and the strongest witch are locked in deadly combat. But suddenly a young boy joins the fray. His name is Ichi, and he is just a hunter. But he has the power to flip the magic world upside down in this magic hunting fantasy. Epic. Sure. I'm thankful for the furs, plans. Alright, I'm just gonna start clicking through. Oh boy, I wanna hunt them all. Okay. I'm not sure if I care for his outfit yet. Druid Mountain, the flower fields, yeah. Okay, the village at the foot of the mountain. Oh, we finally did it. So he's the guardian of the flower field. It's huge. Yeah, we can cross. Yeah, thank you so much. Sure. Okay. Well, I definitely like the female designs. They're definitely cute. Yeah. Their eyes, I don't know about the eyes, though. I do like his eyes more. I do like these, like, jet black eyes. Like a little bit of glimmer on them. When I was sick, I was getting life. Okay. Holy shit. I learned to hunt. Cool. A massive tree. It's pillow. I took one. Yeah. My chance, surely. Finally here, little gnats. Witches. Okay, I like this design. Discara's the Abyssal Witch. Wait a second. Full on go on normies. Money Gold, the Oret Witch. Ladies, please evacuate the residence. Erect a protective barrier quickly. And then immediately any available witches. Yeah, I cannot be allowed to roam free any longer. In this world, magic is alive, living magic called magics. First contacted humans long ago. Out of nowhere, a talking blob of water appeared. Drink every drop of this water and you'll be able to acquire me, the water magic. That is my child. Okay. Then you should manage to pass it. Okay. Bonfire, hold me for 1 hour. Witches with reverence and respect. The populace evacuated. Wait, this is kind of interesting. Why am I not surprised? Discara, just abide already. Let me acquire the egotistical excuse for magic. Okay. Then you can think you can win. You face King Roro, the king of magic. In this world, magic is alive, and each magic has its own personality. Unfortunately, Roro is the worst type of magic. He refuses to allow witches to acquire him. He's leveled mountains, alright, so that's already mountain level. Drunk rivers dry and has taken countless lives for no reason. He is a magic who hates humanity. Ignore me, and I'll go another murder streak. I've lived far too long. I'll pierce through this Lazud. If you want to acquire me, my trial is to stop my heart, simplicity itself, don't you think? Try and dare if you can, witch, pierce through the heavens. Lady Discara. That was intense. You have one Discara. I've sensed the feeling something's off. Have you ever wondered if I survived for several years without a single witch ever acquiring me? Let me enlighten you with a devastating truth. No woman can scratch my heart. That is so fucking sexist! That's just how it's made. You did well to push me this far, and that was the most fear I felt in my life. Now that you've ever stood a chance, you damn magic. You may be the most powerful witch alive, but even... Yeah, you'll never acquire me, it's impossible. Who are you? Would you crawl out of a rock? I'm a man. I said I'm a man. Okay. The heck? What the heck? A hole, a pit trap, plus a snare. Try and pull free and it'll only bind you tighter. It's not easy to get out. Whoa. What do you think you're doing? No, this is fast. First, put the knife down. Why are you looking at me with that sparkly eye for you? Hey, now that I get so close, okay, take it personally. I said, put the knife down. Okay. Huh? You just tried to kill me. Death for death. Ready? Okay. Huh? What the heck's all this fluff? I stick out like a sore thumb. Where did all this go? Okay. Okay, kid. Don't move. You stopped it. My barrier. He cracked it. Wait, I told you not to move. You look like you wanted to kill me. Who are you? An automatic slicing machine? Right now, you're literally in the worst situation possible, kid. Don't move. Don't talk. And don't even think about speaking any chance. Chance? What is that? Lazud thing. Huh? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, 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 hold on. What the fuck just happened? That... Chance... Oh, was it that Lazud thing? Okay. A side note, in this world, only women have an aptitude for magic. Thus, only women can acquire and use magics. That's why they are called witches. It's widely believed that men can't use magic. But let us say, for example, there was a magic with a special power. A magic provided a trial that only a man could pass, and let's say that a man with a mind and body honed enough to handle said magic happened to pass the trial. Even in that extremely rare case, the man's chance of acquiring the magic would be a mere 0.001%. It's effectively impossible. Even if all that lined up, it would still take a miracle. So this guy's just a fucking monster now. What was your prior comment? Yeah, you're getting backwards inversion, Ioya. This is just an inversion of the Witch King from Lord of the Rings. Do you think Ainz from Overlord can solo Naruto? Also, since they are witches, that statement is sexist against men. That's what I'm saying. I don't know speed yet. I can't tell you what the fuck, how powerful this guy is. He can at least level mountain. So, right now, if under the pretext, that this guy can at least level mountains, he should be about as powerful as a tailed beast, which is crazy. This guy off of chapter 1 is basically tailed beast level. At least. Like, just off of one chapter already walking nuke factory level. So that guy wasn't sexist. I suppose it's not sexist. Not really. It gets really nice with powers, also deep with gory points. Sure. Ainz would be devastated against all of Naruto. I remember that Ainz was able to essentially create an army of like these giant goats. I don't remember what exactly the scaling for it was, but maybe I just make my channel everything versus Naruto at this point, right? Ian finally started my channel. Hey, lovely. Guys takes. Lovely. Can you remind me which chatter you were before, or were you always just guys takes? I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time remembering. I've been getting like, I know like the usuals. Maybe you're one of the usuals with like a new channel. Either way, I'm proud of you, happy for you. The first step is always just starting the channel. Where do Drake and Josh stop in Naruto? Funny enough, I was capable of figuring out maybe potentially how powerful Drake and Josh are, because I've been watching a lot of content recently regarding Drake and Josh, funny enough. History. I'm a 90s baby, I'm a 2000s kid. I've just been watching like a ton of content lately. Mostly drama, mostly stuff related to Yu-Gi-Oh! Mostly like weird stuff right here with like, you know, people doing social commentary and stuff like that. I've been day one, but with a different account. Lovely. Well, happy for you, man. I think it was this one, Drake and Josh Go to Hollywood. I've been watching like a ton of like old retrospectives on like these series, but apparently Drake and Josh were capable of fighting gentlemen in the middle, hyper specific scenario by the way, but essentially they fight these guys in the middle of a giant money fan problem. They're able to hold off goons. I don't know if any of them would actually be able to take on Part 1 Kid Naruto, to be honest, as he's able to take on actual mercenaries. Unless you guys think that not Zabuza's men, the rich guy, the business guy, whatever the fuck his name was. Unless you somehow believe that any of these goons are more powerful than Zabuza's contractors' subordinates, I guess would be the term. Let me look up Land of Waves. Fuck it, these guys. Okay. When the fuck do they show up? Oh, I guess I never got the stuff in between. Fuck it. Anyway, unless you think those two thugs with blades are more dangerous than random fucking cronies from Drake and Josh, I don't know, man. Are you including the Nickelodeon pedo scandal? You know what's funny? This guy that's been making this content, he's been going over like all of like the Disney, not Disney Channel, Nickelodeon shows. Yeah, when like you really start just watching many of these old episode retakes. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Like, Nickelodeon really was weird. I guess as a kid, you don't notice it. You're not paying attention to that kind of stuff. But, like, yeah, there was just a straight-up episode where Carly's foot was just, like, out there for, like, a bunch of the clips. That shit was just weird, man. There's also... I never understood this, per se. I never understood that one. I didn't watch this one. I haven't watched most of them. I think I just got into this, like, a week or two ago. But, like, I think I got into them through, like, the Zoe 101's. Ones. But anyway, do you know that Zabuza's feet beyond wall level, twin? No. Not entirely. No, I don't think Zabuza really has one. He would just have to, like, upscale up from Kakashi. I don't know if it's asked, but what are your thoughts on Kirkman nuking his series, power scaling, and shooting down adrenaline theory? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Dragon Josh versus the Cat Pirates. Kuro and Django curb stomped the fuck out of Drake and Josh. They curb stomp. You mean the guys with the chains? Yeah, I think so. Nick wasn't weird exactly. Dan was weird. Him and his Burger King foot lettuce fetish. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but like, if he was the head of so many shows, or if he was like the director, or like the writer of so many shows, it's like, dude, there's something that gotta be wrong inherently with Nickelodeon, because, like, think about it like this. When it comes to Nick, this stuff has been happening for, like, 2 decades, and nobody thought that this was weird. I don't know, man. Does Drake and Josh have crazy scaling or something? No, they don't have crazy scaling whatsoever. They're mostly just, like... They're high school, teenage boy level, I would say. They're high school, suburban teenage boy level. Also, top level producers in every single American media company is in the Epstein files. Yeah, that you don't even have to tell me. That I would just believe. Them goons during the money range scale, kinda high. How do they scale kinda high? Where the fuck are you getting? What are we talking about? Like, I don't know, man. I think okay, you guys got my brain like on some other shit now. I'm kind of over it. I don't have any AP, but I got Clarence MFTL. Sure. I never cared for Clarence as growing up. I guess I was already a teenager by then, so it wouldn't apply to me. Outer Versal because they broke the fourth wall. I guess. How does breaking the fourth wall make them Outer Versal? That would make Deadpool Outer Versal. Yeah, I was about to say. Do the goons and Drake and Josh scale to Venezuela raid Army Rangers? No, the fuck. How exactly in a show about Nickelodeon? How the fuck would in a show about Nickelodeon about 2 brothers going to Hollywood and dealing with a victimless crime and guys printing money? How the hell would I know if they can scale to Venezuela raid Army Rangers? They let 2 teenage boys get away by throwing bags at them while money was falling everywhere. What are we talking about? Actually, it would probably be still streaming. Fucking nerd, yeah, type shit. Actually, I'm about to end stream. I might give this a couple of chapters though. Ladies and folks, ladies and germs, guys and everything in between. I'm gonna go read some So You Weren't Into Me. You guys want to read the first chapter with me or not? I'm just gonna shut off stream and just go have lunch. I'm starving. Link from every Zelda game is low multi bare minimum. How the fuck did you get Link from every... Oh, so you're talking about a composite Link. Because all the links are like different interpretations. Some links are like different, not interpretations. They're different like historical variants of the original Link. I mean, I think we have like technically 2 of them in one game. Are we just saying that, like, a composite Link of, like, if every single Link has, like, the hero itself? No, every Link by himself. Oh. How the fuck are they low multi-bare minimum. Work tomorrow, so I'll be off regardless. See ya, have fun. Thank you, man. Thank you, Marcos. Thanks for coming back again. I'm gonna check out Witch. I'm gonna check out Itchy the Witch. That was actually kind of funny. I'm gonna have to reread through the first chapter, but I think it's pretty interesting. Like, the concept was so stupid. Like, when I was reading it, I was like, alright, sure. I don't see anything interesting in this, but, like, the concept, like, as I kept reading it through and I saw some of the faces were stupid. I love that. I absolutely love that. Thank you for that again, Marcos. I appreciate it. Pretty sure different game links are literally different characters from each other. No. Jake is saying that via their own scaling, they are all... which made millions of worlds, via having powers from the Triforce, which made millions of worlds, universes. So, are you saying... Okay, so Jake, quick question. Are you saying that every single piece of the Triforce is inherently capable of creating... what was it again? Millions of worlds? Or are you talking about the Triforce as a whole? Because I don't think Link ever holds the Triforce as a whole on his own. Every Link has their own low multi-feet? Yeah, every Link would have to have their own multi-feet. Most Links in Legend of Zelda are different individuals, though some sequels to the other games are the same Links, yeah. Like a Link from Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild and Majora's Mask as well. Creation doesn't equal extraction, by the way, yeah. It doesn't inherently also imply. Comes from the goddesses. Right. But don't the goddesses scale below, like, the goddess, the OG goddess herself or whatever? Back then on that day, I made a vow to... I swore to never get the wrong idea again. My name is Kazuaki Okabe, a second year in high school. I spend all my free time studying, even on the way to school and during breaks, all of it, so I won't fail my exams. I refuse to give in to any worldly desires. However, my classmate Kiara Sano keeps locking eyes with me. Is she in love with me? That was close. I almost got the wrong idea again. Why do I keep reading too much into these things? The term just started, and you're already studying. How admirable. Looks like you still don't have any friends, though. I don't mind. I decided to focus on my studies in high school. Then I guess I'll have you all for myself this year again. Hina Nishina. She's cheerful and popular and a complete opposite of me. Relax. This is just how introverts... Oh wait, relax. This is just how introverts behave. Your face is beet red. You okay? I'm fine. No. I'm not fine at all. It's our second year in the same class, and once again, our seats are next to each other. It's gotta be fate at this point. Why does she keep saying things like this to lead me on? I think it's best you don't say stuff like that. Huh? Because you're cute. Oh, he just admitted. Alright. Hey, he admits it. I've not read it. Maybe you have. Luffy or Kuromi Tokisaki Date Alive? I have no fucking clue, dude. I don't know who the fuck Date Alive is. Termina holds countless stars, making it infinite. It's stated to have a parallel to Hyrule. Therefore, Hyrule is just equal in size, and the dimensions are created by accident as copies of Hyrule. The hero of time, Link, from Oceania of Time... Oh, from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask is one of the most personally tragic Links out of the cast of the Links of the series. The guy was forced to be a hero as a kid, yeah. I mean, technically a lot of them were made to be heroes as a kid, right? I'll end up getting the wrong idea. Maybe that was a bit creepy. What do you mean by that? Tell me. I just want to study. What's with her? Kazuaki Okabe-kun. Yeah? Here. It's my contact info. Huh? You know Sano-san? Nope, not at all. Oh. Sano-san's so mysterious. She's beautiful and has a nice figure, too. I've never seen her talking to any friends either. And yet, she gave you her contact information? I guess she wants to be friends with you, huh? Good for you. Could it be that she's really in love with me? No. I'm not gonna get the wrong idea. She probably has a good reason for it. Aki-kun! Rui. It's been a while. I'm glad we're at the same school again. Rui Kuon. She's my childhood friend who lives nearby. A year younger than me. Are all of those love letters? It's just the first day of the new term. Yeah, girls tend to get turn to like these kind of things. People still do that? Whoa. Oh no. Hey, careful with the new uniform. It's fine. They wrote these while thinking of me. I can't let them go to waste. She's cool. She's so cool. Here, you can use my handkerchief. Oh, thanks. But you're still as cool as ever, Rui. You fall for me all over now? You fall for me all over now? I could say the same thing for you, Aki-kun. You're still so kind. Thanks, I guess. Aw, Rui-kun. I'm so glad we got a chance to catch up. See you later, Aki. Sano-san, let's go home together. Huh? Why? You don't want to? It's not that, but... what is it that you want from me, huh? What I want? I just wanted to walk home with you. I'm scared. Well, I guess there is one thing. I have absolutely no idea what she's thinking. Since your name is Kazuaki, can I call you Kazu-kun? Sure, I guess? Okay, she is kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie, she is kind of cute. Damn. Is the MC thinking valid, or is it too much? Is the MC's thinking valid? I think it's that... Okay, let's put it like this. Going off of this first page, it clearly seems like some girl probably led him on, or... He probably... Oh, she's the purple-haired one. It's not... So it's not her. It's her. He probably thought that a girl was just being nice, and he just felt so ashamed by it that he never wants to go through it again. I mean, he's clearly thinking about just reinforcing his goals and trying to get better ahead in life, and that is a good mentality to have. Not giving into worldly desires is something that actually can be seen as admirable. But there's also a point where, like, this is just clearly showing as not only a once-in-a-lifetime fucking situation, because let's be honest here, this guy right here would be in a... I'm gonna be straight up honest. If I was in this guy's position in high school, bro, any man would want to be in this position where he has, like, 3 cute girls basically wanting to be with him. And just for him, too. Just to be focusing on this stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think God has his favorites. Some authors just want to write the most insane situations possible, and then have the craziest, most probably not justifiable, but somehow trauma-induced logic for some of these guys. I know I'm kind of cute, thanks. Alright, skinny, by the way. Alright. High school was wild. All I'm saying is, whatever trauma this guy faced on the first panel of this fuck-ass story, whatever trauma he must have faced, bro, it could not have been so fucking bad that he now has a cute girl sitting next to him, basically flirting with him outright, a cute girl giving him a cute aloof girl giving him her contact information, and his childhood friend, which he has known for however long, and they're going to the same school, and is just blatantly just flirted with him. I don't know, man. For him to say, yo, nah, this can't be that, I don't know, man. I think this guy just needs to blow his load once, and then just be like, alright, you know what? I am now thinking logically, this is probably not them just trying to lead me on again. Alright, give me your contact info too, Kazu-kun. What? Like, come on now, it's so fucking blatant. If this guy, by the end of this fucking chapter, isn't... What's going on? What in the world is going on? Come on now. You're not focused at all. My cousin Satoru Inoue. She goes to the prestigious college I'm aiming for, and she's my tutor. And his fucking cousin's bad. Hopefully there's no weird Sweet Home Alabama type shit going on. A lot happened to me today, so I'm a bit off. It's the first day of the new term, so maybe we should call it quits for today. No. I want to keep going for a bit longer. Alright, let's push for a bit longer. Yeah. That's right, I've made up my mind. I won't get the wrong idea again. Ever since that day, my older sister's friend, I came to see you, Kazu. I used to come over to our place a lot. I haven't seen you since yesterday. Give me a hug. That's sexual harassment if the genders are reversed. Oh, my bro is red-pilled. Actually, no, my bro is blue-pilled. Yeah, my bro is blue-pilled. Is it red pilled? I don't know which one of these he would be pilled. He's definitely pilled. What? He likes, what? This person likes me way too much. All the affectionate, touching, and sweet words were enough to mess with a teenage boy's head. But during my third year in middle school, in that winter, right before the high school exam, she married some other guy out of the blue. I'm sure we both felt the same way, so the shock really messed with my studies, and I failed to get into my first choice school. Wait, hold fucking on. Hold fucking on. Hold on. Hold the fucking boat. No. Alright, man, what? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. So you're sitting here and you're fucking telling me, right? You're sitting here and you are telling me that the reason why this guy is being absolutely and monumentally stubborn is because his sister's friend, not even best friend, whatever, married some guy. And mind you, I'm sorry. He says during my third year in middle school. During my third year in fucking middle school. What the how old are these guys? No. How old are they? Wait. Tell me. Affectionate and touchy. Sure, whatever. He says during my third year in middle school, in the winter right before the high school exam, she married some other guy out of the blue. How old is she? She has to be like 18, right? They 16, I think. So you're telling me, can you get married in Japan at the age of 16? She couldn't have been that much older than him, right? Like, logically speaking, she can't be at least like, what? Okay, they're not that different in size. So either she's short as fuck, or they're somewhere between, what, like 2-3 years minimum, right? It has to be like 2-3 years max. I'm picking up on some subtle tensions. No, as of April 2022, you cannot legally get married in Japan at 16 years old. Under the revised civil laws, the minimum age of marriage for both men and women is 16, right? When the fuck? Okay, this series is not only a couple chapters long, right? There's like 10 chapters long. Yeah. So that means it has to have come out. That means she has to be 18 here. But for him to be entering middle school, that means he has to be, what, 15? I guess, yeah, okay, so they are, okay, so she's probably 18. So that means he has to be 15. But then that means he has to be 16 now, right? Okay, so he has to be 16. Second year in high school, so he has to be 16. All right. So that was a year ago. You're telling me another girl that's 3 years older than you marrying some random fuck-ass dude is enough to make you... By the way, I'm just saying, you could have probably sped up the age difference a little bit, because I'm just saying, like, I don't think that it's bad to get... Listen, you have free will. People have free will. I don't think it's a bad thing to get married at, like, the age of 18, but I do feel like you're probably very young, and you are probably have a lot of room to still grow, especially, you know, emotionally, spiritually, etc. Mentally, because let's be honest, the brain doesn't finish growing until 25. I'm just saying, people marrying at 18, whether or not I agree with it, it feels like there's still a little bit of your life you can live before you get married. Even if it's like 21 or 20, right? Like 18, I don't know, man. It's a little weird. So for no particular reason, I think you'd like Silent Hill F if you're looking for a game to play on stream. Silent Hill F, I don't know. This has like the right amount of like stupid ass concept with guy that is in a position that if I was his age in said position, I would do whatever it takes to be in that said position. I don't know, man. This has like the perfect combo of things where I'm just like, yo, this I could probably read at least like weekly. I don't know about Silent Hill. There's never been anything about Silent Hill that even remotely interested me. I've looked into like reviews of the game. I've looked into like retrospectives. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's see. You're doing so well with your studies. To think you'd get sick just before the exam. Needless to say, she doesn't know about my heartbreak. I mean, I don't want anyone finding out about it. I act all serious on the outside, but inside I'm just overly self-conscious and can't stop thinking about romance. Ah, got you. How do you get over your worldly desires? I saw how serious you were when studying, and I wanted to be like that too. If you have any hidden tips, please let me know. Hidden tips, huh? That's a secret. She refuses to tell me what I really want to know. It's important to desire things every now and then. Yep, she's right. So you're basically still a child at 18. Marriage is too soon, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, here's the thing. I feel like more and more as I look into like different topics of conversation throughout the internet, whether it's watching commentary channels or whether it's seeing other people's opinions on stuff through like social media, I think that more often than not, the idea of like 18 and 19 still being considered like, you know, obviously it's the right of the individual, but it's sketchy in my opinion. A lot of times I feel like it's for like religious reasons, which I mean, sure, at that point, believe whatever you want to believe. So they ought to not get married at 18, but shouldn't feel the need to not want to. But shouldn't feel the need to not want to. If you want to get married at whatever age you want to get married and you feel like you love the other person enough to do it, sure, why not? If you can pay for it and you can afford it, sure, why not? It's about a young Japanese girl who, without spoiling anything, is forced to a certain role and sculpted by tradition which manifests as horror. It's biting commentary on horror form. I've just never been interested in horror, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never looked at anything horror and got even remotely intrigued by it. I've watched scary movies with my friends where I've fallen asleep. It was written by a dude behind Higurashi When They Cry. That's unusual. You got a message on your phone. Let's get along well tomorrow. So Sano is sending him that message. Is she actually in love with me? No, absolutely won't get the wrong idea. Come on. She makes a face like that in front of other girls too. I thought I was the only one. Well, of course. He even called me cute. I'm this cute and have a huge chest and he gets to sit next to me for the second year in a row. I should be number one, right? In the past, he told me he likes cool people. I've become cooler than any other girl, and I'm his only childhood friend. So why am I... So I'm his number one, right? Oh, she's got crazy eyes. Oh, a lot of countries force marriage, like India. They need to enforce showers. But whatever. I thought he liked smart and mature girls. I mean, he kept singing my praises. I've known him since he was a baby, and I thought... No, there's no way! Come on, I wanted to read this! So you weren't into me. Okay, wait. Remind me who my cousin Satori Inoue. She goes to a prestigious college I'm aiming for. Why? No! Why cousin? What do you mean? They have to... I have to Google this now. Come on, man. Come on. Why is it that every time I find a fucking series I might like, there's something wrong with it, dude? Watch her be the one who wins in the end and immediate. That's what what the fuck's her name again? No, there has to be a wiki for this fuck ass series. Okay, Satori Inoue. Okay. So you weren't into me. Wiki. I need... Are they at least not fucking blood related? Come on. Come on. There's no way. There's nothing on this shit. Wiki. Oh, it's not popular enough. Fuck, it just came out. Okay. Wait, she's his cousin? That's what I'm... Fuck. But not blood related. That's what I'm hoping, man. Cousin. Listen, you can have cousins, but you're not inherently related. I don't know, man. I don't know. What are you doing here anyways? Where did I stumble? Okay, I found a series. Okay, for context, I found a series that I thought might be interesting to actually sit down and read on my own personal time. I was like, alright, you know what? It's an ecchi harem comedy. Sure, why not? But like, and it's basically this guy. Oh, she's in the fuck. How did I not notice? No. How did I not notice? No. The best aspect of Fire Punch and Saber Marionette J. Cool. I don't know, man. How did I not notice her? I'm focusing right here the entire fucking time, dude. I completely looked over the other 3 girls because I was like, alright, this is the first one I see. It's the one with like the purple eyes. Jesus fucking Christ, why? Why does she have to beat her husband? Sorry, her cousin. Alright. I might clip this. I might just clip this and turn this into a video. No tongue, Sakura. Yeah. Dun dun dun. Alright. Where everyone's self-consciousness has festered into something almost pathological. A rom-com full of misunderstandings. Oh, I'm sure this is all just a fucking misunderstanding. Well, I'm happy that he has no kind of fucking attraction for his cousin. At least I can say she's weird. I'm gonna see. Listen, I'm gonna read one. She is her husband canon. All right, shut up, man. All right, I'm gonna give this one more chapter, and I'm just gonna say this right now. She must lose. She must not get her way throughout this entire fucking series. He clearly shows no kind of investment into her personally, so I think that's probably cousins by marriage. Hopeful fuckingly, man. Hopeful fuckingly, man. Cousins by marriage, it's still weird, but fine. I'm cousins by marriage. Why did it happen? Why? Why couldn't it just be my other friend's sister? Why could it be my sister's other friend? Why? Well, now we gotta keep reading to make sure she doesn't win. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. Hina Nishina-san, who sits next to me. Why does she have that pink hair, too? It's so funny. Is the only one who talks to me in class. She's cute, cheerful. She's cheerful, cute, and kind. That's exactly why I fell in love with her. Right? Oh, okay. So you weren't into me. Or at least, that's what I thought until yesterday. Even with a cutie like me next to him, if I'm... Okame might get all flustered. If a pretty girl like Sano starts talking to him because he's not used to dealing with girls, well, it's not like I care. Okay, so now she's thinking that because he acts that way in front of her, but now because he acts that way in front of other girls, it clearly must not mean that he likes her. That he's flustered because he likes her. Well, now we gotta, this is the first time someone said we, and he agreed. Yeah. Just like, Morning Okame. Looks like you're on your morning. Sano-san, she's here. Morning, Sano-san. It's morning and they're already flirting. You two must have gotten close overnight. What? We're close? It's more like I'm just being observed. Sorry, was I bothering you? No. I was just wondering why. Well, that's... See you later. Okay. She's so cute. Huh. If Okabe watches someone that cute up close, he's sure to fall in love with her. Wait, let's see. It's nice that you've made a friend. What are you, my mom? I'm here with the sole purpose of studying. It's not like I want to make friends or anything. That's right. He's always studying like crazy, but Sano-san has been hanging around me a lot since yesterday. Dude, I'm just tired. I need to turn on my light. I keep looking outside, but it's like I'm not getting enough outside sunlight anymore. We need to get weekly updates on this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna... Ah, man. I think I'm gonna just start reading like a chapter of this on stream every day, man. Fuck it. I think it's about to be that time. I think it's about to be that type of fucking time we're gonna be on. This is kind of peak, I'm not gonna lie. Besides the cousin part. That part kind of blew minds. Okay. Nishina, Do you think Sano-san likes me? He's obviously thinking about her, even though until yesterday he was calling me cute and all. Besides, I'm the one he should be wondering about. No, wait. I mean, she's being so forward. I'm sure anyone would get the wrong idea, so it really is a misunderstanding. It is low-key peak. Honestly, Sano-san's hard to figure out, and if she hasn't confessed to you, then you're probably overthinking it. Yeah, that has to be it, right? Yeah, thanks. I'm glad I asked you, Nishina. You're the only one I can talk to about these kind of things. You're the only one? You're the only one? When you need to talk, you know who to come to. You can talk to me about anything. Like... which girls you like and stuff. There isn't one! There you go again! That reaction. It doesn't seem like Okabe is in love with Sano-san. Well, I've known him a lot longer than she has after all, just as I was thinking. Oh, Sano-san and Okabe are talking. That's a rare sight. Who cares if he talks to Sano-san? It's no big deal. That reminds me, Hina, you're close with Okabe-kun, right? Well, we sit next to each other and all. You guys always look like you're having fun talking to each other. Yeah, totally. I mean, you can talk to pretty much anyone. But Okabe-kun is for sure to love. But Okabe-kun is for sure in love with you. What? There's no way. I knew it. He's gotta be, right? In the end, I'm number one in his heart. It's obvious even to the people around us. Oh, I don't usually see him on the way home. Okabe! And who's that? Alright. Ooh, now we're getting there. Alright. I came here for shit power takes, and all I walk into is ecchi romance type shit. Yeah, that's what we offer here on this channel. She's super pretty. Aki-kun, who's that? Aki-kun? It's Nishina-san. She's from my class. This is Rui Kuon. She's a year below us. She's my childhood friend and lives near me. Is Aki-kun getting along with everyone in class? Hey. I'm worried about you. I mean, you spent all of elementary school with just me back then. You two sure get along. Well, I'm going this way. Okay. See you tomorrow, Okabe. Bye-bye, Kuon-san. Yeah. He's close to girls other than Sano-san. Not to mention, she's a childhood friend. I've only been in the same class with him as him for a year. It just happened to talk to him a bit more than the others. I just so happen to talk to him a bit more than the others. Fuck, I can't read right now. But I'm still just I'm tired, dude. I'm fucking tired. I need to let my eyes rest. But I'm still just a classmate. I thought we had nothing to do with girls. I thought I was the only one. Damn you, Okabe. It's not like that Nishina, like him. I don't, but what's wrong? Sorry if this is out of the blue. Do you want to study together on Saturday? I could have asked you tomorrow, but since I ran into you, I thought I'd check with you now. Sure. But that was really out of the blue. Are you sure you won't? I won't get in the way of your studies. If anything, I want you to come. I knew it. He's totally into me. He's being so forward, and he's totally going for it. Sure, good. It's so like you to ask for a study session instead of a date. What? Wait, a date? A date? No need to get so flustered. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, you should check out Nui's Exorcist sometime. I've checked it out before. Didn't really grab me. Remove the cousin. It is a square love circle. Yeah, remove the cousin. This shit's not bad. Fuck, why does everything always have to have some kind of a flaw? The girls were cute. I like all of them. I think the situation is so fucking stupid. Like, everything is just... Shoujo is the best genre in fiction. It might just be, man. Do we read one more? I'm reading like ass, but... Do I read one more? Yo, guys, do we read one more? I'll give you guys. We read one more. I'm gonna close my eyes to reread more. I'm gonna let my eyes rest for a second. I'll give you guys like about a minute. I'm just gonna rest my eyes real quick while you guys like decide. Let me know. If we get over 10 people, I'll continue reading it. If we don't get 10, I'll probably just like let it be for tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow for stream, so don't worry about it if we don't get 10 of you guys to like do it. I'm just gonna let my eyes close real quick. I'm glad we were able to have some of these discussions as well and just move past, like, you know, we don't always have to just talk about the same thing. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. I really do. I really appreciate the fact that we can also, like, engage in other kinds of content. As long as it isn't too weird either, right? Like, I'm not going to show you guys also something that's just, like, straight up unsuitable for anyone. check this out real quick while I'm at it. Yeah. Okay. So what are we at? We got 6 votes so far. I'm gonna give you guys another minute. I'm gonna give you guys until like 6:55. If we can get like 4 more votes, then I'll continue watching. If not, we'll just check it out tomorrow. What's your favorite romance? How did you get the hollow weapons? Did you get the hollow weapons? What hollow weapons? Best romance is Blue Spring Ride? That's interesting. It's a bunny girl senpai if you count it as a romance. Newly's Exorcist has an amazing power system. Let's check it out real quick. I'll type it in real quick. I don't mind. I don't mind checking it out. You guys are always recommending it. I don't mind checking it out. Exorcist. Okay, 141 chapters. Yajima has been able to see spirits since he was small. At his new school is a room that nobody else can see, and inside is a spirit who loves playing video games. A new modern Exorcist saga begins. Ah, cool. Why does he have like weird looking faces and hairs? Power's gotten too strong. Oops, sorry. I can't hold back. Incredible. What talent. Totally worth it. What do we do about the school? It feels like this time like usual. I definitely like her design. Definitely like her design. She's cool. I'm not sure if I care about the how the main protagonist looks, as far as like, I'm gonna just hit a random chapter. 138. What the fuck? The art style is definitely cool. Just marry all of them? Oh. Whoa, okay. Ah, I might check this out. But not right now. And we didn't get enough votes, so I'm not going to continue reading. I might continue reading, actually, on my own time. Anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for joining. Please just have a wonderful rest of your night. I don't think... If you're free, you should check out Marriage Toxins. I did read the first couple of chapters of Marriage Toxins. It wasn't... I don't know if it was for me. The concept wasn't so absurd, or like... I guess, scale... the concept wasn't as absurd as, like, to, like, want me to want to continue reading it. Sorry. Is the femboy one. Yeah, Marriage Toxin is the femboy one. I didn't mind the femboy, actually, but, like, I don't know. With that one, it was more so, like, there's just guys... They're mostly just, like, regular guy assassins who are probably just going to do stuff with, toxins. Dude, my eyes are exhausted. I'm not doing any Night Rain. Maybe this week. I'll let you know. Have a good rest of your night, guys. Peace out.